Fog has really gotten thick now, I can tell you right now. So we're going to say hello to you. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders. Welcome to two-time Bassmaster Angler of the Year himself and former Classic champ Davey Height. Ronnie Moore and Mike Sukon will join us as well as we go through the morning here. God, you know, it just seems like every tournament, one of our favorites said before this, I'm going to fish each day as a different tournament. That's kind of how they have to do every tournament here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, whether it's fronts with cold weather and temperatures and skies in the wintertime, or it's this time of year with current they're looking at and fog and things like that. You got a different set of conditions, slightly different each day.
Yeah, you definitely do, Tommy. And this lake and this tournament is going to be no different than each and every one of those, but you had that little extra variety of the time of year because some bass are still spawning. Most of them have already spawned. The shad spawn is going on, but it's kind of on the tail end of that. Some of those fish have already moved offshore. A lot of those fish are still shallow. Brandon Palaniuk has really been amazing here the first 2 days of this event. Where he's fishing and having it all to himself, it's really been amazing to me because that area is known to be really, really good.
Absolutely. I think our man J.O. Overstreet said yesterday on our coverage from on site that this is the closest thing we have to an amphitheater in bass fishing. It's where the fans can get on a bridge and watch certain anglers, and oftentimes they're in the lead when they're in this particular part of the lake you mentioned there, Davey. Ronnie, the catching here has been maybe a little bit better than we thought it was going to be.
Yeah, you see Cliff Prince at 255 yesterday, one of the last casts of the day probably for his day before running back in, catches a 6-pound 4-ouncer. The Phoenix Boats big bass of the tournament, superseding the 514 on day one. So those late day bites are very, very crucial. They'll be even more crucial today with two flights checking in at 3 o'clock and 3:30 local time there. But like you said, there are windows of opportunity. The morning's obviously a key portion of time for our anglers. Water level, water currents, all dependent. We saw Will Davis Jr., one of the locals. We got to ride with him on day one. He's in that Rookie of the Year race. He's in the top spot currently right now. We saw him mess around on the main drag. We saw him go back in some creeks and some pockets, catch some sight fish, go up to the dam and catch some fish up where the current's flowing through the Logan Martin Dam. Yesterday we saw him adjust his game plan, had the biggest bag of the day, 18.5. I'm interested to see what local tricks you pull out on the weekend when it gets a little tougher sometimes.
It was fun watching him on day number one. We look forward to that today. If you're just joining us, we're in a bit of a fog delay right now, getting started with day 3 competition here. Semi-final Saturday at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite on Lay Lake. We started out 2 days ago with a full field of 104 anglers. The full field fished for 2 days. We're down to 50 on this day. The objective today, you have to make it into the top 10 in order to get to compete on Championship Sunday. So it's a very, very important day, and we're so looking forward to getting these guys out on the water and getting the fishing underway. We're gonna we got an over and under. All right, I forgot about that. We have to pick one out here. How about this? Okay. 10th place here is 27.12. How about an over and under of say 40 pounds to make the top 10, the Championship Sunday? Is that a good over and under?
That's a great over and under. I'm going to go over. I was under yesterday, but I think the fishing will be a little bit better today if they get out. And I think we should be able to adjust a little bit if they can't go out for another hour or so. So I'm going to go over as long as we take off in the next hour.
Over 40 to make the top 10. Ronnie?
Yeah, I agree with Davey. I think a little bit over 40. There's so many guys, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, all within a pound or so of each other. So if somebody catches just a little bit better, I think you're going to have an uptick today. I think also some urgency from some guys. They're going to have to maybe make some drastic changes to their game plan. I could see, over 13 pounds, today to be able to jump over that 40 mark. But I think that top weight's a little bit higher than we thought, 35 and change, going after 2 days of competition, higher than that 15 a day expectation.
All right, well, let's take a look at this very famous playing field in the lore and legend of bass fishing with our Minn Kota Unlock the Lake. The Coosa River flows about 280 miles up from the mountains of North Georgia all the way down to near Montgomery, Alabama, where it joins with the Tallapoosa to form the Alabama River. And there are 7 impoundments about halfway up this chain here is Lay Lake, 12,000 acres, 50 miles long, certainly a mature lake. Davey Height, it came online in 1914.
Yeah, it's absolutely an amazing fishery. Like we mentioned earlier, 4 Bassmaster Classics here. The first time we've been here for an Elite Series event. A very interesting section of the Coosa River. Like you said, it's really old for a man-made lake, no doubt about it. Silted in where we've seen Brandon Palaniuk fish. About mid-lake, the back of that creek that he's been in is silted in, and he's been able to really unlock that section of that creek, because with the water flowing, most of the anglers kind of give up on that area. With the water falling, those fish pull out of that grass. Brandon Palaniuk was able to keep catching those fish offshore, and we'll see as you go on up. Logan Martin feeds into this lake. A lot of the fish caught there yesterday. Will Davis Jr. caught a lot of what he weighed in yesterday on that upper end, but the current's going to be much slower today. So of this almost 50 miles of the Coosa River, it's going to be interesting with the current slowing down here on a Saturday.
A lot of anglers depending on that current to get their fish. A lot of them not catching them until that current gets going. The fish get set up in a way that they can catch them. But they seem to have more ways to find fish and are unlocking more areas in our lakes as we go technologically into the future, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. And Will Davis being in second place, he is accustomed to fishing on Saturdays here, local tournaments, with the current not flowing as much. So it'll be interesting to see what he does here today.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at our leader there, Brandon Palaniuk, trying to win this thing wire to wire as it stands right now. And this was yesterday, some action from yesterday. And of course, again, just around the corner from our takeoff.
Brandon Palaniuk, definitely one of the best fishermen in the world right now, no doubt about it. For him to have this area all to himself has really been amazing. But yesterday, I think he figured out something that could definitely give him a better chance to win this event. Some of the fish that he caught yesterday were actually offshore in the back of this creek. And when you say offshore, typically you're thinking about fishing 10 feet or more. Offshore for Brandon Palaniuk yesterday, a lot of his fish were 3 feet or less. He's been using his Humminbird 360 to find some offshore stumps. And able, when that water fell, most people give up on the backs of these creeks, but Brandon Palaniuk was able to just move with those fish, almost fishing it like a tidal river, even though it's obviously not. But Brandon Palaniuk being able to catch those fish away from the grass has absolutely been crucial to him being able to lead this event.
So strong, so poised. He always seems confident whatever he is doing. Let's take a look at Will Davis. Again, we were with him all day on day number one, and he showed us a lot of ways to get the job done here on Lay Lake.
Yeah, it feels like we've been watching him day one and day two. He showed us so much diversity in his game plan on day one. He started out swimming a jig around the shallow vegetation. That was no surprise. His second move, though, after that was a little bit offshore, a flat point there coming out, and fish were schooling. He actually, at one point, had 2 on at one time, lost the bigger one up beside the boat, unfortunately. But Will Davis, when he made this move, really surprised a lot of people, those fish schooling offshore. And then he had another trick up his sleeve. He said, I've got a little place I'm going to try to sneak into. And he caught his next 2 or 3 fish, actually sight fishing in this small area. And then he ran all the way up to the Logan Martin Dam, all the way up as far as you can go on Lay Lake, and caught fish right behind the dam in the current. So Will Davis was very fun to watch on day one. We got a camera with him also today.
Absolutely, all day long. We're looking forward to that. We're looking at some scenes from yesterday's weigh-in. Jay Shakur, a big day for him as he moves into the top 10. And Matt Herron put a boat in him on day number one, and he has managed to maintain his place in the top 10 each and every day. So hats off to him. Patrick Walters getting the ship righted after an unusually low-performing event at Santee Cooper.
Yeah, sometimes your home lake will really bite you. Too many memories, too much history, and that being 160,000 acres of fishable water there on Lake Marion and Lake Moultrie. Everybody knew Patrick would get it right again, and it didn't take him long to do it here on Lay Lake.
Justin Hamner right there. He's one of our Alabama anglers in our top 10 today. Bernie Schultz, who's been fishing out here with the Bassmaster since the 80s. And there's Will Davis, a big day for him, the best day of all for Will Davis yesterday on day number 2. Yet he was not able to knock this man out of the lead, again trying to go wire to wire. Brandon Palaniuk.
It's something, Tommy, that Brandon Palaniuk talked about on day one when we had some bonus coverage with him. We got to talk to his marshal and him in the boat. He said, this is something I can't duplicate. I caught a 514 and I did it, he alluded to it. He didn't specifically say it, but we know he caught him sight fishing, also really shallow with his electronics, seeing some cruising fish. He did duplicate that big bite, though, yesterday, catching a 5-pounder. How crucial 5-pounders are this week. You catch one a day, Davey Height says you're probably going to take the win because it's going to be hard to do that 4 days in a row.
That's a great point. That's certainly a common factor in all of our big bags here through the first 2 days of competition. Well, earlier this morning, we had a chance to catch up with Brandon Palaniuk, our leader, and his thoughts about being able to do it again for a third day.
Day 3, I can actually see the fog moving between my face and the lens right now. We are in a fog delay, so we're not going to take off at 6:30 this morning. I don't know how long it's going to be. There's virtually no wind this morning, so the wind's not going to blow it off. The only hope we have is that the sun kind of burns the fog off, so that could be an hour, hour and a half, who knows. But I guess it's even worse out that way. So we're sitting here. I'm kind of okay with it because I haven't been on a shad spawn, so I'm hoping that any guys that are on a shad spawn really good, a good morning bite, this will kind of maybe kill that a little bit. And the only bummer is it gives us less time to figure out how we're actually going to catch a bass today, because we've been joking backstage that I'm the clueless leader, because I'm clueless on where I'm going to get my next bite, how I'm going to get my next bite, like what it's going to come on, and I've just kind of had to figure it out as the event has went on. We did that yesterday, and got fortunate and got some of those better than average bites, and that's kept us on top of the leaderboard. We just have to be able to do that again today, using my Humminbird Mega 360 a lot, finding little detailed, isolated, pieces of cover and stuff that a lot of other guys I think missed. I'm fishing a pretty popular area. There's been some other boats go through it. I know a lot of boats went through it in practice, but I've pretty much, for the most part, had it all to myself during the tournament. A few guys have came in and out, but I think I'm just doing something different, fishing it different than what most people do, and I'm hoping that we can continue to do that the next 2 days.
He seems calm because he's been in that position so many times, leading tournaments, 8 tournament wins with the Bassmasters, again 2 Angler of the Year titles, but just 1.25 pounds ahead of one of our top performing rookies as we take a look at our Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year watch. And there he is, Will Davis, from just 30 minutes away in Sylacauga, Alabama, leading that race. A small margin over another Alabama competitor, David Gaston. Bryant Smith of California in 3rd place. Joey Cifuentes, who won the 2nd stop of the year at Lake Seminole. Then we go with Cooper Gallant, Fujita, and all the rest down the list. Always an impressive crop of rookie anglers each year, which brings us to Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year points, and it's Brandon Cobb of South Carolina holding on in there. Drew Cook of Georgia in 2nd place there, but I think Brandon has maybe extended that lead he picked up in his home state of South Carolina. Tyler Rivette won the first tournament of the year down on Lake Okeechobee. Another Alabama there, Kyle Welcher in 4th place, John Cox, and there's Will Davis Jr., the overachieving rookie to be sure. Matt Ehret, David Gaston, Michael Iaconelli, and all the rest. The fog hanging on a little bit here, but we hope for it to clear up soon.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Everyone, Brandon Palaniuk here. Another good day here. Day number 2 at Lay Lake for stop number 5 of the Bassmaster Elite Series. Caught them different, but caught them on the same bait. The key has been an X-Zone Deception Worm, green pumpkin blue, number 1 BMC Finesse Nico hook, and a 1/4 ounce BMC Tungsten drop shot weight. And I'm fishing that on an Alpha Angler DSR and an Exist 3000 from Daiwa. And what I've got is I've got braided lines. I've got a 15-pound Seagar Smackdown braid to a 10-pound Seagar Tatsu leader. And that's really important because these fish are really spooky. You need a really durable but thin and invisible line, and that's where that fluorocarbon really comes into play. I mean, I'm gonna lock this in my hand a lot tomorrow. It's gonna get a lot of play tomorrow. I'm gonna fish it around a lot of different types of cover and hopefully be able to put something together again.
Bass Pro Shops top lures with your tournament leader, Brandon Palaniuk. Once again, a look at the scene at the Takeoff. If you're just joining us, we are in, yes, a fog delay. right now. Not unheard of out on the Bassmaster Elite Series or any other tournament trail. It's something you've just got to endure and wait a bit for it to clear off. As some of the anglers say, maybe the sun will burn it off. We'll get a puff of wind. That'll take care of a lot of it too. There's Tiff and Brandon and their newest addition right there, just passing the time, enjoying the stolen moment here. You can get to be with the family for a minute or two.
100%. There have been a lot of Elite Series anglers with birthdays this week, a lot of Elite Series anglers, families and children with birthdays. Why not just eat some birthday cake, hang out, and spend some time? And I know our Angler of the Year leader. Honestly, Davey, if you're the leader of an event, you're okay with waiting because that's less time for those guys to try to come and catch you.
That's exactly what I was going to mention. There are a lot of people disappointed that we're not going fishing right now, but Brandon Palaniuk is not one of them.
Let's take a look at what parts of the lake have produced, and I think we got a map here, I believe, Davey, of 2-pounders caught during the first 2 days of competition.
2-pounders are not big in some places, but on the Coosa River this particular week, Lay Lake, 2-pounders are valuable to most of these anglers. Brandon Palaniuk was not necessarily looking for 2-pounders yesterday, but most of the anglers were. A good sign, we always talk about this, a good sign of a great fishery is when you see fish being caught from one end of the fishery to the other, in this case almost 50 miles of the Coosa River, Lay Lake, and you see it's a very good fishery, and we have anglers fishing from one dam to the other and everywhere in between. The cool thing also about this time of year, you have Brandon Palaniuk fishing the very backs of creeks, and you have a lot of your anglers that you can see right here fishing out on the main river itself. So you see a lot of diversity this time of the year. The weights aren't quite as good as they would have been here, say, a month ago, but you see so many people doing so many different things. It's a good way to learn about tournament bass fishing.
Well, we certainly are familiar with a lot of those creeks that part of the history of bass fishing, as we say, of course, Beeswax Creek, but also Spring Creek and Bully Creek, where the Classic was won in years past, Waxahachie, and all the others. It's a very, very varied fishery and a lot of fish in here. Great to have Seth Fighter in our top 10 today. It's fun to be with him all day in a boat, no matter where you're fishing. Our 2021 Angler of the Year. We caught up with him a few minutes ago. Let's see what he's got to tell us.
What's up, boys? Getting ready to blast off here. Day 3 Bassmaster Elite on Lay Lake. Been a grinder all week. Don't really got any preconceived notions of what's going to happen. We're currently sitting in a fog delay. We were supposed to blast off a few minutes ago, but it's going to be a while before we get going. But I'm not that worried about that because I haven't been catching much right away in the morning. So kind of mid-morning's been my best. So we're going to go out there, grind, and just keep an open mind just because nothing's been the same day to day. So we're going to have to figure out what bait they want and what stretch they're on, and hopefully we can do that before noon because after 12 o'clock I can't get a bite. So hopefully we can catch some this morning. I'd be happy with a limit. If we get some nice ones, even better, but take it one fish at a time.
We're currently under a fog delay here at Beeswax Park. It's set in real thick. It's actually breaking just a little bit, so maybe they'll let us go pretty soon. I've been catching my fish later in the day, so this fog's really not going to hurt me. I've been catching all my fish in the current, and I just hope they're there when I get there today. If I can catch me 14, 15 pounds a day, I feel like I got a good shot to win this thing if I can catch 16 pounds tomorrow. So we're going to go out there and give it all we got.
Will Davis in second place, not too far back of our leader, Brandon Palaniuk, the rookie from Alabama. Again, if you're just joining us, we have a fog delay here at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite, 5th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. This is semifinal Saturday, very, very important day. You got to fish your way into the top 10, and Will Davis there, we're looking forward, as we said, to following him to where the current is. That's going to be the Logan Martin Dam, right, Davey?
Absolutely, and I'm sure he's going to be up there. There won't be as much current as we saw yesterday. It doesn't look like, looking at the generation schedule, but there'll be enough, and like I said, Will Davis certainly has a lot of experience with the different varieties of current, whether you've got slack current or current that's pushing a lot harder like we saw yesterday afternoon when he caught most of his weight. But it looks real good here. We've only had about a 25-minute delay, and you can see it's lightening up just a bit, and it looks like we're going to get off. Strategies will change if they are held over an hour or so from now, but 25, 30-minute delay, everybody will still pretty much be on the same schedule.
All right.
In past days, Tommy, I mean, if you were a boat 97 yesterday leaving the dock out of our 104-person field, you're still probably running to your first spot because based on the time to leave the dock and then also the traveling, you're not losing too much time. You're right, Davey.
Yeah, good point right there. Once again, a look at our leaderboard after 2 days of fishing. Brandon Palaniuk, one of the top anglers, extreme top tier of the anglers here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, doing it again, trying to win it wire to wire. We just heard from Will Davis, and one of our big performing rookies, rookie leader right now, Bernie Schultz. He's been out here since fished his first Bassmaster tournament in 1982. Wow. 4 decades out there. So we are in hopes to get this thing just started just moments away. We have heard some rumors, don't want to raise any false hopes, but we could be going very quickly here.
Hey there, anglers. I'm Fox Weather's Craig Herrera, and this is the Bassmaster Elite forecast, looking at the weather out on Lay Lake and Shelby County, Alabama for this weekend's tournament. Saturday, we've got a mix of sun and clouds. Temperatures right in the mid to upper 80s, kind of muggy out there as well. Slight chance for a few showers. Water temperatures right in the low 70s. That light southwesterly morning breeze will switch directions and come in from the north during the afternoon. And then on Sunday, still feeling pretty warm. Mid and upper 80s, really muggy out there. Temperatures approaching about 87 degrees or so. Good luck to everyone out there. Remember, you can download the Fox Weather app or stream Fox Weather from your favorite connected TV device.
Maybe get Craig Herrera to pull a few strings for us, get rid of this fog out here. As we take a look at, we talked about the history here on Lay Lake, and it's all Bassmaster Classic history. The World Championship held here 4 times, and back in 1996, our colleague Davey Height was the runner-up in a great tournament won by George Cochran.
Yeah, that was a great one. It was a tough event, though, in the summertime, and a few years later, Jay Ellis, another summer classic. If these guys think it was tough the last few days out on Lay Lake, you should try it in August. It gets very, very difficult. But each and every classic that has been here, very enjoyable, very different outcomes, different ways to catch the fish, but a lot of history here on Lay Lake.
Yeah, we saw some footage from 2002 and the great Jay Ellis, of course, winning in that current up there that we were talking about that's going to play a factor in today's action there. Also in 2010, a big Bassmaster Classic, which played out in Beeswax Creek, where a lot of the very top performance has been taking place out there.
That's why it's so surprising that Brandon Palaniuk has basically had the back of that Beeswax Creek all to himself in this event. Just another angler or two just kind of moving in and out just for a short time, but it's incredible that he's had that all to himself.
Absolutely, and I said I don't want to raise false hopes. They were going to start, and they just were getting ready to start, and they said, oh, we have to shut it down for just a few more minutes because a little more fog dripping in here. Hopefully it will clear away soon, and we can get. That's the way I feel, Stetson.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it's like. Please, come on, can we go? Can we get this thing going here? Stetson Blaylock, who has made every cut this year, having a great season, of course, having a great season every season is that man right there, our leader, Brandon Palaniuk. So all of them waiting out this thing. Will Davis, biggest bag yesterday, the rookie from just down the road, Sylacauga, Alabama. So much history here. Justin Hamner, another Alabama angler, but not from the Coosa River, from Northport, Alabama, actually lists Lake Tuscaloosa as his home lake.
Roll Tide.
And I'll tell you this, he did, this says so on Bassmaster.com, he did an essay about role models when he was in junior high, and his role model was Jay Ellis, who won the Classic here. Could that be an omen of what could happen out there today? Bernie Schultz with 4 decades of experience with the Bassmasters.
Jay Ellis won the Classic here in 2002. Bernie Schultz been fishing since 1982 on the Bassmaster Tournament trails.
Looking for that first victory. It could happen here. Boy, he has been strong out there.
That's the one big thing we talked about, classic history, guys. And you talked about Davey, the 96 and the 02 Classics. Those were in the summertime. But then we have the 07 and the 10 Classics in February. We've never been on Lay Lake in a professional level tournament with B.A.S.S. in the month of May. Now, locals may, wish it was 2 weeks earlier than we are here, or 2 weeks later, because they're kind of in the middle of their spring to summer transition. But the fact of the matter is, a lot of things happen on Lay Lake and the Coosa River in the month of May. We were at Neely Henry, just a few lakes up in 2021. It was normal, stable conditions for a May. Had ultimate crazy flooding conditions throughout the event, and that threw a lot of locals for a loop. But we had a local win that. Now we have a local in second place this week as well.
Brandon Palaniuk, all the things he's done. Again, 8 wins with the Bassmasters. We have to repeat again. It's so important, along with the Bassmaster Classic Progressive Angler of the Year, and back in 2017 and again in 2022. He pulled off that feat, being the best, the most consistent angler over the entire season.
Yeah, it's a tough feat to accomplish. Most anglers think that winning Angler of the Year is maybe even more important to your resume of your career than winning a Bassmaster Classic. I don't know if that's definitely true or not, but certainly Brandon Palaniuk has done that twice, and to be able to win Angler of the Year already twice in his young career, it's absolutely incredible. In 2022, Brandon Palaniuk was flawless, and then when we go on the northern swing and you get up around those smallmouth bass, you always know that Brandon Palaniuk is going to be right in the middle of things up there. He started out a little slower this year, had a tough finish early on, but man, he is going up the leaderboard, and like I said, we go to that northern swing, everybody will have to have their eye on Brandon Palaniuk.
Absolutely, and again, he is the man trying to go wire to wire here at Lay Lake. First time ever for the Elite Series anglers in a regular season event at Lay Lake. He has the lead, pound plus, going into day number 3. Again, if you're just joining us, we are in a fog delay right now, kind of setting some groundwork, getting familiar with the players who will be in action, we hope, very, very soon. Ronnie Moore.
Yeah, Tommy, as we're bringing it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, I wanted to break down a couple of the people that we could see in our Angler of the Year race at the end of the year. There are a couple telltale signs. You can't really have any more, it seems. You maybe could have one slip up in past years. We have 9 regular season events that are points tournaments. You could maybe have a 90th or 100th place finish, but you better have multiple top 10s to back it up and make the difference up. Now it seems, Davey, how you can barely miss the top 50 cut throughout a season if you want a shot at winning Progressive Angler of the Year. And 5 events, and these are the 5 for 5 guys, I'm going to call them, because through 5 Elite Series tournaments, over halfway through the season now with only 4 remaining on the schedule, these guys have made all 5 Saturday cuts. They've been fishing on a lot of weekends lately. All 5 cuts, all 5 checks for those guys. Our Progressive Angler of the Year leader, Brandon Cobb, sitting in 12th place today. Not only has he made all 5 top 50 cuts, his lowest finish has been 20th place. If he stays in the top 20 today, he'll have 5 top 20s, which feature 3 top 10s so far this year. Then we've got guys like Drew Cook, Tyler Rivette, John Cox, all right behind him in Angler of the Year race. All have made cuts. Tyler Rivette, the winner of our first event. Drew Cook almost backed it up in South Carolina, had 2 back-to-back top 10s, including the place he was the defending champ on Santee Cooper, our last stop. Then we have Kyle Welcher, David Gaston, 2 Alabama anglers, one of them being a rookie on the Elite Series, one of them being a rookie sensation a few years ago. These guys fishing the way they are, the first half of the season really set up for them. We knew that they would probably catch stride at Lay Lake and probably the Sabine River for the next ones. Wondering how they'll do in the northern swing, if they'll keep their hat in the ring for Progressive Angler of the Year. And then we've got 2 guys, wily veterans of the sport. Mike Iaconelli, welcome back to the Elite Series, Mike Iaconelli. He came back last season, had a terrible year, one of his worst of all time. Said he was trying to win every event and do too much. This year he's having fun, fishing the way he knows, and he's made all 5 top 50 cuts. He needed a good day yesterday to do so. He did just that. And then the all-consistent Stetson Blaylock. It seems like every single year he's always making more than 3/4 of the cuts for the Elite Series in the top 50. He is a guy, though, all the way down in 13th place. So our top, it's not just a shoe-in that you're going to be in the top 8, top 9 of Angler of the Year if you've made all the cuts. Stetson Blaylock in 13th place and still so consistent, cash and checks. So he just needs a couple top 10s. He's got some 30s and 40s finishes. He's in the top 10 this week. Maybe we'll see him do that top 10 and jump into our top 10 for Progressive Angler of the Year. So those are the 5 for 5 guys. How impressive is that? I mean, Brandon Lester got 2nd in Angler of the Year and was the only one to make all 9 cuts last year.
Absolutely. That's an impressive group. That is so hard to do what they have done. It's hard to win also every time out here in the Bassmaster Elite Series. And we started at legendary Lake Okeechobee, and Tyler Rivette fooling everybody, Davey.
Yeah, absolutely. Starting out on Lake Okeechobee, the one lake that we thought maybe this tournament will not be affected by the forward-facing sonar that we deal with in almost every event, but Tyler Rivette proved that to be wrong. He stayed in the Kissimmee River, not far from Takeoff, found a couple of little key areas of where the current was changing and hard bottom, and was able to use a jerkbait and his forward-facing sonar to win that event. We go to the next event to Lake Seminole. Joey Fuentes Started where I thought the winner might possibly start, doing what I thought the winner might possibly do, and much like this tournament, I could not believe there was not other anglers in that area doing exactly what he was doing. It worked out wire to wire. From start to finish, he was able to win that event. His rookie season, only his second event out. A great look at Joey and seeing how good he is, not only with his forward-facing sonar, but fishing in a lot of other ways.
And then we move into the state of South Carolina, had a bomb buster of a tournament at Lake Murray, and Drew Benton, one of the veterans, already owned a victory, was very creative in his thinking, able to pull this one off.
He really was, and Lake Murray, South Carolina is where I grew up, and a little surprising to me that Drew Benton won this event, basically not paying any attention to the blueback herring spawn. He caught his fish the first 2 days, sight fishing only, and we were kind of on the tail end of the sight fishing there on Lake Murray. Drew Benton had to mix it up a little bit on day 3, and then the final day came from 10th place to hold that blue trophy over his head.
And then at South Carolina, the Santee Cooper Lakes, notorious for giant bass, and Luke Palmer found the biggest of the bunch.
No surprise to really see Luke Palmer have a good tournament and even win this tournament. Last year we were there a little earlier in the year, but Luke Palmer finished 3rd doing the same thing, fishing the cypress tree. But the way he won this event with a 14-pound lead over 2nd place was absolutely amazing week for Luke Palmer there in Santee Cooper Lakes.
Well, once again, thanks for joining us this morning on Bassmaster Live. We hope to bring you very, very soon action from semifinal Saturday here as these 50 anglers who remain after 2 days of fishing are trying to make it into tomorrow's 10 angler showdown for the 5th tournament of the year. But we are in the middle of a fog delay. We were set to go off, to take off about 40 minutes ago, and still the fog delay stretches on. I keep straining my eyes to see some better visibility happening out here.
If you stare long enough, Tommy, the fog thickens, and it also lightens up at the exact same time. As an angler out there, you're like, oh, we're good. Oh, no, we're not. We got to wait just a second. Oh, we're good again. No.
A lot of that, the way that fog appears depends on where you're at. Like I said, Brandon Palaniuk, the leader, thinks, I think it's still a little too dangerous to go right now, guys. We can't see as much as we should. Matt Herring, I guarantee you, he wants to go out there to make up some ground on Brandon Palaniuk here on day 3. The one thing, if you're not familiar with the Bassmaster tournaments, fog delays are absolutely something that we have to do because you need to be able to see to navigate. Weather, unless the wind is blowing just like crazy, crazy strong, we go when the wind's blowing, when the wind's not blowing, when it's 8 degrees or when it's 95 degrees, we go fishing. But fog is one thing you certainly have to respect, and safety is first always.
Absolutely. That's the number one concern. Everybody needs to come back to the weigh-in in good shape. There's Joey Cifuentes. And of course, we just got to see some footage of him with his big win as a rookie down at Lake Seminole. The majority of our winners this year, first-time winners, that is for sure.
Yeah.
That's not where we're headed right now unless Will Davis can go. But we got a lot of developments to happen before this tournament is over.
We're just halfway through, Tommy.
We're just halfway through, and so we're stuck at halfway through right now for the time being for the last
pause.
40 minutes. A fog delay. We got our fingers crossed, hoping for the best, and our 50 anglers will be out there soon. We'll be right back. Tonight, it's a showcase of some of MLB's biggest stars as Manny Machado leads the Padres against rival Mookie Betts and the Dodgers, or the Astros battle Tim Anderson and the White Sox tonight, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on Fox. Big baseball night coming up. As for the day, we're getting ready, I think, fingers crossed, to unleash some of fishing's biggest stars here, finally, to get started doing their thing on Lay Lake at this 5th stop of the year. Yes, for the Bassmaster Elite Series, the fog delay is officially over. We have boats launching right now, so it's going to take a little time to get our boats safely out there, and a little time for the anglers to reach the spots where they will be fishing, but we have hopes that our tournament leader, Davey, he shouldn't be that long getting to his place.
That's
right?
exactly right. About a 45-minute delay, so the catches should still be really good this morning. Some of the shad spawn still taking place, I'm sure, of some of these anglers. But Brandon Palaniuk is starting very close to the takeoff, like you said. So hopefully it won't be long before we see Brandon Palaniuk putting a few fish in the boat.
Yeah, we saw our leader there getting ready to go, so he'll be, as you say, set up moments away. Stetson Palaniuk, what a great season he's had. Yet we've not had him on Bassmaster Live so far this year, but now we have got him on. Justin Hamner, very positive about his chances on this day. But the man who's, I would imagine with good reason, the most positive is our leader trying to go wire to wire, and that is Brandon Palaniuk.
Yeah, but Brandon, a little short run right back into the back of Beeswax Creek. Yesterday, had a fish that was guarding fry that he hooked and lost close to the boat, but the fish stayed around. Hopefully this morning he starts on that fish and catches look like about a 3.5 pounder. That'd be a great way for him to start his day.
Well, the two-time Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year getting ready to have another go at it very shortly here. We talked to him one more time before these guys took off.
We've made this area work the last 2 days. We're gonna try to make something happen again today. I don't know what to expect. We've got different conditions. When I was driving to the ramp this morning, it was clear and sunny, and I was excited about that because I felt like I was gonna be able to see well this morning and everything. And then it hasn't happened. So the fog rolled in, it's gonna be dark. I'm not gonna be able to see the cruisers very well. So we're just gonna have to go fishing, make a game plan as we go. But we're in the lead. These are the moments we live for. So we're gonna see what we can make happen.
What will Lay Lake offer us today? Once again, it's been a very, very interesting playing field so far. Not without its challenges, that is for sure. There's about 50 anglers who can tell you, about 54 anglers who can tell you the challenges were just a bit too much this time around, but we have 50 left. We're going to give it a throw this time around, Davey, as we take another look at the 12,000 acres, 1/10 the size of the place we were at our last stop in South Carolina.
Yeah, relatively speaking, it's a small lake for the Bassmaster Elite Series, but because it's so long, almost 50 miles long, a lot of fishable water, and we've seen for this time of year, anglers fishing all the way in the backs of the creeks like Cedar Creek, all the way up the river going by the power plant there, all the way up to the Logan Martin Dam. A lot of good fishing. As we saw earlier, the catches from one end of this lake to the other. And we're glad to see Brandon Palaniuk already fishing here this morning, just 2 minutes from takeoff.
A little bit further out than we have the last couple mornings. Just with the fog and stuff, I'm not gonna be able to see good this morning. And if no one else is gonna come back here, I'd like to start out here and try to let the sun get up a little bit. I've caught quite a few fish just cruising and stuff in the mornings, and I'd like to be able to see those fish, and you're just not going to be able to see them with the current conditions. So I figured I'd run through this maybe real quick, and then we might go hit some of those brim beds and see if we can't pick a few fish off of those maybe.
So Brandon's starting here, probably looking to see if there's some shad spawning around this riprap and this bridge.
So it looks like nobody in the first flight is coming back here.
The other thing I was going to mention is a little blocking here
keep
potentially.
It that way.
This is the entrance to where he's caught most of his fish. And him being the leader of the event, it would be maybe a little disrespectful if someone hasn't been back there to idle right by him and go in there. It would certainly be legal, but for him to be sitting right there, kind of right at the entrance to where he has made all his hay, so to speak. We'll see if anyone
warfare,
does. Absolutely.
Well, and the other thing, I'm assuming they're going to do this like normal, but we have 50 anglers out there, 25 in the first flight, 26 through 50 in the second flight. You hold the second flight for 15 minutes to give them a fair competitive day. Those first group have to come in earlier in the day, so we hold the second group so it's even fishing time. First 25 did not make a turn to come back here, so Brandon's safe on that. He'll have at least 15 more minutes, like you said, before the next group, and who knows? I guess the next group will have to make a moral decision there if they're going to go be near the leader or not.
So they go out in the order that they are positioned. So Will Davis Jr. was right behind Brandon Palaniuk. And growing up here, fishing here so much, when Brandon took that left and went right in the back of that creek, I bet he just said, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah.
I'm second to him, just fishing right there.
Yeah.
A few guys who we did see go in Beeswax Creek on the map did not make the cut. I'm not going to say who.
Oh, you're talking about in previous days that fished around Takeoff, for sure.
Ernie Schultz starting much the same way he started day number 2.
Anglers did not make the cut. I mentioned Will Davis saying, "Are you kidding me?" There's some anglers that didn't make the cut that aren't fishing today that are watching, I'm sure, and they're probably saying the same thing. Are you kidding me? I went from the Lay Lake Dam to the Logan Martin Dam 12 times, and he's leading the tournament.
It may not be
Right there.
under it real well yet. Without the sun, when the sun gets up, it creates a shade line, and all that bait pushes into that shade line, and then the bass just follow them, so they get up against those columns. But when it's just kind of calm and low light like this, the bait can just roam around on this flat. They don't have to get sucked up in there.
So Bernie Schultz catch a couple nice fish. A spotted bass yesterday morning, start off with a good 3.5 pounder, and then a 5-pound largemouth.
This is
both on a buzz bait.
more
Swimming a jig this morning,
consistent
changing it up a little
pilings
bit.
right there. It's got just a little bit of a hole from the current washing out around those pilings.
Here comes the buzz bait for Bernie.
The boat started idling this way. I was getting nervous.
Again, we're in the boats with the top 10 anglers today. Starting in 10th place today is this man right here, also an Alabama man. That's not him. We just switched to another one. That's Jay Shakur. Great day yesterday for Jay.
He really has. We talked about how you assume, being from Wisconsin, he's a smallmouth expert, but he's pretty dang good with these southern largemouth.
He's he's the future for sure.
Little spot. Little 1.25-pound spot. Start the day.
It's crazy the drastic approaches we'll see from guys. They've got the moping or the Demiki rig technique, on the jig head minnow on some, offshore spotted bass, like Bob Downey gave us a little peek the other day on, and Jay Shakur doing the same thing. Yet then you'll have other Minnesota and Wisconsin guys locking a spinnerbait and a swim jig in their hand, power fishing up shallow. That part of the country, Minnesota, Wisconsin, has bred some great Elite Series pros the last 5 or 6 years that have just shown it doesn't matter where you fish across the country, you're prepared if you come from that region.
Yeah, and you think smallmouth about that region, and also up our Canadian anglers, you think, well, they're going to be smallmouth experts, but wait till they get around vegetation and largemouth. Well, they've got beautiful largemouth and vegetation that they flip and pitch and fish just like we do in the South.
Think of where we wrapped the season up last year, La Crosse, Wisconsin, the upper Mississippi. All that vegetation, all that good bass fishing. Stetson Blaylock having a great season, as we said. He's made every cut this year, as Ronnie pointed out on his 5 for 5 presentation a few minutes ago.
Made me hungry, man. I got real hungry.
Great to look at this 4-box here that we talked about, the diversity you have here in May on the Coosa River, Lay Lake. Jay appears to be fishing offshore. Brandon fishing bridge pilings. Stetson offshore. Bernie Schultz throwing right to the shoreline vegetation.
Yeah, I haven't even caught one yet.
I say Brandon stays here until they let that second group go. Doing a little psychological block.
Slide on back in there.
Well, that's part of the game.
I saw him pointing at people when he was like, no, he wasn't pointing at people.
Brandon Palaniuk, again, 2-time Angler of the Year. We got another former Angler of the Year in our top 10. We'll be with him all day. Minnesota, as we mentioned, is the home of Seth Fighter.
Seth, one angler said he wasn't catching much early in the morning, didn't mind a fog delay, but he's hooked up here.
Yeah, bud.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, bud. Number 1. You hold that for me? Who knows? We'll take every bite we can get, dude. Every bite we can get.
Gracias. Gracias. Slow start to his season. He was in the 80s in our AOI standings. With this finish, he may get inside our classic cut line of 40.
He became a Bass millionaire this year. He only needed like $5,000 or
really?
$6,000,
Yeah.
and he said, I figured I'd knock it out one of the first two events, but I decided not to make either cut. But you get the guaranteed check at the Bassmaster Classic, so we crowned him a Bass millionaire at the Bassmaster Classic.
Good for him, Seth Fighter. That's got to be a bonus fish for him if he'd have said he's not catching
no
them
doubt.
early. So it's a good start. Man from Minnesota. And Palaniuk still on top. No fish in the boat yet. Ditto for Will Davis, Bernie Schultz, and Justin Hamner, according to Bass Track, our unofficial scoring system. We'll also be seeing Patrick Walters later, along with Matt Herron and Justin Atkins for sure. We'll be right back in just a couple of minutes.
Yes!
No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good Saturday morning. Great to have you with us. Thanks for joining us for Bassmaster Live, a big day. This 2023 Bassmaster Elite Series. This is the fifth stop of the year, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake in Shelby County, Alabama. Place with a lot of Bassmaster history. And we got a trivia question for you. Speaking of history right now, which active Elite Series angler finished highest at the Classic that was held back here in 1996? Let's think about it. Could it be Rick Clunn? Could it be David Fritz, Larry Nixon, or Clark Winlet? I guess we get to think and answer at the same time. Is that, yeah, go ahead. Ronnie, I'll hit you first.
Oh my gosh, 96, I was 3 years old. I'm gonna go see Larry Nixon.
Okay, Davey Hyde, you fished that Classic.
96, I was fishing that Classic. Definitely not 3 years old. I'm going to say, hey, Rick Clunn.
Prodigy.
I think I'll go with Rick Clunn as well.
I'll go with Davey Hyde.
All right. Answer coming up. It is Rick Clunn. Davey Hyde scoring big on trivia early on. First trivia I think we've had here on FS1 this year.
Fun stuff, fun stuff.
As you see, we
I
got
thought
still
you guys-
anglers headed out to their fishing spots after a 40-minute fog delay.
I thought you guys were asking who got 25th in the class. That's why I said Larry Nixon. That's what it was.
well,
Yeah.
Just a simple mix-up then.
A little fog delay.
Ronnie.
Yeah, up in my brain.
Well, who was the rookie last year in 2022, the Bassmaster Elite Series? This man right here, Jay Shakur, also picked up a century belt for catching 100 pounds. First ever to catch 100 pounds of smallmouth in 4 days of fishing in an Elite Series tournament.
Jay fishing offshore using his forward-facing sonar, it appears. Got one spotted bass in a live well, and this looks like number 2. Alabama spotted bass.
Yeah.
Alex Red Wine is at it again. Early morning bite. He's got two fish for 4 pounds. He jumped into our top 10 at 7th. And Brandon Cobb, our Phoenix Boats big bass leader with 2.5 pounder. That'll be beat soon, we hope. But he's also in our top 10 at 8th. AOI leader. Keep his foot on the pedal.
Seth Fighter already with a 2-pounder in the boat.
Keep.
Our keepers here have to be 12 inches in length.
Be 12,
on Lay
baby.
Lake.
Be
All
12.
species of bass.
I think that's going to barely be
11
a
and
keeper there.
3/4 to me.
Not 13 inches, but that looks like a 12 inch.
Be 12, baby. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. 12 and 3/4. Those are like gold. If you're just tuning in this time of the year on the Coosa River with so much going on. Certainly to Seth Fighter, he said, I'm not catching anything early in the morning, and he's got 2 in the live well already.
Few anglers just below our top 50 cut that came in with 4 fish on either day 1 or day 2, and a pound to a pound-and-a-half keeper would have put them in the money in fishing today. So those are just as
I thought
crucial
this was
as
a
the big
big
ones.
fish stretch. I caught a 3 here in practice, and then I caught like a 4-pounder here yesterday. Those are only 2 bites I've had here. But
No.
I'll take every
No,
12
no
plus incher
family.
that wants to bite, I promise you. Until we got 5 of them, then we can worry about it.
See the boat running by. Some anglers are just now getting started. They secure it, not just now getting started. It's the third keeper. If he gets it in the boat.
Another pound and a quarter, probably.
In the school, the spotted bass offshore, right on the main river.
Brian New back in our top 10 with a 3.5 pounder. He started 11th place after a great day 1:18.12.
Justin Hamner, one of our Alabama anglers in the top 10. He couldn't wait for today.
Oh, he's hooked in the back. Number 1. You're big.
Jerkbait there with 3 sets of treble hook and very erratic action. Sometimes you don't get them right in the mouth, but certainly a legal fish.
All right. Got to start somewhere.
Got to start somewhere. Exactly right.
This whole deal is just a numbers game. I mean, we're going to catch fish all day. But
boy, we like to hear that.
Oh, yes.
Just guaranteed us we're going to catch fish all day.
it's like if you catch enough of them, of the little ones, finally they start to clear out and the big one will actually commit before one of the little ones can get to it. Because there was a big one chasing it just then. But a little guy got it first.
What he's saying there makes a lot of sense.
Bigger baits at them.
Spotted bass are much more aggressive than the largemouth, oftentimes, more times than not, and you got to catch a few of those to get your bait to those lazy largemouth. It's a good problem to have to weed through the small ones to catch a big one.
Wow, Jay Shakur again hooked up. Could be number 4.
I told you we were putting all the catches, Tommy, from the day. We burned an hour. They got to catch them quick today.
It worked that way. I'm glad to hear it.
The fish understood.
Number 4.
What's that one weigh?
Pound, probably. Pound and a quarter.
Where these 5 pounders at? Just think because they're all 5 pounders.
Yeah. It's not easy, right?
Another warm day today. We might see more of these fish being caught offshore today than we did the previous 2 days. A lot of these fish on the tail end of the spawn, the shad spawn kind of going away. Jay Security got his 5th one up.
All right, there's a limit. No, that one might not make it.
Have to measure him.
Yeah.
Gonna be close.
You don't want to discount any single ounce of fish in this tournament.
Yeah.
I think he might be a keeper. Yep.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, he's probably a pound. I think that's 5, ain't it?
That is 5. Time to go.
Jay from Stevens Point, Wisconsin. Definitely promising young angler, as we said. Last year's Rookie of the Year out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. That's a hard thing to win these days.
It definitely is, and he did a great job all season long to be able to win Rookie of the Year. You have to be on point all season long, but Jay Security has certainly been BMC Redline on point this morning, catching a 5-fish limit in about 14 or 15 minutes. After a 45-minute fog delay, he went straight to his juice, straight to the BMC on point spot, offshore catching a limit of Alabama spotted bass. A way to get things going, and we enjoy watching these anglers catch these fish. We're glad Jay has caught his limit early for us, while a lot of the anglers haven't even got, probably a third of the field may have not even got to their starting spots yet, but Jay Security. BMC on point.
Limit always a valuable thing to have, whether you're trying to make it into the top 10 or trying to stay in the top 10 and get that business out of the way as fast as you possibly can. Start upgrading throughout the rest of the day. Here's your leaderboard as it stands right now. Brandon Palaniuk still waiting on his first keeper of the day. Ditto for Will Davis, but Jay Shakur with that 5 fish limit, small ones albeit, puts him up into third place. Seth Fighter, a couple of good ones so far today. A lot of good keepers anyway. And Ernie Schultz, Brian New, Hamner, Redwine, Cobb, and Blaylock rounding out our top 10. 23 USFL season continues today on Fox as the Houston Gamblers take on the Birmingham Stallions at 4 p.m. Eastern. Then tomorrow, it's the Memphis Showboats versus the New Orleans Breakers at 3 p.m. Eastern, also on Fox and all streaming on the Fox Sports app. Welcome back. It's Bassmaster Live, and after a 45-minute fog delay, we are underway. Semifinal Saturday here on Lay Lake in Shelby County, Alabama. Very important tournament, the halfway mark of the year. We just passed, as a matter of fact, technically speaking. And we've got the takeoff underway finally this morning. Still a little lingering fog out there as we take a look at our tournament leader, Brandon Palaniuk. TH Marine Weather Watch, high today, getting up there, 87 degrees, low of 66 tonight. Partly sunny with showers possible during the day.
A little warmer today than it has been.
And warmer still tomorrow, I think, if it's
Championship Sunday, 86 degrees. Just no fog,
Yeah,
hopefully
please.
tomorrow morning.
The northwest
Like
wind
the
should, I hope
slowest
they
chaser
start
ever.
at daylight.
Still behind it really slowly. He's a very big one.
He keeps looking behind his over his shoulder, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got a pretty, he's got a sweet deal staked out there. You don't want to see that in jeopardy.
Yeah. Fishing a little differently than we've seen him. He's been using his 360 a lot the last 2 days, especially yesterday afternoon, but this morning he's using his forward-facing Humminbird Mega View. Fishing a jerk bait, we see a lot of anglers doing this. I have not seen Brandon doing it so far this week. He's hooked up.
Oh. Pretty sure I hit the stump, triggered one. He swiped at it. I missed him. That's what makes me think they're bass. They look like bass, and then when you hit a stump and they trigger, it's like everything in the book says, like that's when a bass eats. Like that one right there, tail wagging. Oh, is he coming back? Change colors, maybe.
See several fish there. Close to the bottom, one stump there. Can't tell. It's like Brandon, not 100% looking at the picture there if they're bass or not. A lot of other species. We've seen quite a few drum being caught and some striped bass, a few catfish.
Yep.
This is more a chopper. More chopper than a glider.
We were reviewing the season during the fog delay, Davey, and you said something about Joey Cifuentes, what he was doing. You couldn't believe that no one else had picked up on what he was doing. Brandon Palaniuk said that about what he has been doing in there. What does he mean by that?
Well, first and foremost, is known to hold a lot of fish in that particular creek close to Takeoff, a lot of tournaments there, a lot of fish released there. Like Ronnie has talked about all week long, the current not as affecting as much right there as it does on one end or the other of Lay Lake. Still do have some water movement in that particular creek, and we saw that yesterday. Number one, he caught a lot of his fish the first day, sight fishing. A little surprising that we didn't see a Drew Benton, a Drew Cook, some of those guys that just live to do that, not find some of those fish there the first day or find them in practice.
Chasing it.
But then yesterday, when the water started falling, I'm sure Brandon was thinking this. I was thinking this a little bit also. Man, this is probably going to go away. These fish are going to pull out. And he even talked about leaving. But he was looking at his Humminbird 360 and started seeing a few brim beds around some isolated stumps offshore and started making casts to those areas and really caught most of what he weighed in doing that yesterday. So it opened up a whole new page for Brandon Palaniuk in this one area. So I don't expect to see him leaving there today no matter what happens.
He claimed to be clueless after day one. Well, hooked up here. Claimed to be clueless after day one. He seems to be a little more dialed in now.
Yes, absolutely. Speaking of dialed in.
Yeah, man. Jay Shakur, a little better one there.
Yes, that'll definitely help him.
Good spot.
A solid spotted bass there. Yeah. Good call there. Just threw back a cigar and put in a moon pie.
Yeah, that's right, no doubt.
2.5 probably.
2.5 pounder for one that probably didn't weigh quite 1 pound. Heard Justin Hamner say he's catching a lot of spotted bass just like Jay. And it's a process. You got to weed through them, and that's what he's doing. Early and often for Jay.
Somebody watching at home may say, well, we see Seth Fighter catch a largemouth, and it was better than any other fish we've seen on live today so far, and the big bass of the tournaments are largemouth. Why would you even target spotted bass? But the fact that they could be so much more consistent. And this week, your floor of performance is a lot lower than others. You have the ability to come in with just 1, 2, 3 fish. So having that stable consistency and your ceiling or your floor is a lot higher with spotted bass. I'm gonna catch 5, I'm gonna have at least 6 or 7 pounds, then I can go dedicate time to largemouth if I really can't upgrade with spotted bass, but it kind of keeps your floor a little higher this week.
And a lot of these anglers base their tournament on their practice. Sometimes if you just have a terrible practice, you can just throw it all away and go fishing on the first day, which some of the anglers said they were going to do here, including Brian New. But you hear NASCAR drivers talk about, I had a 3rd place car. And if you have a practice, you have to go on your practice as best you can. And sometimes you can't just say, okay, I'm going to go catch all big largemouth, because it's not reality. So some of these anglers, hey, I need to get out of here, make a good solid check, make some Angler of the Year points, try to make the Bassmaster Classic. There's a lot more going on than just trying to win each event if you know you really don't have the 1st place car.
Yeah.
Which most of the time our successful anglers on the Elite Series don't have a 1st place car, but man, they do the little things right. Their pit stops are quick, and they're efficient, and they kind of get better throughout the event, but they never were the best, right off the rip.
I'd say more times than not, and Brandon Palaniuk's a prime example. I think he was being honest with us that he was totally surprised at what he had on day 1 and day 2.
Yeah.
I was hoping there'd be some more
fish
along this line over here. I'm not seeing much yet.
Red Wine has just caught his 3rd and 4th fish. He's from 19th place to 4th. He jumped up yesterday from 51st to 19th.
Wow.
Big day. A lot of fish catches.
Certainly has figured something out here in the last 2 days.
Bass fishing, the reason people love it is such an aspirational sport. You could say that just about anyone can do it. Brandon Palaniuk will back up that sentiment.
The cool thing about our sport, about bass fishing, is that it doesn't matter where you're at right now watching this, you can make it to this level, right? There is opportunity for everybody. Doesn't matter where you're from, what your cultural upbringing is, doesn't even matter how much money you have. There is opportunity for everyone to make it. Every guy here has a story, you know, of struggle and financial problems and all of these things, but they had a dream, they wanted to make it, they had a passion, and this is a sport that actually saved a lot of guys, right? That it gave them something to hold on to and to dream about. And I know when I was 8 years old, growing up in Idaho, everyone said there's no way you're gonna fish professionally on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and I pretty much dedicated my entire life to it. And so I'm a perfect example of being able to come from a place that's not known for bass fishing and being able to make it to the top level of this sport. So if I can do it, any kid out there watching right now is able to make it.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Great to have you with us this Saturday morning. It's a big day for the Bassmasters. This is the 2023 Bassmaster Elite Series, the top performers in the sport at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake, the 5th of our 9 regular season tournaments. Each one of them so very important, winning so hard out here, but we have 50 anglers who have qualified for today. We're in the boat with the top 10 as we begin after a 45-minute fog delay today, so they're fishing a little bit of a truncated schedule, you might say.
45 minutes, Tommy. It felt like 2.5 hours. What are you talking about?
It felt like only 5 minutes for Brandon Palaniuk.
A pound.
Just
wasn't me.
There we go. That's more like it. Easy, girl. She only got one hook. Easy. Gosh, they pull. No giant, but.
Oh! Thought he got away.
There we go. Getting at the bottom. There we go.
Solid largemouth.
Not bad.
A lot of confidence for Justin after the weigh-in. At the weigh-in yesterday, said, I'm going to get out there, maybe wreck him tomorrow. So we'll see.
He had a slow day on day one, which was surprising. We expected to see him do well, but he certainly got on something yesterday. He's very confident about it yesterday and this morning. His first fish, he said, hey, it's just a process. We're going to catch them all
See
day
how
long.
they're just not committing to it, though. Just barely had that one back hook. Probably shouldn't have boat flipped her, but I figured by the time I get down there and start trying to grab it, I'd end up losing it. Just go ahead and swing her.
That's the kind that'll get you somewhere on this lake.
Definitely. He's fishing a secondary point. Looking at map a few minutes ago, I think maybe Waxahachie Creek.
One of the
lower end of one of the bigger creeks on the entire lake, the lower end.
Looking at the water level at Lay Lake, we were worried about that yesterday, if they were starting to drop it or if it wasn't running as much current into the system. Well, it looks like it came up about 0.2. It was just below 364.5 yesterday, so it was like 364.4. Now it's 364.6 or 7. So it's kind of stabilized back up, just a little under full pull, a couple inches.
A lot of the anglers that were fishing shallow, including Brandon Palaniuk, thought that falling water was going to really hurt them, but it ended up being a blessing for Brandon Palaniuk. Seemed to be buying time a little bit this morning, but Jay Shakur is not buying time. He's just putting one fish after the other in the live well.
Oh, man, look at all the shad coming out. Yeah.
Oh, boy. Spotted bass, we've seen him catching this morning, but the largemouth and the spotted bass, they really try to put weight back on right after the spawning process when it's Mother Nature's perfect timing for right when these largemouth need a lot of food after their spawn. The threadfin shad spawn, and they gorge themselves and put a lot of weight on here in the next few weeks.
With Brandon not catching one, Palaniuk, Jay Shakur has just taken over the lead by about a half a pound.
You get 5 fish, you catch a bigger one than one of your 5, you can release the smallest, thus upgrade throughout the day.
Yep.
AKA what we call a cull.
A cull.
Cull.
You have to do that. Once you catch your 6 fish, you have to release one before you can start back fishing. You can't possess over 5 fish at any one time.
And it's a tournament regulation and a rule, but that's also based upon state regulations most of the time. At times where it's, you know, they all developed that and derived from that back in the day. And so if you make a cast with 6 fish, you get a 2-pound penalty, and you have to cull back down to 5 fish. You never want to do that. That puts you behind the 8 ball a little bit.
We see it once in a while. You get in a hurry.
It happens.
Brandon Palaniuk, our leader, has done it like 19 times, and it's never hurt him though. He's won every time that he's done it. He's still won.
Trenches from guys' motors.
Oh, it's
driving
good
through the mud.
See Will Davis here, and it looks like some fish schooling in front of him.
I think he's not far down the main lake from where Shakur it's reeling them in every other cast.
Caught 2 fish off of each of these yesterday.
See a little residual fog there where Will Davis is. If you're just joining us, we started late today. 45-minute fog delay.
We started early. They started late.
Well, yeah.
Might have been a really good morning for shad spawn if the fog's going to keep it low, keep the light low.
Small right there.
Bluegill had a hold of it or what? It felt funny. Maybe I pulled something up. I saw some like bubbles roll up there.
I was curious if Bernie's little stretch of main river vegetation where he's had a big shad spawn going on there, and day one, not nearly as many shad there yesterday, if it would reload or replenish. So far, it doesn't look like it for Bernie. He was able to make a move later in the day yesterday and put some more fish
Caught
in
a
the
couple
boat.
more decent ones, I think, yeah.
Wow, a whole different 4-box. Got it
There
going
we go.
on.
Yeah.
Seth Fighter with a couple in the live well. He said mid-morning was his best time, so good things to come for him, hopefully. Swimming a jig.
Justin Atkins, lower right there. Another Alabama resident from way over in the northwest corner, Florence, Alabama, Pickwick Lake.
Maybe some Georgia and Florida anglers who are actually probably closer than Justin Atkins was to Lay Lake. He was, I think, would you say, Such, almost 200 miles from here? Within the same state, Justin Atkins.
He's the furthest in Alabama of the 14 guys from Alabama, like 157 miles, I believe, from his home.
And even though Justin Hamner's just from Tuscaloosa region, Northport, Alabama, still an hour and a half from here, just because there's no necessarily great way to get to beeswax from there. He's got to take a couple different routes, but
Justin Atkins, another angler with a slow start. day one, but has been moving up ever since.
Yeah, it was a good year.
Jay Shakur, Rookie of the Year last year. Good position for a second-year man looking for his second win with the Bassmaster Elite Series. That Rookie of the Year campaign included a win at the St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario. Catching big smallmouth and caught them bigger than anyone ever caught for 4 days.
He really did. Look at that, 6-pound plus smallmouth bass, Lake Ontario. I think he's in the Chameau Bay area. Certainly known for one of the best smallmouth bass areas of Lake Ontario. But Jay Shakur was able to find a little small area that held these bigger fish. We're talking about the threadfin shad. There was bait fish there, not shad in this case for Jay, but the area that he found, a lot of the other anglers were fishing the Chameau Bay area, but it had a lot more bait than we saw anyone else fishing around, and it just kept reloading with these fish, and just absolutely incredible. Finished the tournament with over 100 pounds of smallmouth bass. 20 smallmouth bass weighing in over 100 pounds. First time it's ever been done.
We talked about it, anglers putting it together and how it's never just perfect off the rip for Elite Series pros. You kind of got to never have the #1 car in the race and figure it out. Jay, at noon, had one bass, sees some bait fish jump, goes and casts over there. There's the winning spot for the rest of the week.
Unbelievable. Comes from a fishing family. His dad's a walleye pro. In fact, an Angler of the Year 2 times in that walleye world over there. So, yeah, a lot of tradition that has rubbed off on the son for sure. And here he stands in the lead as it sits right now unofficially. Jay Shakur ahead of Brandon Palaniuk. Brandon Palaniuk still waiting for his first keeper of the day. Alex Redwine been making some big runs over the last couple of days, and he has put himself up there in third place. Will Davis, Hamner, Fighter, Brian New, Bernie Schultz, Matt Airy being back into the top 10 right now, and Jason Christie as well.
Yeah! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Our live coverage continues. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake. One of 9 stops this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. The best in the business out there doing it today after a little fog delay this morning, but now they are definitely down to business on this 12,000-acre impoundment on the Coosa River in Alabama. About midway up the chain here.
Good look at the vegetation. A lot of these anglers are fishing around, especially early in the morning. Those shad spawning around that shallow water vegetation, but Justin Hamner's got something a little different going on, using his forward-facing sonar and a jerkbait.
Second-year man from Northport, Alabama. Third year man.
Stop. Not terrible. Let it ride for a minute.
Very enjoyable to be around, very full of energy at these tournaments. Always got a smile on his face, even when he's not catching them as good as he is today. Everyone will smile the way him and Jay are catching them this morning.
Yeah, you bet. Jay Shakur is our leader. Wisconsin angler right now. Haven't taken that lead from Brandon Palaniuk.
Just shows you how quickly things are changing here on Lay Lake this time of the year. During practice in the first morning tournament, all these anglers talked about it. The shad spawn, we got to capitalize on it early, and now you see half of our top 10 is not even going to
that big
give
one
that a
just come and
chance.
come. It's like, oh yeah, she's about to bite it, and then a little one just like comes out of nowhere and smokes it. It's almost like you got to find a big one just by itself. 'Cause if it ain't, that little one's gonna get it first. And then after you catch one, he usually pulls it to the boat, you know, it'll be the whole school of them.
Shakur with a limit in the boat, he just keeps catching them. And they keep getting a little bigger, it seems like.
They
as it goes
do.
through them.
He and Justin both have mentioned that got to catch those little ones first. They're so aggressive, and then you start catching a little bit bigger, and he has definitely done that. His last 3 fish have been much bigger. You know, a ½ pound to 3/4 pound bigger than his first 3. See old Bob Downey fishing just about 2 casts away from him.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
Makes sense they're doing the same thing when we see
Yes.
Bob a couple days ago on bonus coverage.
A couple of Wisconsiners. Actually, Bob's, I believe, living across the river in Minnesota now.
Yeah. Give him
Throw a rock
tweener.
to-
He's a tweener.
Yeah.
He started his career in Hudson, Wisconsin.
Big red. Got a call out to red wine. He's down there.
Another 2-pounder?
We can call that one a 2 1/4.
Like Bob's gotten a little closer
trade.
while he's culling. No, I'm just kidding.
Is that the optimum time to move in,
Oh,
Davey?
absolutely. When he's got his head down and looking in that live well focus. I didn't realize I'd drift right over on top of you.
Coming. I didn't mean to do that. Look.
Oh, Jeff Gustafson, our classic champion, making a move. His third fish was a 315. He's got 8.5 on the day, up to 6th place from, I think it was like 27.
Is that the big one of the day, Sue?
So far, 3 pound, 15 ounces, a big fish.
We had to know that Gussie was going to make a move. We're watching Jay catch one fish after the other with his Gussie technique or moping.
That's what multiple. Bob
I
Downey
like
called it
Gussie
the Gussie
better.
technique. Yeah.
Guess who else is trying to make a move? Mark Menendez made a giant move at Sandy Cooper with the 28-pound bag on day 3. He was 44th. He's up to 14th now. He's got 4 fish, but
Making a good move.
I don't know what happened there. That was funky.
All this happening
Try
while
just a little bit longer leader, try to keep my hook up off the bottom.
our leader to start the day is still waiting on his first keeper.
Yeah. You got to think like, so you got to keep in mind when you're throwing a drop shot, this is where geometry comes in from school. And I can't remember it good enough to remember the names of all the angles, but when you're dropping straight down on fish, right, if you're seeing them on your graph and you're dropping straight down, a 10 to 12 inch leader is 10 to 12 inches. But when you're casting and you're dragging at an angle, now your line is coming at an angle, your bait is actually only 3, 4, 5 inches off the bottom. So sometimes you have to go to a longer leader if you're casting and dragging to get that bait 10, 12 inches off the bottom like you want. Because it makes a triangle. The bottom is the bottom of the lake is the bottom of your triangle.
Hypotenuse.
Where your weight meets the bottom, I believe, is an acute angle. Yeah, I can't remember all that stuff. So I'm not even gonna try to act like I'm smart.
He's reading Bassmaster magazine during geometry, I think.
You just have to make repeated
Like we
casts
all
on this
were.
stuff, and I could just dragging it
Pretty
along,
obtuse on the subject.
right in the same area, and you'll boom.
Tommy Davy.
He needs to come in and do some geometry too.
could've been a
Bring some
turtle.
more kids into geometry if you put it that
Didn't
way.
feel
you
like
know?
a turtle, but it could have been a turtle.
I did say I learned how to triangulate. That is one thing I learned in geometry that I could use fishing, but now with GPS, that's all
Yeah,
for
forget
naught.
it. That's like a slide rule.
Yeah, you just,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. A protractor.
Hey, when
Yeah.
I'm fishing right on the bank, I know triangulation
turtle.
where I'm at. I'm right in front of this house, right by that dock.
Oh, that's a
That's
line.
not a big
That's
one.
not
I believe you
triangulation.
might be a
Yeah.
keeper.
You're the guy that I like to fish against back during the day. You're just right out in front of the dock. Sure you are.
Yeah.
You just don't know where right out in front of the dock.
He will be a keeper.
Keeper number 1.
He's got to be 12 inches, and I do believe that is 12 inches long. So these spots do replenish. Look how thick and healthy he is, too. This is double checking. Double checking. Oh, yeah. By a long shot.
by a long shot. Get my scale here. Was he pound and a quarter? Little. Like we said yesterday, all those little ones, they can add up. You add a couple 5-pounders in there. You were about right on the money because he's 1.4.
Brandon feeling very comfortable this morning. You can tell it's just another day out on the water.
Yeah,
Broke my line, then I broke my.
He heard our over/under was 40 pounds 10 ounces. He only needed just a few fish to know he made it to tomorrow. So
That ain't her, promise. I don't even want to throw that in the live well.
Doesn't look like a keeper here for Justin. A little short.
May fall just a touch short.
those are the ones that are always hooked perfect, and then they hook you possibly.
Loves his job, fishing for a living. He's been at it a while. His dad taught him how to fish.
When I was, like I said, when I was 7 years old, me and my dad won a tournament, and I really, you know, we were always watching Bassmaster, watch the Classic. We would go to the Classic. He's the guy that taught me, well, a Carolina rig, but he taught me to love the game and this passion. And he definitely shares that with me. And I wasn't going to give up until I got to the elites, and to knock it out my second year of trying, it was a relief. I did it. Made dream come true.
Let's bring out an Elite Series rookie from Alabama, Justin Hamner.
Yes!
No way!
Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
Bassmaster Live continues from the Coosa River, Lay Lake, on this mighty river here in Alabama. The Tennessee River also flows through Alabama and Tennessee as well. And Knoxville, Tennessee is where we had the World Championship to sort of kick off the big super mega prize part of our season for sure. Jeff Gustafson doing a lot of what we've seen out there today with the likes of Jay Security. Managed to secure the win there and become the next world champion, first ever from Canada.
Yeah, absolutely incredible to watch Gussie make it look easy for the first 2 days of the event. Going in the third day, we thought, well, he's going to walk away with this. It's not even going to be close, but boy, did he make it interesting for us. He started fishing a few docks late in the day, day 3, and you knew things were kind of going the wrong direction.
There's the BOK Center in Tulsa. That's next year's destination for the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic in Grand Lake, formed by the Osho River from the north, the Elk River from the east. And always a great place to contest this very, very important tournament. We look forward to that a lot.
Absolutely.
Couple key Oklahoma anglers that have a lot of success in the Elite Series that need to get their gears in order if they want to be able to be there for Grand next year.
No doubt.
Everyone wants to be there for Grand next year, even us.
Absolutely.
How are we doing on the AOY list? We're going to be able to be there next year, Ronnie? Me, you, Tommy, Sue?
Hey, if I mind my P's and Q's, they might have me back. I don't know.
Jason Christie, after a bad start, his 99th place, is now, with his 12th place finish right now, would be inside the Classic
keeper,
Cup.
but he's not much. Not much, but it's honest work, huh?
Brandon Palaniuk with his second.
Oh, just by the skin of his tail. I'm not afraid to put him in there. I'm trying to get everything I can right now. However I can take it. Because I don't know when or where my next bite's coming. He is a 1-pounder.
Surprising to see Will Davis
Definitely need to get rid of him.
without a keeper so far, according to Bass Track.
It is very surprising.
He's relying on the current, so it's, maybe the current is hurting him because it's not going to flow as much today. Yesterday afternoon when they turned it up, he caught most of what he weighed in.
So when
Brandon Palaniuk, most of his weight was yesterday afternoon Not so much current, but water level falling in that area.
Yeah,
so we'll
that's
see.
right.
It might not be easy for him today. Been easy for this guy, though.
Yeah.
Him
Lower
and
end of the
Jay.
lake is playing a little bit more than we thought it would this morning.
Keep you for now, buddy.
Oh, that's a giant.
One four. That's what you call a confidence booster. Just make you feel good there's something in the live well.
Justin Hamner, not a Coosa River guy, Alabama guy though. Is list the Tuscaloosa, Lake Tuscaloosa, as being his home water.
I got introduced to Justin Hamner like in the 2015 high school championship. He was a boat captain for I think maybe his younger brother or somebody he was related to, and he was the boat captain there. And I got to meet him, and now he's on the Elite Series. This is his roommate, one of them, Patrick Walters.
Don't go to box. There we go.
Taking for just
First
a short
keeper
ride.
from Patrick. Appears to be doing exactly what Justin's doing. Jerk bait around. Boat dock. Blow down here he's throwing to now. Boat dock just to the left where he caught that fish.
Sorry about that. Leaving that hatch open, I didn't want to trip you up.
Patrick with a top 5 finish at Lake Murray and proceeded on to what he counts as his home water and just couldn't get it done.
We always leave it open.
Sort of
Like, it's like habit to leave it
sort of
open.
a stumble there.
Surprising tough tournament for Patrick there on Santee Cooper.
I feel like we've hit Santee Cooper about the same times
Get
that
up
we've
here.
hit Lake Chickamauga for Buddy Gross. It's never been in his wheelhouse to dominate as a local, and it's like every time we go there for Patrick at Santee, it's like just something's
See it hit the water?
uncertain or uncomfortable.
Yeah. Stay up here when I get. See, that's a big one. Just like out in the middle of nowhere. He's running away. See all of them coming to it. Those are little. And that's a pile of crappie.
Yep. Looking forward facing sonar there. You can see the
sitting right there.
about
on that
20
stick.
crappie. Crappie.
There we go. Now we're back. Takes us back to old South Carolina.
Yeah.
Oh, here she comes. That's a good one.
Seth Fighter caught 2 good ones early, but he's been a little slow for the past hour.
Feels like those spots are more up on that point today. They're all up there. I just don't know how to get them to bite.
Stetson in his 7th year as an Elite Series angler.
What have I got? Feels like a bass. Of course, barely hooked. Barely hooked.
Oh. That's what happens when they're barely hooked.
Yeah, that's
oftentimes. Been trying to trick one of these fish, and one of them took a very small nibble.
I don't know why
and
you
got
have
barely
dreams
hooked.
like that. Like, it's all worked out great. And then on the day you need to catch them, it's like every single one of them. That was a 2.5 pound spotted bass. Do not understand it. It's all good.
Patrick Walters hooked up. Good one.
Just put his first keeper in the boat minutes ago.
Right off the sliding board.
Yeah.
Golly, calm down. Fired up. Oh, no.
Oh, no, no. Wow.
Golly, right there.
Oh, he tried to figure eight him right there, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Fired up.
I know he wasn't going to snag him, was he?
Tried that.
Maybe another one will come off the sliding board.
That one figure eighted him.
Yes.
Just a jerkbait. Old typical. PW special.
Yeah, he wasn't going to give up, was he?
No, he was not. That's why I didn't like how he was coming to the boat. He was coming to the boat so hot.
Is that just because, like, the shallow water, he had nowhere to go other than up? Or?
No, he just lay like bass. That was a large amount too. Probably 2.5. Good fish.
Looked like he had both. Two of the sets of treble hooks there.
Get the middle hook.
Close to the boat. Not barely hooked like the one Stetson lost, but gets slack line right there.
Hmm.
Oh, 2.5 pounder can go such a long way here in an event.
Those
like
are
this.
important in the scheme of things here.
It's going to be so tight. So tight. Trying to make the top 10 and fish championship Sunday.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that top 10 roster today is going to be constantly changing. Certainly has changed during the course of today. We started off, though, with Brandon Palaniuk on top, and after a couple of keepers there, I believe we got Brandon back on top again. Yes, we do. Slim margin ahead of Jay Shakur, ounces ahead of Jay Shakur. Justin Hamner catching him steady today. We'll stay with him, see what he can scare up. Going through numbers, Alex Redwine of Ohio. He decided he needs to make a cut here, and he has done that, and now he needs to make it to the top 10. That would help his case a whole lot this season. Will Davis still looking for the first keeper from him. Jeff Gustafson, though, moving into our top 10. Week 5 of the 2023 USFL season continues later today as the Memphis Showboats take on the New Orleans Breakers at 3 p.m. Eastern, only on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Football day coming up later on. Right now it's bass fishing. This is a semifinal Saturday, very important day. You got to move into the top 10 from amongst the 50 anglers who are left after the first cut. Fishing on the third day, 4 days of fishing here on Lay Lake, legendary Lay Lake on the Coosa River in Alabama. Unique place. It can be challenging, but it can also be very, very rewarding. Our leader, Brandon Palaniuk, has been reaping the rewards, trying to win this thing wire to wire if he can. Just a slim lead now, though.
I thought there was a brim bed way out there, right on the edge of that grass. So kind of the far left side is that grass patch that you can actually see. That's why it's such a hard return, and then it's just black behind it because it's blocked by the, all the way to the surface. You can see this point of grass in front of us just slightly to our left. And then there's a brim bed right behind us. There's a brim bed by a little stump, kind of out there about 10, 11 o'clock. And there's a little brim bed up on top between those two grass places. Way out there at about 2 o'clock, you can see those little white lines kind of. That is that grass that you can see on the surface right there.
Brandon Palaniuk laying it out there for us. You can see on Mega 360.
You can see the stuff that's above the water. You can see the stuff below the water. It kind of gives you a visual representation of how far it can see out there, even in 2.5 foot of water.
See there, he was saying the brim beds, those are the craters that you see, a little cluster of small, I'd say pie-sized craters, usually where there's some hard bottom or a stump, something that those fish can actually make their beds on, not the soft, silty bottom. Really, really paid off for Brandon yesterday using his Mega 360. When the water level fell, as you mentioned, Ronnie, this morning the water level's back up. Those fish probably back under the vegetation more.
Jason Christie just knocked Bernie Schultz out of our top 10. Several who started the day top 10 have fallen out with no fish. Bernie Schultz, Blaylock, Matt Herron, Justin Atkins.
Jason's got a good one in the boat, doesn't he? 3.5 pounder?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's one of his 3. He's got 6.5 on the day.
Justin Hamner real quick. He's already hooked up. Let's see.
I'll take him right now. There we go. Oh, chunky spot. I don't know if he's 2, but I'm gonna pass this dock real quick. And when I turn back, get up here and look at this thing. Just to see how many fish that are chasing this dang jerkbait.
1 pound, 8 ounces out of the lead.
We talked about it before this tournament started, how
like that
things were progressing. It's that time of year.
They got a 130 size jerkbait.
We're seeing
just to try to deter some of them little ones, but things are ambitious.
4 or 5 of our top 10 anglers using forward-facing sonar, catching these fish offshore, around these docks, that sort of thing. Day one, we didn't see any of that.
That's right.
They were all up in the vegetation. The shad spawn was really happening, and I think that's what's going on with Bernie today. He said the first day shad were everywhere. Yesterday, not so much, but still a few, and evidently today, they were all gone. Fish have moved out.
Now let's get rid of all of them.
That should put Hamner on top of the leaderboard.
It just shows you the importance of a largemouth, that oftentimes in our tournaments, it's not rare to see someone in 6th or 7th start the day there and quickly take the lead with a good largemouth in the boat. But how some of these spotted bass guys like Jay Shakur, Justin Hamner, how many fish and how long it takes for you to chip away at that lead that the other guys have and finally overtake them. But one swing of the bat from any of the other guys at the top of largemouth, and they're going to be back in status quo.
And our tournaments are different. Most local tournaments are 1 day, some of them even a half a day. This is a 4-day event, and a lot goes on, whether you're at Lay Lake or Lake Okeechobee, Lake Seminole, Lake Murray, Santee Cooper. Things change early in the season, especially.
Quick, something we need to point out on the calendar. This month of May 2023 marks the 500th issue of Bassmaster magazine. Bassmaster magazine, the very first magazine to be devoted to really teaching people how to catch bass. I mean, there had been outdoor magazines before, but this one was the first about instruction, about learning and celebrating the bass fishing, and it's still number one.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tommy, we've talked about this through the years. This is what I grew up learning how to bass fish. A lot of trial and error. trial and error out on Lake Murray, but reading Bassmaster magazine, learning the techniques and the tips, and truly it was the only educational magazine for learning how to bass fish, when I was growing up. So a lot of credit to Bassmaster magazine. 500th issue, that's incredible.
Makes a lot of folks happy through the years when they find that in the mailbox once a month. That's a very, very important part of the culture here at Bassmaster magazine. We celebrate along with them.
I remember in high school and middle school and even college where I would have my book bag going to class and I'd have my textbooks, but I'd also have a Bassmaster magazine. So if I finished my assignment for the day early or whatever, they don't let you leave, I had some reading material there. So that was a fundamental part of my childhood, no doubt.
Yeah.
So weird. You can't catch a bass.
It is, Davey. Millennials do still like to read hard copies
Yeah,
of things.
I still read Bassmaster magazine. I'm sure you do too. You can't help it. I want to read. And what an honor, when an angler still to this day, when you're on the cover of Bassmaster magazine. I mean,
it's a big deal.
Big deal.
And people have sponsor contracts. Hey, if I do well enough this year that I'm featured on the cover of the magazine, it's sometimes an incentive to them for sure.
Really like that sun to come out.
Might have got lucky and capitalized on that a time or two.
Brandon called it. The sun is coming out. We saw it just a few minutes ago with Justin Hamner, so things are changing out there. Back over to Patrick Walters. Yeah, brightening up everywhere.
Oh, he's got that forward-facing sonar throwing out in the middle of the pocket.
I see that hunched shoulder technique going.
Can swim, but you cannot hide from the electronics this day and time.
It's a different fish.
Good fish. There we go.
Number 3. Those were different ones. Those were just swimming by. I got lucky and just seen those swimming by.
Is it easier to catch a fish alone or with like a group?
Both at times, sometimes. That sounds weird, but when they're in a group, they're easier to catch if they're being competitive. If they're competing, because that was 2 fish that just randomly showed up, and both of those were hungry. But if it's a group of them, they're weird, then they're like, they stick together as a pack and you can't get them to bite. Those are hard ones to catch.
Sometimes Patrick can be a little elusive with his answers, but I think he was totally honest there. The answer being both, are they easier to catch when there's more than one or just one single fish? And it just really depends on their mood, their attitude. Sometimes a group, they'll get competitive and they're much easier to catch because they're fighting over the bait, so to speak. But then sometimes that group can just be not in the mood.
And another thing people talk about is, it's sometimes a group is only as willing to bite as the most scared one in the group. The most frightened one will take off, and that makes the whole group take off sometimes.
Totally.
That's why you also see when people fish schools of fish in the summertime and they lose one out there, fighting it and jumps off, swims back down to the school, and then it seems like you can't get another bite. Like they're just that behavior
Mark tells us about
the rest.
That's a smallmouth deal for sure.
Yeah, definitely a smallmouth deal. So Brandon is back where we saw him lose a fish yesterday. Thought he would be there today, and it's finally cleared off enough. I think Brandon was really buying his time, playing a little defense first thing this morning, and then working his way here where he could see.
And we are forging on through the morning here on the all-important semifinal Saturday for the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite here on Lay Lake. Justin Hamner having taken over the lead just by 4 ounces, unofficially ahead of Brandon Palaniuk. Shakur tucked in there pretty close as well. Alex Redwine determined to get something big going here this week in Alabama. Will Davis, Gustafson, Christie moving up a little bit, Fighter, and all the rest. We got more to come. Stay with us.
What's up, boys? Seth Fighter here. Day 2, Lay Lake, had 16-something pounds, and this is how I caught them. I caught 3 of the ones I weighed in today on a 1/2 ounce Bassman compact spinnerbait. That's in Fighter shad too, signature color. I caught one big one today on a swim jig, fishing like clumps, the thicker stuff, kind of in off the edge. That's Outcast Tackle 3/8 ounce heavy cover swim jig. And then I weighed one today on a 3/8 ounce Stealth Fighter, Outcast Tackle, little tungsten flipping jig. And that was actually one that missed my spinner bait, but majority spinner bait. And then I guess I've only weighed one on the swim jig, so a lot of spinner bait.
At Pro Shop's top lure, Seth Fighter, big day yesterday for sure. Started fast today, kind of got a head start today with 2 good ones, and then a little quiet ever since then, but it's going to intersect him again. You can probably count on that. At the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite, 5th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Trivia time. What is the Lay Lake largemouth bass record? There's a good one. Is it 10 pounds and 4 ounces, 10-11, 11-4, or 11-10? Here on the Coosa River. Largemouth on the Coosa River. Okay, Ronnie Moore.
Man, you always make me go first.
No, I
Tommy.
don't.
I don't. I guess it is age before beauty. I'll go B, 10-11.
Okay, Davey?
I'm going D, 11-10.
I'll go right in the middle. I'll go 11-4 on that one right there. 11-10.
See, this
Ding.
Davey Hyde, man, that's 2 dings today already.
Yeah,
like,
somebody feeding you the answers.
Oh yeah, you saw me Google it, didn't you? I think I got someone said it on TikTok.
yeah, he did. He looked it up on
TikTok. I get that all the time, don't I?
I think that's on the front page of TikTok this month.
Definitely not the 500th issue.
Oh.
Oh boy, I love the trivia.
I do too. I like it.
Remember when I kept record of how we would answer trivia back in the day, and I stopped because
until,
I felt it
when
was
you started
rigged. When I felt like it was
you started to get that's the way you were.
I'm gonna stop keeping track of this stuff. This is non-essential.
One thing we are keeping track of is Justin Hamner catching a lot of bass.
No kidding.
What was that?
You're right. He was very confident yesterday he would be doing just this.
He's going through them.
We hear that a lot, though. I've probably done it a few times myself in my career. You think you're going to have a great day, and it doesn't work out, but it is definitely working out. He's called it.
Hey, how about a Skeeter Boats Big Fish Alert?
Yeah.
Scott Canterbury started 30th place, got a 4.5 pounder. He's leading our Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the day with that.
Some big ones on that dog.
Far from Cliff Prince's 6 pound 4 ounce from yesterday.
Had a camera with Scott Canterbury the first day. Slower than he expected, but he ended up weighing in a good solid limit. He's fishing here today. That's always a good thing.
Yeah.
Here he comes.
Look at that fish following his jerkbait. 2 of them now. Good one right under it. He nipped at it that time.
I believe this is something that Brandon Lester said he toyed with on day 1, and that's why he struggled. He just went fishing yesterday and recovered, so we'll see if it comes into play.
Uh-oh.
I hear that.
Here we go. What's that music? Got to be the Power Pole replay of the day. It's got to be Justin Hamner.
Yeah.
And one reason he got my vote for Power Pole replay today is he called it yesterday on the weigh-in stage. He told Dave Mercer, Lisa Talmadge, and everybody that was watching, hey, I've got something figured out. I'm going to catch them good tomorrow, and he has certainly done that. So, Justin Hamner, Power Pole replay of the day, catching one fish after the other. He said it's just a process. We're going to have to weed through them. And we love to hear that watching Bassmaster live on TV. Definitely using his forward-facing sonar to catch all of these fish. Just got to weed through some of the smaller ones to get to some bigger ones throughout the day. The numbers are there. Got the right jerkbait obviously figured out. We'll get to see this. Underwater action and above water action.
Yeah. Good stuff. Finds himself in the lead. I think this is the first time we've had Justin Hamner in the lead.
This is not a replay. He's just catching them.
Man, he is.
Through the music, during the music.
Yeah.
They'll eventually get bigger, hopefully. But like you say, and there's just too many of them. They're about just look which one's gonna bite. Usually it's gonna be the little one.
With his trolling motor there to try to get a direct shot on the jerk bait. You see a jerk bait coming there about 6 or 7 feet deep.
Ooh, that's a big one.
That herring up in the area, we saw him catch a lot of his fish on day 1.
That's a bigger fish.
That's the Logan Martin Dam in the background, lower right corner.
Well, David, you mentioned Justin Hamner being real confident yesterday on stage. I still say the biggest call you shot is Brandon Palaniuk when he got DQ'd 2013 in the Mississippi River, fell out of like classic AOI points contention. He said, I'll just have to go out and win the next one, and he did.
Yeah, that was incredible. Absolutely incredible. Call your shot for the next day is one thing, but call it for the next event is that's the first time I've known of that.
St. Lawrence out into the lake and long ride, and
part of his legacy forever now.
I think he had done a little pre-fishing just prior to that statement, though. It wasn't just a total shot in the dark.
Oh, no, no.
Justin Hamner going through numbers today. Ditto for this guy, Jay Shakur. Took him very little time to put 5 fish in the live well, and then begin the upgrade process, the culling. Sitting in 3rd right now, just less than a pound back, I believe.
A lot of fish where they're at. Just haven't seen any big ones yet from Jay. Confidence builders in the live well, though. He's got 5 fish.
His first 5, the biggest ones were 1 1/4 pound, and now his 2 smallest are those, so he's filling up ounces.
Definitely getting there. A few ounces at a time.
Shakur, slowly but steadily building a day. Very important day out here. This is moving day. Semi-final Saturday. Looking for 10 anglers to fish tomorrow and fish for the big blue trophy. So hard to win one of those things. Justin Hamner would be a first-time winner. Jay Shakur, he's won before. So is Palaniuk. Will Davis. Still waiting for him to really start igniting out here. A lot of stuff we're waiting on. Things are changing. The sun is out, and we are catching them on Lay Lake. Well, tonight it's a showcase of some of MLB's biggest stars as Manny Machado leads the Padres against rival Mookie Betts and the Dodgers, or the Astros battle Tim Anderson and the White Sox tonight, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on Fox.
See where Mookie Betts wouldn't stay in the team hotel because he thought it was haunted?
Oh, no.
Got his own house, yeah.
Well, we need to hear more about that.
Yeah,
dig into that. It's the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake, the place that's haunted by Big Bass. Not as big as last time at Santee Cooper, but lots of them. We got some anglers going through big numbers to climb their way up the leaderboard, get closer to that top spot. There's your leader, Justin Hamner, to the left, and let's get back out to Patrick Walters.
Good shot of that vegetation that a lot of anglers caught their fish on, especially day 1, but boy, you can see the tournament changing right before our eyes with Patrick Walters, Justin Hamner, Jay Shakur. They're all using forward-facing sonar this morning and catching lots of fish.
That's not a bad one.
Oh,
Oh, God, I knew that should have been that one. That one was all me.
It's the second one we've seen him lose so far, and both of them were nice.
Yeah.
Two and a half pounders.
Yes.
Brandon Cobb landed a 3-pounder. He's up to 6th place.
Keeping his streak alive.
See this fish jumping, it just got the back hook. You're gonna have to make a decision here whether you're gonna try to swing the fish in or land it with your hands, and he makes a decision to take his time and swing it in. Did not work out. He said that one's on him, but I don't know. That's just, that fish may have well came off if he tried to play it down and get his hands on it. Just barely had him hooked with the back hook.
I see you have a visceral reaction to every fish loss these guys have, Davey.
Because they're just as important to us. we got to see them too.
Yeah.
Not big, but he'll probably have keep.
Hooked up.
Hey. Yeah. I mean, they're really healthy looking fish. They're just not long enough today. They're long enough to keep, but they're just not. When they're healthy, the longer they get, the more they weigh. And every one of them this morning has been eating good. I'm just slow and steady. It blows my mind even being able to catch pound and a half fish. But it just shows you how many fish we fish by all the time. Thank you. Thank you. That's that same spot I caught that first one that kind of clued us in, the one I caught off live yesterday. Same exact spot.
That's in Blaylock hooked up, still waiting on his first keeper to come in the boat.
Maybe not. Maybe not even a bass. Oh, I got him hooked in the side. I ain't taking no chances on this one. Yeah, it's a little largemouth. Thought he was big at first, but when they're hooked in the side like that. Guys, finally. Good night.
First keeper coming a little after 9. They're always big. It's a big fish mentally. Got to get that first one in the boat.
Do things get a little tighter, Davey? Is the 15 minutes click off, half hour click off?
Oh, absolutely.
2 hours
Absolutely.
with no fish. Palaniuk's fish gave him a 1.25 pound lead over Hamner. A little more than 2 pounds over Shakur. And Brandon Cobb is 210 back in 4th place with his 4th fish.
Oh, look out.
He's having an incredible season, but expected to see him do well here. It just sets up really good for the fisherman that he is. Here go Patrick's got one on. There you go, gets this one in the boat. 4th keeper. I don't think it's quite as big as the 2 that we saw him lose.
No, that's the one that comes in.
It works out.
That's the way it works for me every time.
The 2 better fish. Mixed 4.
Such, if Brandon Cobb makes the final day and is on camera in our top 10 tomorrow, it'll be his 10th day out of a possible 20 or so for the season.
On camera?
Yes.
Wow.
It'd be Brandon Cobb, not counting the Classic, because Classic's just an outlier kind of. The 5 elite events, 4 days each, that's 20 days. He would have been on camera 10 of the 20 days. That's how good Brandon Cobb's had a season.
And we're going to have to change the name to Brandon Cobb's Bassmaster Live pretty soon. You know, big letters, on top.
Well, David, he's got a 55-point lead in AOY right now. He may increase it a little bit today. And he's got Sabine, and he's got mixed results up north on some of those fisheries. So, I guess he's going to build his AOI lead as much as he can before he heads up there? What's his chances? I mean,
oh, you always want to build that lead as much as you can. I'm surprised that he's been able to build it as much as he has here, especially with John Cox being close behind, having a tournament that we expected him to do a little bit better. But heck, I would love my chances with a 55-point lead going to the next one. You know, anybody would. I mean, that's a large margin. According to what we've been accustomed to the last number of years.
I think he's made the cut at St. Clair, and he's been up and down at St. Lawrence, like 80s and 20s. And
one thing that's interesting to note as well is last year through 5 events.
Yeah, I mean,
very slight point differences.
We're gonna get rid of all them.
Right now, I believe Drew Cook is second in Angler of the Year.
Stand. Yes. Yes.
At this time last year.
Yeah, he would have been the leader last year.
I seen him come up, but
he's
I'll
55
take him.
points down because that's how good Cobb's season's been.
Half-ounce
Seth
bass,
Fighter.
man, in Fighter shad. Available only at omniafishing.com. Not a whopper, but hey, man, that's a solid fish on this pond. I see a couple bites real quick, you know what I mean? It's like we're on a good stretch now. I wish I would have got that other one, but I think we're gonna take every one we can get. We might still get that other one. There's a chance.
It amazes me to see Fighter from Minnesota.
Like a little plug?
The way he's dressed on a warm Alabama.
Oh, I know.
May
It's gonna
day.
be 90 degrees.
The other
88
anglers
degrees today.
from Alabama, you know, the Justin Hamner, the Matt Herring in shorts and t-shirt, and Fighter's dressed up like he's from, I don't know, another planet maybe.
he usually does not like the warmth, though.
I think
He
a lot of
said
times
he hates.
And I was
the
guilty of that too. You just don't want to take 30 seconds to take that stuff off. You're just too busy.
He ain't big, but I got one. If I lose him, I got one anyway.
Water flow, just visually looking, Ronnie, looks similar to what it did on day one there for Matt Herring.
You know what to see with the water current tentative schedule. I'll continue to say tentative all week. It's about 10,400 CFS like it has been. One turbine come out of the Logan Martin Dam. Still says 2 p.m. It could go up to 2 turbines, and then 4 p.m. 1 turbine. They'll be obviously done fishing then, but it'll influence what it looks like. And then going into tomorrow, we've got additional time, but unfortunately, midnight's 1 turbine, 0 at 1 a.m., 1 at 5 a.m., and 0 at 10 p.m. So it should be 1 turbine all day tomorrow.
So yesterday they were predicting good one too. And they turned the second one on an hour early, about 1 o'clock yesterday instead of 2, and I think that was a big key to Will Davis catching what he caught late in the day yesterday. First keeper for him this morning.
No jack, but I'll take him. Bad, ain't she?
We'll see some more of that, Tommy.
Yeah.
Around the Logan Martin Dam, Will Davis, Matt Herring.
You would think some's coming. Absolutely. Been a slow start, though, for Will Davis today. But he has finished strong in each of the first 2 days, so we're not too worried about Will. Brandon Palaniuk, though, hanging in there. Top spot. Justin Hamner, big day for him, numbers-wise especially. Jay Shakur, same situation. Brandon Cobb, the unstoppable Brandon Cobb, shooting up toward the top there. Red Wine, Fighter, Walters Gustafson, Airy, and all the rest. 50 anglers out there for 10 spots.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
My name is Will Davis Jr. I'm Elite Series rookie. We're at stop number 5 at Lay Lake. Real fortunate that I live pretty close to here. It really fishes in like sections. It's gonna be a grind of a tournament. The fish are all stages right now. Some are still spawning. brim beds are out. I think we're going to be in for a treat. It's just going to be a tough event if you can't capitalize on the shad spawn early. I think that I have to fish some history, and then I also have to, look for new stuff. Like I looked for a lot of brush piles this week. Besides that, I've looked for spawners this week, and I found 2 or 3 of them. But like I said, we're missing, that deal by about 2 to 3 weeks. So it'll be interesting.
Bassmaster Elite Series rookie. He did a great feature there. He's one that we had on camera day one for a reason. He is the local favorite. A lot of the Elite Series pros who have been on the Elite Series for multiple years pointed to him as a guy to watch. And when we bring it into the Bassmaster Studio sponsored by Marathon, I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. And one of the guys, like we mentioned, Will Davis, he was a group of Alabama anglers. Who do you pick for your Rapala Bassmaster fantasy fishing team or for your Mercury Drain the Lake? Each of these anglers, especially in Rapala, are split up into 5 different buckets, about 20 anglers per bucket, and it's based on their angler of the year throughout the season. So it makes kind of picking Alabama anglers hard. There's multiple in each bucket. Who do you choose? Well, I would say other than Will Davis, Justin Atkins and Justin Hamner, those are guys that you wouldn't necessarily have picked here because they're from Alabama, but not from the Coosa River. A lot of Coosa River guys struggled this week, missed the cut, had finishes in the 80s and 90s, not what you want. But those 2 Alabama anglers showed up just a couple 100 miles from home and were prosperous. He lives one of the closest anglers to Lay Lake, knocked it out of the park, Will Davis. And then Brandon. So if you like the word Brandon or you like the word Justin, your team is great this week because we got 2 Brandons and 2 Justins, Cobb and Palaniuk. And honestly, for Mercury Drain the Lake, you can only pick your anglers one time all year long. I don't expect many people to have picked Brandon Palaniuk this week because we're saving him for the Northern Swing, or you might have used him at Santee Cooper where he's so successful. I'm surprised to see, or I'm not surprised to see not many teams picking him, not because he's not good enough, but because there's places that you want to utilize Brandon Palaniuk more. But he could pay off for the teams that did pick him. You get a bonus points for Big Bag and for Big Bass throughout the event. Yesterday we saw Cliff Prince dethrone Brandon Palaniuk from the Big Bass of the week. He caught a 6-4 on one of his last casts of the day. That helped him fish today, and it gets him bonus points for whoever picked Cliff Prince this week on their fantasy team. And then Brandon Palaniuk still holding the biggest bag of the tournament, 19 pounds 7 ounces. We had an 18.5 from Will Davis yesterday, not quite to the 19.7. I don't know if we're going to see a 20-pound bag dethrone him. He might have set that mark on day one and has to just ride that big bag, guys, maybe to Championship Sunday and to the win.
Speaking of big bass, we have, Davey pointed this out, we've seen a 5-pounder by this time, both of the first 2 days. We're still, where's our 5-pounder? Of course, now subtract 45 minutes because we had a fog delay to start this day. So these guys who should be headed into their 4th hour of fishing are still fairly, in actuality, in their early 3rd hour of fishing.
Great point. We got 45 more minutes to catch a 5-pounder. Hopefully this is the one now.
A little bit better. We'll actually weigh that one.
So you keep a track with numbers of Justin Hamner? Gosh, he's caught a lot of fish this morning, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's not putting them all in Bass Track, though. I know it's over 7 or 10, near 10, at least near 10.
Like this.
Yeah, he's catching them so fast he doesn't have time to put them, or Marshall doesn't have time to put them. Or cameraman doesn't have time to put them. Whoever's with him. Yeah. All of the above.
He's got a loaded up boat there.
Yeah.
Fat. Come on.
Speaking of the 5-pounder, Tommy, and Ronnie, we talked about this a little bit. Will it take a 5-pounder every day to win this event, or 3?
It's a good question.
It's going to be 2 or 3, I would say.
Yes.
Brandon's
one each day wouldn't.
You get some great pictures.
Bernie and Brandon are 2 or 2. They need another one. Maybe this is the one for Brandon. Nope.
Not a 5.
Little baby, and he couldn't get measured though. He's pretty close actually.
So this is my 2 cents worth, and it's for what it's worth. It's worth 2 cents. Okay.
Oh my God.
The water's up like it was the first day, and he caught his fish shallow in that grass behind it. He's really spent a lot of his time today off that grass where he caught his fish yesterday, but the water level was much lower in there. I'm curious if
Cold
we're going to
out
see
later.
him throw the frogs and some
got
baits
live
back in that grass as the day progresses.
Smallest one
Or
yet.
if the water falls, then yeah, I think those fish will come back out a little more.
Do you think he went with that with how low the ceiling was with fog and that fish maybe don't hug to cover, but now that the sun's out, maybe he'll do that this afternoon?
I don't know if it's so much cover because of lack of sunlight. I think it's just largemouth like to be around cover, especially when they're in any frame of being active. They normally want to be around that cover.
Well, our coverage time here on FS1 today for Bassmaster Live has just about come to an end. You can pick up more coverage. Bassmaster.com. Live mix coming up later today. Just a couple of minutes. Dave Mercer, James Overstreet will be there. And of course, the weigh-in, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. That's when the first flight checks in. And shortly after that, Dave Mercer gets the weigh-in started. So the Yeti hot seat still occupied by Brandon Palaniuk. He has not put this one away yet. So this still yet to be decided, but it's going to be a good, tight competition all the way to the end. We'll see you right here on FS1 tomorrow at the regular time, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Look forward to it.
Not going to catch him. But Manny and Brock could probably testify to this. If you run up there and you don't have any fish and you're trying to press it and you start hanging, it can be overwhelmingly exhausting and aggravating. Because you might flip, let it wash, break it off. Flip, let it wash, break it off 3 or 4 times in a row. Well, after a while, it starts to mentally, you're like, come on now.
It's best to go up there with a limit.
I like your style. But how many anglers ran dam to dam this week? I know you did.
Twice.
I talked to Carl Jockinson.
No kidding.
He said I ran from dam to dam on the day one of the tournament. Got down there with an hour to fish, caught a 4 and a 2, and saved his whole season. You know, and he said he caught a 4 like just pitching at a white spot and another one bit of wacky worm. He said, but it's all I had. That's how tough practice has been.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think to say this was one of the tougher practices we've seen would be an understatement.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It was not fresh. And we was laughing a minute ago because you talked about the lake fishing big. But in practice, we were all searching for the shad spawn. So right outside this area right in here where we had beeswax, 5 miles down and 5 miles up is traditionally the great river fishing. And Brock will tell you, you were literally boat to boat to boat. Any day of practice you want to go out there. You couldn't find, if a white bird landed on the grass, there was 2 boats following it. And I think it's overwhelming to see that amount of pressure in an area. And then after a while, it's like, nobody's like, we ain't had no bites. What do we do? So some guys drifted down to the timber, some went up. I felt like it was the toughest I'd ever seen lay as far as getting bites. Because it has a lot of these in it.
I mean, the Coosa River, you're supposed to catch a fish on a swim jig and a buzzbait here in the 1st of May. And I caught my first one on each yesterday.
Yeah.
They were both about 10
inches long. If you looked in the fishing good book under Philations 436, it says, May the 1st, you buzzbait or die. Well, at 10 o'clock on day 1, I had died with 1. You know, it's just how it's supposed to go down. Now, do you think it was affected by pressure, Brock, or we just at a water temperature and a funk?
I think a little of both. I mean, you know, this lake probably is used to pressure. You know, there's tournaments here 5 days a week, every week. You know, and I felt like, you know, especially the last few days, I felt like for my only chance of catching a 3-pounder was going to be in the first couple of hours on a buzzbait or swim jig. And I fished 2 miles of river channel without picking my trolling motor. Trying to do just that, and I ain't had a bite yet.
Had a bite. Yeah. And then I talked to your roommate, Drew Benton. He said he had 1 bite on a swim jig all morning. He said it was a 5-pounder, and he got the chunk. That's how close these tournaments are to having a great day. That was a $10,000 bite for him, that close.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, we're going to cut it a little close and go to a break. And
we got to pay the bills.
Got to pay the bills there,
yes, sir.
G-Man, you know how that is.
Got to pay them bills.
That's why we're still here.
We didn't pay them what we caught, bro.
No.
So back at y'all.
We'll be back with Live Mix here in a few minutes with G-Man and Brock Mosley. Stay with us.
Donald Trump.
Welcome back to Live Fish. It's always the time with Swindle and Brock.
It's more entertaining.
Yeah.
I really didn't want to go back out there for the third day out there. My head hurts.
I tried to put enough ice in my bath last night to kill myself. Just wanted to get mummified.
Well, we have had some changes in the leaderboard since the break. Palaniuk is back in the lead. He's finished out his limits, got 5-6. I'm sure that's a little bit heavier, but at this point in time, it'd be hard to even guess. Will Davis is in second, 2 fish for 4 pounds, and Justin Hamner, the scary one.
That's what I'm talking about, the scary one.
He's the scary one. And then Shakur, who was in the lead there for a while, is in fourth. Then you got Brandon Cobb, who is just
steady.
He is, man.
I'm going to go out on a limb here. He is the most, not underrated, but the most silent, overlooked, 100% lights out angler in the country.
100%.
He don't miss. He is like, but he's that silent guy.
And he's showing it.
Yeah, he just drifts in under the radar. What you got? Oh, I got about 17.
I'm pretty sure it's safe to say that the yearly lunker race is over.
You think?
He's got a 814 big fish of the year?
Yeah.
I think that one's done.
I feel like I'm gonna get that down there at Sabine, one of them marsh bass.
Hey, I've weighed in a 6-pounder there.
Yeah.
In June.
I did too.
Yeah.
Weighed in a 6.
Probably the same one.
Appreciate you bringing him back to me. But yeah, I say the yearly lunker's probably over.
Patrick Walters is back in the top 10 there. Seth Fighter is still sticking around. Jeff Gustafson, he's kept his 3 there. He's playing around with them spotted bass.
Yeah.
You know, I think the fog delay this morning hurt the shad spawn guys. Has Bernie caught one yet?
Bernie has not caught one.
There was a lot of guys, they put in, we could start practicing at 5:30 every morning, and several guys would have a limit before official takeoff every morning, and then it was done.
Let's see what he's got to say here.
Beware.
Uh-oh.
Did he steal your hat?
He's got that gangster lean hat on now.
He's got Rick Klunt's hat on.
Looks like a train robber.
One of my westerns.
Western shootout. The thing about Palaniuk, he never gets rattled.
He never gets in a hurry.
As hard as it is to get a bite this week, that time clock is ticking in your head. That gorilla is getting tighter and tighter.
I mean, he's on your back. By 9 o'clock, I can feel him starting to choke the wind out of you.
Now, he's done the last 2 tournaments. He has burned maybe a gallon of gas.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
and maybe because of the new baby.
He stayed up there and fished close to his new baby, Tiffany and
that diaper bill runs up.
He fished Wabo a little bit though, didn't he?
Yeah,
potato, and then he would come back to the ramp and fish. Yeah. And, Tiffany might need some help with the baby.
That diaper bill, he got to cancel out something. So he's doing it on his gas, his boat gas.
He's target fishing right now. Just even though it looks like he's out in the wide open, he's target fishing.
Well, we saw him yesterday mark some brim beds, and so he's tossing to them brim beds.
And speaking on that, Gerald, this week I seen, all the brim I seen, they're really small.
Yeah,
3 or 4
sunfish,
inches.
yeah.
You don't see the big.
Not the big bluegills.
Yeah, you're not eating these.
No.
They're like.
These are cricket stealers.
You may not be eating them, but the bass are.
Yeah.
I seen a spotted bass chasing one.
Yeah.
I still remember.
But Tennessee River, the brim beds, they're 20. There'd be a 20-yard, circle.
Oh God, yeah. Look like a parking lot.
Here there'd be just
like a little silver spot on the bottom.
Yeah.
Be 20 brim around it. You were talking about the shad spawn, and we could legally start practicing at 5:30 a.m. or a minute, give or take. And we didn't blast off to 6:30. So, Brock, what's your opinion? Practicing an hour, does it help you or hurt you?
I think it could hurt you.
I feel the same way sometimes.
But, you know, at the same time, I'm like, well, you could find, if you get out there, you can find more areas where there was actually shad spawns happening.
Yeah.
Because, you've seen it. Birds were everywhere.
They're liars.
And I haven't seen a bass bust on a shad yet this week, like in the grass.
Right.
A shad spawn.
How many areas did you fish this week, Brock, that you pulled in the shad were spawning all down it, and you never got a bite? Right. So it was weird to see that many shad spawning, Steve, and not even see a bass in it.
Yeah.
So I was going to ask you that because this is Swim Jig Lake.
So nice. This is actually where the history of that, to interrupt you, is this is where it came from. And I can tell you the two boys who invented it, it's Deal and Deal. They're brothers. That's where the swim jig came from, is right here. And when it was in its prime and its heyday and nobody knew about it, they would beat you down like you stole money from the Pentecostal church. They figured it out. So this is the swim jig capital, which is probably why you can't catch one on it no more.
My jig swam thousands of miles this week, and it's caught one. Yeah. It caught 12.5 inches before I had to come in yesterday.
I can tell you this: mine swam more than Michael Phelps. He didn't win no medals.
Not even in practice.
Yeah. And my buzzbait clanked that 2 miles of river channel yesterday and didn't even get a swipe.
You hear him make the comment that he can see better today than he's been able to see all week.
Right.
That could be a game changer for him if a new fish pulls up. He's got great weather. He's protected. It's calm.
There's more fish spawning than you think there is.
Yeah. And I think that's why it's tougher to get bites. You can't see them, but they won't chase nothing.
Right, exactly. Makes no sense.
Right.
He's on something there.
He has spotted.
Meanwhile, Will Davis is taking the lead.
He's just seen 2 of them.
Will caught a good one. A 3-pounder.
And Seth Fighter's jumped in there in the top 5.
To me, anything.
Where's Seth at on the river? Is he way up? Or?
No, he's probably, every day I've seen him around the stretch, of the power plant, but he's from there up, he's not way up. He's more or less where the grass is, You get above that highway bridge up there, the grass kind of peters out.
Is he grass fishing, or is he pitching or flipping or spinnerbaiting?
He's grass fishing this morning.
He was throwing a spinnerbait this morning.
Yeah.
And Gussie told me he caught, his fish on the spinnerbait just going down the grass in the river.
Yeah.
And I lost one doing it yesterday. It's the only grass bite I had yesterday morning.
I caught some of mine on spinnerbait outside the grass too.
But it's a timing deal up here. Anything between now and 11 o'clock is a bonus. And there has been for me at least.
But the most consistent bite I found all week was jerking the timber with live scope.
Yep.
That was.
Yes,
Boy,
sir.
I wish you'd have texted me that.
I promise you. I promise you, I did not catch one over 1.5 pounds in practice. That's the reason I didn't go do it on day one.
There, Brock.
That's the reason I didn't go do it on day one till 2 o'clock when I needed a 5th keeper.
Is it not amazing how the mixed signal of practice? Because you were talking about you didn't catch any big ones, so you was like, okay, I don't start there. There's other guys that went down there and they had 1 or 2 bites, but they were big ones, and that's like, this is the juice.
Anything 2 pounds or better this week was a good fish.
Right.
And I go down there yesterday at 11 o'clock with 1 12-incher in my live well, and I catch 4 that are 2 to 2.5 pounders, and then I had another good bite, and like I said, I did all day of practice and never had one over 1.5 pounds.
Yeah. Could be the sun, could be the lack of current, more current.
My head hurts from thinking all week. What's different? What's changed? What have I not thrown at them yet when they come up busting around me?
He's changed positions of the boat, didn't he? Somebody is on the Ritz crackers, solid fiber diet right there.
That's what keeps fishing world going.
What did your grandpa call them? Let's get Brock that. If he can tell us what your grandpa named them, he wins the bonus of the day.
I don't even want to go there.
Nabs.
Oh, I knew that. Oh, I could have guessed that one. My mind went a totally different direction on that one.
Yeah. You know why? It's because it was made by Nabisco.
He's pretty safe where he's at now. He should be out of casting distance.
Yeah.
He's way over there now.
He's got himself. He's moved around the other side of the green field.
100%. I've caught 7 6-pounders on the lake. That's my biggest one.
He said he's caught 7 6-pound spots off Lay Lake.
I love fishing the Coosa River. I mean, catching the Coosa River spots. To me, it's funner to catch a 3-pound spot than it is, a 4-pound smallmouth, in my opinion.
I think if you want to see the Coosa shine, we've never really hit it. Listen what he's doing there.
Downward Stetson. What has Stetson done this morning?
Look like he's out.
I know he lost one this morning.
He's
got a 112.
Fishing bait balls, ain't he? That was Gussie's biggest deal he's been doing is he catches a few on spinnerbait in the mornings, which, that was something Carl kind of figured out and told him and me, and he put it down to work on the grass, caught some, but Gussie's main deal was throwing a little bitty fluke style bait for bait ball chasers, and he would call everything he had. If he catches one, they're big ones. But he says it's so hard to get bites.
Yeah.
He catches them magnums, though.
David Gaston pulled up in front of me yesterday on a schooling spot that I'd been there for 30 minutes watching them come up around. We couldn't get them to bite. And I backed down the grass line because I lost one on the spinnerbait before I got up to him and was fishing the grass line, and he pulls up there. Gaston does and catches 2, just bam, bam. And I just yelled out, dude, just tell me what you're doing.
Give me a sign.
And Cliff Prince is on the other side of the river, and I said, dude, I have fished there for 30 minutes without a bite. Cliff Prince yelled across the river, said, I fished there for 2 hours yesterday and never got another bite. And it's because they downsized their bait.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, Gussie's throwing a little 3-inch deal, man.
And that's what Jay's throwing this morning.
Really? Mm-hmm. Fishing bait ball, a little 3-inch. And Gussie's throwing like a 1/8 or 16th ounce head, little bitty head. So it's almost a moping floating. So it stays in the bait ball. I wanted to throw
That's what Downey's doing, too.
And you got your 50-pound braid throwing the swim jig down in the grass.
I'm showing them who's boss.
That's why we're sitting here today.
So I just like Steve. I just didn't want to tell my wife that. She's like, did you catch him? I'm like, I threw most of the big ones back. I want to go talk to Steve.
I called the wrong one on purpose.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
We haven't hit any lake right this year.
We haven't.
And it's one of them deals. It's not scheduling or anything. It's just that's the way it happens sometimes. I mean,
I would like to see us mix it up a little more, to be honest. We've chased the same temperature water in every tournament this year with the exception of the Classic. If you'll think about it, we've been within 5 to 7 degrees of the same water the entire season. We got to break that strand. You could come here. Oh, look here. Hamner done got on the dock.
Come off.
Oh, what happened now? Dang. He burning? Oh, he burning. Oh, he had him.
Even Murray looked great on paper, but it wasn't easy at all.
Can you imagine fishing a Classic at Lake Murray in March?
Or February. They said February, if we went, there'd be several century belts broken.
They said we'd break the record, all-time record. And let me tell you something, as bad as it is here right now, come here in the end of March, 1st of April, before they go on bed, before they scatter out.
To lose her. That's just mean.
Now, one thing, I've heard Clint say and Canterbury say about Lay Lake, the water fluctuates here a lot. And if it fluctuates an inch, all of them said, an inch here is like a foot anywhere else. Mm-hmm. It throws the fish off that bad.
And all them shallow fish. That's why I think they're so hard to catch here bedding. I talked to Drew about it, talked to you about it, Cox. Every one of us know it, and they've always been this way. They're really hard to catch here bedding. They act really funny, and it's got to be because the water fluctuation is constantly moving up and down at night.
And I think that's, which they called them decent, pretty good both days. But, the first day, the water was as high as it's been all week.
Right. Which I went all in. When it went up high and we had the overcast, I said, if you're fishing your gut, what do? You throw the buzzbait.
It's been the most perfect buzzbait weather conditions you could have all week.
And couldn't catch them on it.
Couldn't catch one on it. makes me start questioning my ability as an angler.
Yeah. Starts making me guess all my life choices.
All right, we clear.
And Seth is putting the sure enough shake 'em on that swim jig.
He's in a better spot, you know what I mean?
Was he fixing to pull out?
He's gonna hit him. He's gonna hit him a heater. Hamner's got a little something figured out now. We've watched him lose one and catch one on that jerkbait.
I'm no jerkbaiter by no means, but the jerkbait by far produced the most bites this week for me.
Yeah.
The whole year, the whole season.
Yeah.
So that ought to help him a little bit, but not a whole bunch.
Yeah.
Frank Talley pulled up to me when I was live scoping timber in practice. He said, "Man, it sure is tough."
You know, we were talking about the temperatures in the water, and like you, we've had some tough derbies, and it's not necessarily the lakes in the scheduling. I think it's all about flip-flop timing. I would give anything in my career, if we could, I would beg anybody, let's please go to Florida one time in May. God, that'd be new, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That'd be new, wouldn't
If
it?
anybody that looks
This
at
year
that
would've been the year to
leaderboard,
do that,
It's
too.
every year. That people just seen it this year. The guys that I know that live down there, all my 13 guys, Ricky and all them, I'm like, it's like, what are you doing? He said, oh, we fished a Saturday tournament over at Harris. I said, what y'all have? 33. Y'all win? No, we were fourth.
Yeah.
What y'all big fish? 11, 12. But we go down there in the same water temperature every time.
Mm-hmm.
and we have a front. We're going to
Yep.
have a front when we go.
The people at Bass Live, would y'all like to watch 30 pounds get caught on a frog by Brock Mosley? Just tell us, would you? Or would you rather see somebody throw a wacky worm?
And me being 27th place with,
Yeah,
with that 30
him
pounds.
being in the parking lot kicking rocks, talking ugly to dogs and cats because he's barely in the cut line. I think I'm ready for that mix-up. You know what I mean? I like the fact that we're going to Sabine later.
Yeah.
You know, you go there too close to the spawn, they're all in the canals, you pile up on each other. This year, there's more to play. So I don't have a problem with the lake selection sometimes. I'm just that OCD or whatever. I want the mix-up.
Other than the Classic, we haven't had a cold water tournament since Cherokee that year.
How about Lanier in March?
Ugh.
How about here in March? How about Weiss, Neely, Henry? Now, Neely could be blowed out. You have a chance on any river system. How about Smith in March? Wilson, Pickwick, Wheeler. I mean, I don't mind fishing 50-degree water when you're in 50-degree bass. I don't like 50-degree water in an 80-degree bass.
In South Florida.
That don't mix. That's like, it just don't mix. So I would beg for that change up. How do you feel about it, Brock? Would you like to see the mix up and water temperatures change?
Absolutely. And I'm all, I know, I mean, nobody's as big a hunter as I am, but I'm all for some fall tournaments.
I have my time where I'm like, you know what? I wouldn't mind seeing us.
Old junk fishermen like us.
I wouldn't mind seeing 3 northern tournaments. I understand we do the northern swing and why.
We won't get as many bites.
But I don't like to see every season end with the 4 tournaments in the north. I'd like to come back down to the Arkansas River. I'm talking about when the sweat looks like big quarters falling off your face.
Hey, I like Logan Martin in September.
You know those.
You got more bites then.
Yeah.
There then than you did here this week.
So I like the mix-up, the total mix-up, the wild card.
Well,
you agree, Steve, or you think we're off base? You can correct us.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I don't have anything to do with scheduling.
Well, I don't either, but I'm just saying the mix-up of water. I like the lakes. I think there's other lakes to add. But can you imagine swapping the time? Can you imagine being at Seminole before they went on bed?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you think that lipless crankbait wouldn't be getting eat up somewhere? So Atkins is just fishing out.
He's been. That's kind of what we've been seeing him doing. But
he's
when
on
we
a bar.
were watching him earlier, he was much closer to the bank. So
you know it all is year to year because you know we went to Hawaii last year. Well, when the schedule come out at ICAST the year before, me and Tyler Rivette loaded up and went up there the same exact week the year before, and it was 10 times better.
10 times better.
And you know it just.
But that was such a rare deal because they had the drought.
Right.
You know, and you guys went when it said it's prime, and then we slowly figured out the ones that had the drought, all that bait drifted down the lake with the drought as the water fell. So it just moved them out of the zone, and we couldn't reach them. That was such a rarity because when I got up there, everybody's like, man, we come up here and pre-fish. We crushed them.
Dude, it was unreal.
I couldn't even sleep that night, but I slept the first night after practice.
I mean, the year before, I don't know how many 4 and 5 pounders we caught.
Not much flipping around on the leaderboard.
Well, Brandon Cobb just moved into third.
Brandon Cobb is doing what Brandon Cobb has been doing all year.
Wacky worming. That's what he does. It was so funny because I fished at 10 o'clock that morning or 9:30, and I didn't have nothing. But I said, I got me a little old creek. I told my marshal, I said, hey, I had 8 or 9 bites on a buzz bait in a little sneaky spot in the back of a creek. I said, they ain't big, but I'm going to go catch me a limit. Now I'm screaming there, son, and shut that Phoenix down there, set Cobb pole down, just wailing on them. He said, you can come on back and catch some. They all little. I said, I shook them all off yesterday. I said, I'll let you catch them. But that was his game plan. He would go there and catch him 5 or 7 or 8 pounds, and then he would take off, which putting 7 or 8 pounds in Brock's live well in the first hour is huge because you make different decisions.
Right.
So, and I'll tell you what kind of guy Cobb is. He's in an AOY chase. And he calls me that night. He texts me, he said, hey, can you call me? And he said, hey, man, I know you want to start in there and you're going to be out before me in the morning. He said, I'm going to tell you it's okay. Go ahead and do it. And I was like, no, bro, I'm not going in there. You're in an AOY chase. I'm not doing it. He said, I'm telling you it's okay. I said, I'm not going. You won't see me. I said, it's not a place that I can win. And I said, I need 12-pound check. And I know how hard it is to get in that AOY chase. And I respect the guys that are in it. And stay there. So, man, I'm going to give him the props, you know.
It may not have made a difference if you went in there or not. Because I fished a set of trees at Santee, and as soon as I left, I caught like 2 little ones. As soon as I left, Watley could still see the trees. He said, Cobb pulled in there and caught 3 big ones, just bam, bam, bam.
He's a wacky worming machine. He has figured out a little deal, and he told me that night he called me. He said, dude, I figured out a little deal in the grass, and he said, I probably caught 50 today. I said, well, that's really good for you, son. I hope you sleep.
I caught 5.
I said, I caught 7, and God bless him. I jerked hard on every one of them. And he even told me what he was doing, and I tried it a little bit, but it was so not what I'm used to. When you start wacky worming the grass up in it and quivering it like a swim jig on 10-pound line, I'm out. I'm out.
You're out.
But he said he figured it out, you know. So I'm like, you know, that's how good he is. That's the subtlety things. And then yesterday he puts together a 14-pound bag. So he's getting better at it.
And he's put together a 12-pound bag today.
You can lock him in for Sunday.
Yeah. He fishing on Sunday, son. He ain't going to church, Mama.
Has he missed a Sunday this year?
I don't know.
I don't think
If he did, it was Seminole. I'm not sure how he did at Seminole. Because I know he made Murray and Santee
I think
and
Seminole was
Okeechobee.
bad for him.
Yeah.
Not bad, but not his typical.
I mean, probably a 25th.
Yeah, that'd be horrible for him. But ain't he just sneaky? He's the sneaky assassin. He's that sniper you don't see, and then you're just walking and plow, fall over. Because he looks innocent. He looks like a little lap dog that you just could cuddle him and pat him, and he's just nice. And then you get out on the water, and he just clips your wings. Just comes in and like grinning with his little hat on.
Yeah, I got him.
Wears the same Zoom hat every day. I didn't do bad. I got about 17.
I think he's been wearing the same one since his whole career.
Yeah. Well, if I was
Just
catching
lucky
him like
his hat.
that, I'd wear it to
Somebody
bed.
needs it. Samson's hair.
Steve, that's your job. You need to get his hat.
No, I ain't getting his hat. I ain't touching it. Well, great having you guys on, and I really appreciate it. We're going to take a break and let a couple other guys come in here and see if they have as much wisdom as you two, which I doubt.
I don't know if we're wise, but we enjoyed being here. It's always good to come to the B.A.S. live mix because it is a business, and Brock talked about that this morning, Steve, that when we don't perform on the water, it's still a business, and it's a great way to stay involved in the sport, come watch other anglers, and I'm all about learning, you know.
Yeah.
So I get to watch the guys, so it's what we do. We don't like it, do we, Brock?
No, not at all.
I think you keep a positive mental attitude, folks, but you don't have to like losing. My wife said, I need you to keep a good attitude. I said, I am positive. I'm positive I hate sucking.
I hate losing more than I love to win.
Yep, I hate
There
it.
you go.
I said, I am positive that's why we're all here, is we're determined.
Right.
And it's just
We could get a ping pong table out there and it'd be the same.
I try to beat you with my bad knees. I'd put both knee braces on and say, come on, Brock.
All right, well, we're going to let
get these
Swindle
fools out of here.
we're gonna let Swindle knee brace up and
let me do some hard yards.
If y'all need us, we're at Beeswax Landing.
We'll be playing ping pong back behind here in a minute. And but anyway, we do need to take a break, and I appreciate y'all staying with Live Mix, and hope you'll
Peace
be
out.
here when we come back. Thank you. Hi, welcome back to Live Mix. Here with Jonathan Kelly and Maddie Wong.
Hey guys,
Maddie is one of our mainstays.
Oh gosh,
love to have you.
I love being here. I mean, I really do. I enjoy it, but I even enjoy fishing on for my final semifinal Saturday even more.
I
but,
didn't mean that in a negative way.
Oh,
but,
no.
But I do
yeah.
appreciate you.
Of course. No, I always enjoy sitting down, talking story with you, and being able to hang out with other anglers, break down stuff, and kind of give viewers at home a little glimpse into our heads of being tournament professional bass anglers.
Yep.
And enjoying.
Well, let's break this down real quick, because since the break, Seth Fighter has caught a 3.5 and a 5. And now he is in the lead.
Wow.
Of course, Will Davis is in second with just 3 fish, less than a pound away, and Brandon Palaniuk is just less than a pound. But I'm not sure that anybody would have written the script that would have that right there. Not with Will Davis and Justin Hamner and some of the other things that have been going on with Palaniuk, et cetera.
Well, no, I think that having Will Davis and Hamner in the top is no surprise to me right now. But for me, the surprise is Seth Fighter.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, you think, hey, and even Bernie's not caught one.
I mean, I think he's probably still running a top water right now, and I don't know if it's the same deal. Yeah, like yesterday I saw him flipping around. Let's kind of see what it looks like. He's swimming a jig, doing that Alabama shake that I recently learned. Man, that will get your forearm burning.
4.5, 3.5, that's 8. 2 pounders.
He must have like a hot little stretch, because I think that 5 and the 3 came back to back.
Oh, for sure.
Let's look at it.
That's probably enough to get me in.
I think typically when
Just within about 10 minutes of each other.
Weights are tight. Weights are tight. If I get another good one, get rid of that 12-incher, we'll fish tomorrow. Didn't even have a dart rolling or nothing, dude.
I wish we can hear him a little better.
Yeah, turn up the program.
Oh, it's. I finished out yesterday kind of near Fighter, and I kind of split up some water, and
We'll be back. We'll give that another pass before
it looks like he's going
He's
for a little
gonna
run.
move. Yeah, but he will be back.
No, but what we were saying is, seeing Alex Redwine come up and now he's in the top 10. I think, like I was talking to Alex yesterday after weigh-ins, and he really needed this one. This is his first cut that he made this year, and so I'm really happy for him. He's a really good guy and a great angler, and so sometimes you just a change of pace. And but talking about another great angler, I mean.
Yeah, he's never made a cut either.
Yeah, I don't think this guy's. He struggles all the time. I love the Prodigy hat going on right now. I mean, I dig the bucket, man. That's definitely.
It's working this week.
Oh,
That's for sure.
It is hot out.
Whatever those are, they're like.
Yeah, I definitely.
They're like creek chub minnow looking things. I don't know what those are. I don't know my.
Huh.
Stuff
It looks like golden shiners.
I think that right there is the key to why there's so many big ones in here. Whatever those are.
I see one cruising past there.
Chasing. No, they're a trap.
Yeah, when I was in here pre-practice, I ended up catching one of those on a jerkbait.
Came out and like started chasing with them.
Yeah, this week that the Sims glove and face wear really came in handy.
Welcome to Alabama.
He's just punching some grass.
Right.
Perfect perfect technique to do right now.
It is, but I mean, it's just not been producing a lot of the scores on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
But I mean, he's doing everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's leaving no stone unturned. There's so many.
And I think that's kind of what you have to do here right now. The way we're hitting it, like we hit it at a tough time. There's no doubt. Like it seemed like there was fish kind of everywhere, but it wasn't like it was easy to catch fish everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's been mid 80s. Now we're getting to the high 80s every single day. I mean, I could see someone finishing this tournament out punching, and that could be a deal.
Totally.
It just hasn't been there yet.
Yeah. I think with the heat, you have this really intense thermal wave that pushes in. It's going to drive a lot of those fish that pull underneath those mats. And, you know, for me, I learned that, you know, when the sun goes out and it gets really, really hot and you can feel it on your back and you know it's hot out there. Those bass also feel that too. And so they're going to pull up and get underneath something cool. And a root system is going to regulate its temperature a lot better underneath reeds and grass, and especially a thick mat. Yeah, that's much better. She showed back up on the bed. Yeah, I was talking to Brandon. He said that he has a couple fish that just keep kind of pulling in, and they just do these laps around. And he's like, don't know which one's the bed. I mean, he got incredibly lucky with that blind cast 5.5 yesterday.
I just caught a glimpse of it cruising out of the, probably gonna cruise right under their boats.
And it is by no means easy to see in that water.
No, not at all. Yeah, he is definitely milking this creek for what it's got.
It's working.
I mean, it totally is. I mean, this creek, Beeswax, I mean, there's so many tournaments every single weekend out of here, so it makes sense. There's a big population of fish that live in this creek. But a lot of guys go back there and practice and realize, you know what, it's a lot tougher than it is.
Yeah, I went back there.
Yeah.
I had 4 bites, and I don't think anyone was a keeper. Like, they were so small, they just came up and sucked the end of the frog.
At least you had frog bites, man. My only frog bite came on like a bluegill. I had a bluegill that was the size of my frog try to bite the thing.
Wow.
Yeah. Now this week was a struggle bus for a lot of people.
I think it has been for him, even for Brandon. I mean, he's not catching a bunch of fish.
No.
You know, he's just been able to catch the right ones, make the right choices, and do the right things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just taking a look at seeing what's on the scoreboard right here. I mean, like John Cox hasn't caught a fish. Matt Robinson, you know, Joseph Webster, Derek Kyoya. A lot of people haven't caught fish yet. Uncle Bernie. It's also a perfect time to throw a frog too.
See, it's a real grind for everyone.
It's a grind, man.
But the good thing that was going for Brandon is he's grinding an area.
Yeah.
A lot of guys only have individual spots.
Yeah. I was finding myself bouncing and getting in a rotation because you would find, for me, like I ended up catching them off of a jerkbait, with a jerkbait off of trees and whatnot. And so I had certain areas that I would run and then rotate, because then you would fish an area, you'd see the fish would stay there and they wouldn't be moving around too much, and they would have their certain trees that they would relate to.
Mm-hmm.
And oh man, if I was watching $10,000 swim in front of me on every single spot, but there's nothing you can do about it, you know, unless you had a cast net.
I was the same way fishing the jerkbait in trees, and like I went to one spot 4 different times of the day just because I knew how many was in those trees. Like you can watch them come out by the dozens.
Yeah, and for me, like I had to keep rotating my colors, and I was using my Vision 110s, my Mega Bass Vision 110, and I would go like the +1, I would go to junior, and then I would go to like a silent version, which is actually I ended up getting a few bites off of that. But having to switch up the colors, switch up your cadence was, I think, really important this week. And I was able to catch at least 10 keepers a day, which I know a lot of guys have struggled to even get a fish in the boat, but wasn't able to get the size. And when you would hook a better one, it was kind of a no rhyme or reason. When you get a better bite. But then I go ahead and talk to someone like Steve Kennedy, who threw a swim jig the entire time, and he was able to make the cut. And so some guys was able to find out a certain area with the grass deal, and I think that we kind of missed the boat a little bit, because we thought that this time of year a lot of these fish are going to be pulled offshore with the heat that we got,
which there were.
Yeah, and then that's what was kind of like
that was the hard part.
Was like, look, it's leading us to think like, look, there's a lot of fish offshore. There's a lot of activity. This is the only place we can get bit. I can't get bit off the main river.
And the water drop.
Yeah, exactly. So like, why would they be in the backs of the creeks? But it's kind of. It's a trip, man. It really is. Well, let's see what Uncle Bernie's doing.
He's off the river.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Man, I tried punching some of those.
I never even seen those.
You didn't go back in the creek enough.
No.
The thing is, I went back in a creek and I flipped a bunch of those, but I think my issue was that I was flipping braid.
Oh.
Oh.
I thought he had.
No, Bernie's a Florida boy, so that's his style.
Exactly. But, I think that when you are fishing a highly pressured fishery like the Coosa River, talking to your roomie last night, when you're saying, that when you're fishing braid all the time, or if you're not fishing like heavy grass down in Florida or whatnot, and you have heavy populated areas that it just get pounded weekend, day in, day out by anglers, being able to fish it with fluoro or heavy mono, it's just night and day difference, and allows you to get a few more extra bites in the boat. I mean, and it makes sense because the amount of sound that
braid makes.
Yeah, that braid makes, especially when it goes over, a lily stalk or over wood itself.
And that's one of the things like we just. Have to learn from experience and know when to put the braided rod down, pick up the fluorocarbon and try it, instead of just trying to force the braid bite, and you end up practicing for multiple hours and never have a bite.
Yeah, agreed. And then you just like completely discount it. You're just like
put it in the bottom of the box.
Yeah, you're just like, it's done. They're not biting the punch, or they're not biting the flip bite, or whatever. Oh man, yeah, it's interesting because we had. All week we had intermittent thunderstorms. I know you and I both. I think Bernie's on a bedfish right now. He's got
it must be a bedfish to be that close.
Yeah. It looks like a perfect little bedfish setup. Yeah, bite that thing down.
Saving that worm bait.
Yeah, it looks like a perfect setup for a bedding fish to be right in there. Perfect little pocket right there, kind of in the back of a creek. Nice and protected. Textbook bedding spot.
It honestly looks like he's flipping in Florida, to be honest with you.
Let's go take a flight over back to Brandon. And
hey, there we are.
Yeah, we're just hanging out. Like literally a couple 100 yards away. Oh, he's hooked up.
He's got one on.
What you got, B? He's assumed the big fish position.
Oh my gosh! I wonder if that's the one he saw.
Maybe that looks like a male.
Game changer.
It's not a big one.
That'll put him back in the lead if he gets it in the boat.
Little 2.5 pounder.
Not a giant.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's the one we saved day one. Yeah.
I think last week or a couple weeks ago you would have said that was like a 4 or something, but we got to remember Brandon has small hands, so.
Yeah. No, I'm guessing that is a 2.5, and I'm guessing that he puts it in as a 2-2.
Yeah.
And that's going to give him, that's going to take out a pound, gain him a pound. He's going to be right there.
He'll slide back into
with
the lead.
Fighter.
I mean, and look, we're looking at Seth and Brandon that both have limits in the boat right now, and Will Davies only has 3.
Right.
So there's a lot of fishing left.
And
in
his
the day.
window is yet to open.
It's true, but we can't discount guys like Stetson Blaylock, who, you know, right now has 1 fish in the boat, and it's 10-20, and he's been extremely consistent every single day this week, weighing in, you know, 13 day 1 and then 15-14, you know, day 2. So there's a lot of guys that are still yet to, I think, catch their stride. And for me, at least this week, a lot of the bigger bites came later on in the afternoon. I don't know about for you, John, but like I would catch my bigger ones, like not like they're bigs.
I mean, I caught a 2.5 pound crappie in the afternoon, so I could vouch it that way.
Yeah. Dude, the bigger fish want to chew later on, but I mean, not to say that. Yeah, the morning shad spawn is definitely a deal, and the bigger fish will chew in the morning. But you have like this lull, this midday lull. But it looks like Brandon caught a male, just like the color of that fish. You know, it just and a lot of the bedding fish that are back there. Looks like Jay's offshore on one of those ledges. It looks like with the Demiki rig. Pulling one out of the Gussie playbook and doing some moping. Looks like he even got the same jig head on and everything.
Yeah, he held the lead there for a while this morning. He was the first one with the limit.
Yeah, both him and Alex got off to a blistering start.
That's awesome, man.
I think they both had almost 10 pounds in the first less than an hour.
Yeah, it's incredible. Jay is like a really, really nice guy, great young angler, and you know, it's just great to see him just do so well and be so consistent in a sport that has so many different variables. You know, it's so crazy this game that we play, that we were talking to Buddy Gross last night. It was he had 3 or 4 like 4.5 pound, 4 pound spots blow a spook out of the water by like 3 foot during the tournament and not get a single hook. But in practice, and I also caught like a 3 pound spot in practice on a spook, but he would have the hooks all bent in and they would somehow get it, and you would have to get the pliers out, and that's bent in hooks, and then during the tournament day go ahead and spit 3 treble hooks or not even get
Yeah,
a single
it was
one.
the same thing with me in practice. I had a wacky rig bent over and the tip cut off, and I still managed to hook one, and then I never caught a fish on in the tournament.
That always happens though, and that's fishing, and that's one of those variables that I'm talking about. That it's an uncontrollable, unlike a sport like golf or something, where the green, maybe the putting greens can be a little bit faster in certain places like that or whatnot, but you're not. I mean, very rarely you're going to have a seagull that's going to walk out on the green and like eat your ball and then go run off. Or have like a 12-foot alligator, sitting in your hole where you're trying to go and punch up a fish. Or it's a tough sport, and it's definitely a tough career because you have so many ups and downs. And like right now, I'm just trying to stay afloat.
Yeah.
And then you have other guys like Cobb, who are just
we talked to Wes Logan last night, and he talked to Cobb at 12:30 yesterday, and Cobb at 6 pounds. Came up with 15 by the end of the day.
Yeah. And that's what Will Davis will do today. I mean, that's what he's done every day. He's had that late window.
Yeah, and he was just incrementally increasing his bag. We'll see if he can do it again today. But I mean, he probably knows this lake better than anyone, being from here. And it's incredible. I'm really happy for Will being first year on the elites. It's tough. But I guess when you grow up in Alabama, you're born and raised with bass fishing in your blood,
especially on the Coosa River.
Yeah, and then his dad, Will Sr., being an incredible bait maker and a huge influence with his fishing throughout his life. So I think you have some people that are really built out and meant for this, and so I'm happy for Will. And so it's still a lot of fishing left in the day, and not a lot of people. I mean, like Jason Christie only has 3, and it's Scott Canterbury's another one where someone Hammer, fish here a lot.
Scott's got 2 good ones.
Two good ones.
Yeah, like 2.5 and a 4.
Yeah. And then Justin Hamner, scary as the Hammer.
The Hammer. The Hammer, my fellow big bait lover.
Well, guys like Hamner and Patrick are going to have better afternoons once that sun gets up high. They're clearly scoping them.
Yeah, for sure.
It becomes a lot.
They're just pissed. They're just an angry ball of frustration that just wants to just take it out on anything that looks like, it doesn't even have to look real. It can look like a 5-jointed 8-inch, 9-inch swim bait. It's like, wait, that does. Why is it painted like a fire craw?
And sometimes it's just a little 5-inch worm, and they just happen to follow it to the bottom and eat it.
Yeah,
you never know.
And they're just a.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
No.
Here, we just move locations and try something a little different, just for a little bit. Still got 3 fish in the box, but it'll change. Real big one. Hooked up, baby. All right. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. That's what you want right there. Shake your head. David, shake your head right in the mouth. You see what I did? I put a waypoint because I was like, I ain't about to fight this thing. I know that's right. Shaking. Like a 3 3/4 right there. Was I on the mix then too? That's pretty sweet there.
Still on, Bubba?
Still on? On like Donkey Kong. Shake.
Welcome to our on-location coverage. Day 3, semifinal Saturday, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake in beautiful Shelby County, Alabama. This is Stop 5 of the Bassmaster Elite Series. And for those of you that follow on each and every week, you know how it works. We started with 104, cut it down to 50, but after today, only 10 will remain. And we have seen a lot of changes on our leaderboard. The one spot that hasn't changed is our tournament leader. He has led this tournament since day number 1. The prodigy Brandon Palaniuk with 42 pounds, 9 ounces. But Seth Fighter in the mix in second place. Will Davis Jr., an Elite Series rookie. I hope you're used to hearing that name. He's had a great start to the season. He's also our reigning and defending Bass Nation National Champion. And his Elite Series career going pretty good. And this event specifically going pretty good on his home body of water, which is Lay Lake. And welcome into our on-location coverage. I'm Dave Mercer, joined by Bassmaster All-Star photographer James Overstreet. And we had a fog delay this morning, Street.
Much shorter than I thought I was going to be. I thought maybe we were going to look at a couple hours. We got out pretty quick, though, but you know, it got light early this morning. The sun was out this morning, so that probably, you know, the guys that want to take advantage of the shad spawn, obviously that put them even later. And slow a little bit this morning, probably because they missed some of the front end of that shad spawn. So it has been a bit of a slow day, but Brandon still got the lead. But, you know, yesterday we talked about these Alabama guys. There were several that moved into the top 10 later in the day when I joined you here. And, you know, you kind of think that one of those guys is going to be there at the end, and it looks like Will Davis is the one that's going to make this Saturday move so far.
Will Davis Jr., an incredible pro, an incredible start to his Elite Series career, and he is our defending Bass Nation National Champion. Street, do you remember a tournament? You've seen every single Elite Series event there's ever been. Do you remember a tournament where it still felt like on semifinal Saturday, the majority of the field literally is putting the plan together as it goes along?
No, I think that, and I think sometimes every day they're putting it together. By the end of the day, they're putting something different together. Because I think if you watch the weigh-in, and you know I'm sitting out front, obviously, and see the entire weigh-in, these later flights, it seems like the weights have gone up as the later flights come in. Of course, then again, that gives you more time to be out there. You're not getting a lot of bites, and that extra time in the day gives you more time to fish. But they'll have a shorter day today, so they won't have that advantage. But Will Davis Jr. with only 3 fish, he's just off the lead. I mean, right now he's kind of
he's kind of the guy I'm looking at. And then Brandon Cabre, OY leader, of course.
That's the playing field that our anglers are competing on, 12,000 acres, Lay Lake. Kind of small by Elite Series standards, but our field, 50 anglers left, and a lot of pressure on this playing field. But let's catch all of you up with our Toyota Midday Report and let you know what's been going down on this legendary fishery that for the first time the Elite Series visits. The Toyota Midday Report, and here's what's been happening on Lay Lake. Got to include Patrick Walters after a tough event where he was the pre-tournament favorite in South Carolina, having a great event in here, and that's a great way to rally.
Well, you expect him to bounce back. I mean, that was kind of an oddity for him. He got the hometown curse. You know, he's a victim of that over at Sandy Cooper, but he's not gonna be out of it long. He's already back in the top 10. So.
Speaking of not at it very long, he is our Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. And everybody talks about Jay Shakur. And you look at the hot start that Patrick Walters had, and it's amazing that Patrick Walters has only been around as long as he has, and he's got 4 wins. But Jay Shakur, hard to believe, already an Elite Series champion, set the all-time record for smallmouth bass, and he is not just a one-trick pony, James Overstreet.
No, he's kind of my surprise. When I look at the top 10 and I see Jay in there, I mean, no offense, but he's the surprise for me in that top 10. I mean, we know what he can do up north in smallmouth country, but, man, he's held his own down here, down south. So he's obviously a lot more versatile than I might have thought, for sure.
Jay Shakur having a big tournament, as well as Alex Redwine. They roomed together, so it looks like they figured something out. And by the looks of things, it's that Tiny Bait. Tiny Bait's becoming a big player in this event. And not even just with our leaders, but you look at the amount of anglers in the top 50 that got here throwing a bait 3 inches or less. It truly is amazing. But a Alabama event is not near as much fun if you don't have Hamner time. Justin Hamner in the mix.
Yeah, when these guys first pulled in here and saw all that, because the grass is really lush, I was surprised how green it was, how far along. At home, it's not near this green and lush yet and come back and emerge, but probably everybody went straight to the bank, thought, okay, here we go, swim, jig, and that sort of thing. But yeah, when you talk about the small bait, the finesse fishing again, I mean, we're kind of right back to post-spawn. I thought maybe this might be a shallow tournament where forward-facing didn't have so much of an influence on this tournament, but we're kind of right back there again. I mean, it's here to stay, and it's going to be, obviously, in every tournament we're going to have, it'll have an effect.
A major player, but Justin Hamner, a Bassmaster Classic qualifier, currently in 5th place. And the hometown crowd would love to see him inside our top 10. But maybe the one dude that got the loudest reception, there was truck horns going off every day at the weigh-in, and that is Will Davis Jr.
Well, you see now he's taking the lead on Bass Track. I mean, when we came on, he still needed a limit, but you see here he's up by the dam, and I'm sure he spent a lot of time up there. So he knows that deal up there, and he's probably just going to sit up there the rest of the day and hopefully curl up, and he's going to be there on Championship Sunday.
An incredible representative of this area and the Bass Nation. He is your Bass Nation national champion. And now he is an Elite Series pro, and what a season he is having, his rookie season. But let's look at a former Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, the amazing fighter man, Seth Fighter.
Fighter, he said he's one of the few guys, he doesn't have his electronics on. He likes to fish like this. He likes to just run down the bank, fish docks, fish grass, pitch a jig, throw it.
Stay on.
But he told me this morning, he said, I don't even have them on, so I'm just going to run the grass and do my deal.
Let's go, Fighter. Number 5.
Well, working out pretty good. And that right there worth a llama. But let's look at our tournament leader, Brandon Palaniuk. Unbelievable career, 2 Angler of the Year titles, and if he wins this week, that's Bassmaster win number 7, not including his Bass Nation national title.
No, you're getting into historic numbers with Brandon, and fairly young in his career. So the question has been with that place back there in the back there in Beeswax, to me, it's like it usually is. Especially, can his fish hold up? Are they going to last the entire 4 days? That's and he's still in there, and we're about to find out. But fish are coming. He doesn't have a big fish this morning, so we'll just see how this day progresses. The afternoon goes, but he's staying back there for now, and he hadn't came out, so we'll see what happens in the back of beeswax.
Making a lot happen with one area. And it's hard to believe. I mean, we keep saying, how in the world did he get that to himself? I mean, one of the most publicized Bassmaster Classic victories ever happened there, and he was the only one that turned left on the day one takeoff.
No, I mean, he was boat 64 on day one because of the history of this
smallest one I've hooked there all week.
Okay, we go.
That is incredible, man. That is a tiny one. What in the world? I don't even know if that's a keeper.
My buddy Stetson there, grinding it out.
I mean, that's
I was
how you
hoping we
want to get
could
it.
call the hogs there
In the
with
mouth.
Arkansas angler, but
Barely. Tiny one. Well, them ain't gonna get us where we need to be. But I know the ones we need are in there. That is a fact.
from Stetson Blaylock, live on the water, let's check in with the rest of our fields. And they're a great look of Will Davis, Justin Hamner, Bernie Schultz, and Seth Fighter. And we talked about how after day one, as you said, some of the Alabama guys hadn't shown up. But you see, half of our 4-box is from the great state of Alabama right now, sitting respectively in 1st and 5th place.
I can't really tell about what Bernie's doing here. He looks like he may be off that. He had a 200-yard stretch of bang. I asked him this morning. I said, "You gonna throw that buzz bait?" He said, "I'm gonna burn the paint off that thing." So, you can see that I don't think he's throwing the buzz bait anymore, and it doesn't look like where he's been fishing. He had a couple 100 yards there. He was really working back and forth on the first 2 days that got him, I guess, in the top 10 spot. But he's had a slow morning.
Over to Justin Hamner, who makes his living when he's not on the Elite Series, cutting grass. So he's probably happy that the grass is in advanced state.
That's a noble profession, Dave, and it's something I really enjoy as well.
Yeah, he's not afraid to just stop doing it too. I called him once to do a podcast, and I said, "Well, I called him, and I said, what are you doing today?" And he said, "I'm cutting grass. I got a busy day." And I said, "Oh, okay, no worries." I said, "We'll try another time." I said, "I was calling to have you on the podcast." He was like, "Grass cutting can wait." Just left his tractor there and did a podcast. I mean, man of priorities.
I don't usually let nobody bother me when I'm on the lawnmower, you know. I put my music on, and
What do you listen to on give me a couple of Overstreet songs when you're cutting the grass.
Oh, I'm usually I kind of like I'm usually more rock and roll on the mower.
Yeah.
You know, trying to get things done. Move a little quicker.
Like what, like the Eagles?
No, I'm a little more intense than that.
More intense? Like how intense? Well, give me a band.
Maybe Bob Seger or something.
Oh, wow, a little Seger.
Yeah. Anyway.
From Bob Seger. Back out live on the water, 4-box right now. Stetson Blaylock, Justin Hamner, Bernie Schultz, and Seth Fighter. And you got to feel that Bernie got hurt with that fog delay this morning, because a lot of the anglers fishing that shad spawn bite did a lot of their damage early, but sometimes it extends it, but it doesn't seem like it helped a lot of those guys this day.
Well, no, I mean, Bernie's relying on that buzzbait bite early, and he's probably going to. He may mention this afternoon to you, Dave, that he could have used that morning deal because he probably did need it. I mean, it's kind of been what he's relied on, and it looks like he's on a secondary kind of plan. I don't know what his backup plan was. I didn't get too nosy with him this morning, but I did speak to him about throwing the buzz bait, and obviously he's put it down for now. So trying to get a bite, man. I mean, you hear so many guys that say, you know, you're just out here trying to get bit.
Yeah, who would have ever predicted? And that's the amazing thing about setting up a schedule. It doesn't matter where we go throughout the season. You're going to hear somebody say, you know, if they were here 2 weeks earlier or whatever, but who would have ever thought we were going to come here to Lay Lake? And you'd have anglers, several anglers on stage saying, man, I can't wait to get to the Sabine River where it's really easy.
Yeah. Well, and it's got to be frustrating because everything looks so good, too. I mean, you go down there, there's so much lush vegetation, and the fish ought to be in it. You know, the way you think as a fisherman, that sometimes it's got to make you wonder, I don't even know what I'm doing out here right now, you know.
I hear you. I hear you. Well, you know what? It's a comfortable spot to be in on semifinal Saturday. It's the top 10, and that'll look at your top 10 atop the leaderboard. For the first time this week, we have a brand new leader, Will Davis Jr. with 44 pounds, 15 ounces. The prodigy right behind him, Seth Fighter in third place. This is the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake. Street, I'm already thinking about lunch. The Whataburger truck is coming here at lunchtime. Are you doubling down, double burger or single today?
Number 2, grilled jalapenos and onions with pepper jack. That's what I'm going to be on.
Never let you down.
That's ketchup on my fries.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage, stop 5 of the Bassmaster Elite Series, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake here in Shelby County, Alabama. 50 anglers remain in the field, and in a few short hours, we're going to cut it down to our top 10 that will move into Championship Sunday, the 5th Championship Sunday of the 2023 Bassmaster Elite Series. But one of the guys that was a popular pick in fantasy fishing, and with good reason, local Alabama angler Justin Hamner.
Stay on, baby. Oh my gosh. Really? That ain't the size you're supposed to be. These are supposed to be 3-pounders out here. At least she ate it like she meant it.
Smallest fish, a 1-1. Thought that one was a lot bigger. Boomeranged it. When you hook them in the side like that, they feel a lot bigger initially.
Feel good.
She had me around that tree. You got me excited.
Didn't help, Dave.
It's all momentum, though. Keeps them focused.
Said he's casting to a tree there, I think he said.
Boy, jerkbait sales must be through the roof.
We've had a lot of jerkbaits fly through there this year. Pretty regular. It's been that kind of spring. I forget who was talking on there, but I guess it was Swindle before. We had a lot of tournaments with similar water temps.
Yeah, we've been chasing that same temperature, as Swindle said.
Yeah, you end up, a lot of tournaments, you got the same baits that are effective. So a lot of jerk baits that mid 60s, 70, right through there, early spring stuff, typical jerk bait fishing time. And still working for Hamner, obviously, the jerk bait.
And you got to believe, I mean, Hamner on his own has accomplished a lot. But when you think of who his roommate is, Patrick Walters, I think he's probably got the goods on forward-facing sonar and fishing a jerkbait and hooked up again. Looks like a better fish.
That'll help. They starting to fire. We about to make it happen. No giant yet. Definitely get rid of one.
I'll sure help him there.
Yeah, that's definitely bigger than a 1-1.
112.
Ounces matter.
Forgot to look at the number.
Remember last tournament? Last tournament we had a lot of movers, a lot of leaderboards changing. Remember
big movers.
Remember Mark Menendez made that giant charge on day 3?
Huge move.
That was super cool. Well, he did it again from 44th to the top 10, your Mercury move of the day. And as you can see, Mark Menendez with 12 pounds, 4 ounces has put himself back inside the top 10 and looking to make back-to-back 10 cuts.
Mark will he'll slip in there and make a 10 cut, win one every now and then. I mean, he still loves it. He's still great at it, and he just keeps fishing hard every day. And still likes being out there doing it, man. I talked to him this morning. He was fired up to go on Saturday and ready to. It's a moving day, so the old gray. My grandpa said you bet on the gray horse on the muddy day because he's a closer, the old horse.
Every time they circle.
Did you just call Mark Menendez a horse?
I did not.
An old gray horse, as a matter of fact.
Well, he's younger than me, so I guess that's all right.
Should I crack that out of weighing?
The old gray horse. No. Unless you want to take credit for it.
I'm not. It's you.
Finally got that glass out of the way. And
then I'm going to go with no.
Shh, listen to people that know what they're talking about.
They're both tailed up. It's weird. Where the lightest part is not where they want it.
Palaniuk obviously working a fish. Will Davis is fishing some stuff he has not fished all week. He's running some stuff that he's been saving for this weekend.
Yeah, he's in current, looks like. I mean, the last fish that they showed him fight, definitely a lot of current there. I don't know exactly where he's at. I haven't looked at the map, but.
I don't know any of that information either, to be honest. I get texts from his camera guy sometimes. Boy, it is slick everywhere, though.
It's the first sun we've had. No wind.
One just had
Wind's kind of died. The sun's out.
I just want to make sure they really got it good. I don't know how well she had it on.
It'll be a crispy weigh-in.
Yeah.
Is Palaniuk slowly evolving into Rick Clunn right in front of our
I don't know,
very
man, but I
eyes?
do like that hat.
No, I mean, it looks great. But I mean, like, he's...
Gosh, that wind made it so hard to see.
Becoming more and more outward thinking and just kind of does his own thing. And now the hat and the switch in colors. I mean...
I like the thinking out loud part, though. I think he does a lot of that. I think he verbalizes what he's
spun way off.
And you know, Aaron did a lot of that. He wouldn't have a conversation with you so much as he'd be talking, but not necessarily to you, but thinking things through that way.
the fact that he chronicles all his catches with his YouTube series, me and Swindle just talked about it moments ago. It's like Kyle is kind of his safety blanket in the way that, like, not that Kyle does anything, but while he's talking to Kyle, he's thinking through things. And speaking of forward-facing sonar and his jerkbait, how about Patrick Walters hooked up?
Come in here. Stop. Stay pegged. I don't know how she's hooked. I don't think she's hooked that good. Oh, I think she's just got the back hook. Oh, she looks pretty good. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. That's the size we should be catching all day. Rats in there. There we go. Hey, get 5 like that. Yeah, he was so good. Heck yeah. Probably 2 3/4. That's good. One at a time. So I said we didn't start catching until 11 and it's 11:09. I don't know why I can't get an early bite. It's been like that every day. You just grind.
They want to know like what your key bait is this week.
It's been a jerkbait mostly. I mean, I've caught some in the mornings on a wacky worm zoom fluke stick. There's no one bait. I mean, you can look at my trash pile, look at the rods on deck. Was catching them on a spinner bait in the mornings, caught some on a buzz bait, and then a zoom fluke stick wacky worm. But when I get out offshore, it's been a jerkbait. I mean, I got 8 of them tied on. There's no one that's better than the others. Each day's been completely different. I've got them on a different plug every day. You have to let them tell you. It's a deep diving jerkbait, and I have not weighed a fish in on a deep diving jerkbait yet this week. But I could tell they just weren't looking at that other plug right. But also we started in a different area, trying to just get a bigger bite. So if I could get my morning going, I think we could have a good tournament. But my mornings have been god awful. So we're just gonna keep nickel and diamond, catch them one at a time. Try to call 3 more times at least. We need us about a 5 younder, and we'll be all right.
That'll look inside the mind of young Patrick Walters, a 4-time Bassmaster winner. You look at his resume, and it's another dude that is.
It was both.
It's
no,
incredible
this
what
is all
he's
timber.
accomplished so far.
Timber
4
and
wins,
brush.
2 century belts.
Did he say he had 8 jerkbaits tied on? Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
Wow. He's obviously proven that this
1 an hour.
It'll breathe.
Yeah. It's a good pace.
Now that I know where their spot is.
Let's look in on the prodigy. He has been working this fish for a while, which makes me believe
it's going to count.
Oh, hooked up.
That's a big one. Stay on there, stay on there. Stay on there. Stay on there. Stay on there.
Nope, nope, not that stump, not that stump, not that stump, not that stump. Thank you. Oh, gosh. Come here, come here, come here. Get up here. Get up here. Get up here. Get up here. Come on, you're so close. So close. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, come here, come here, come here. Come here. Ah, touched her. Open your mouth. Yes, in the mouth. In the mouth, look at that. Oh gosh, that is such a good fish. I think they're both that big. Golly. We just had to figure out their spot. Just had to figure out their little spot. Oh, the screen is...
Wow. That's going to
too
be a
hot.
giant cull. His smallest fish, not quite a pound.
I have to put it in the cooler, excuse me.
He thinks the other one up there is that size too.
In the sun. It needs to cool down. You can go on that side. Hopefully I can catch that other one. Okay, which one used the smallest little peanut? I think it's this one. It might be this one.
Look at what he's trading for.
Jeez. That one's thicker, that one's longer. Does it really matter that much? I'm gonna cull the other one out here in a second anyways when I catch that other one. She about dove right into that stump.
Unbelievable clutch fish catch for the Prodigy.
Hopefully, we just...
What an unbelievable fish catch, and with good reason. You are hearing the music that signifies the power pole replay of the day. And Brandon Palaniuk, just when you think he can't get any better, just gets better and better. Literally uses the force to keep that fish away from the log. If you saw, he told the fish, swim away from the log, swim away, and swim away. The fish did, James.
Of course it
Overstreet.
did for the golden child, yes. As he requested.
He is at the top of his game, and that is why he is your powerful replay of the day, because Brandon Palaniuk is more lethal right now than I've ever seen him on the Elite Series. You never see him look like he is actually feeling the moment. And even in this fish catch,
oh, gosh,
it stressed me out just watching it. But he's like,
they're both that big.
That was a stressful fish catch, like the landing part.
it always is with him. That's the moment. But the unbelievable clutch fish catch, your powerful replay of the day. And the scary thing is, like you said, Brandon Palaniuk said, I think they're both
I wish
that
wind
size.
would go away just for a sec so I can see her.
And the wind's about to go away. I'm just going to let you know.
Got her. I got her.
So you're making the call that he will.
Stay away from that grass. Oh, it's not as big, but it's way bigger than what we got, though. Come here. Come here. I'm not going to rush you. I'm not going to rush you. But if you want to come in this boat, I'm okay with that. If you want to come in this boat, I'm okay with that. Get this out of the way. Come here. That's another good one. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. I got her on the top. In the mouth. Right there. In the mouth. Yes. Yes. Oh, that one's definitely smaller. We got the bigger one first. Our scale.
The force is strong with this one.
I can't see it.
He didn't have to wait for the wind to die down.
Unbelievable. Seconds before he goes to call, holds up those two little fish, and he says, it doesn't really matter, and couldn't have been more true because it didn't really matter because they're both about to be called.
I just put the other one in the box. I'm like, wait, there's 2 in there and there's 4 over here. I had a slight freak out, but we're good.
We just need to get this math right.
Gosh, I mean,
He does have some post-traumatic stress situations he deals with. I mean, 3 times, I believe, he's had a culling violation, which is a 2-pound penalty. And in this tournament, that would be very, very painful.
I think that's our other .94. Okay. I mean, that's what we're getting rid of.
What a call, what a day for your tournament leader, Brandon Palaniuk. Unbelievable clutch catches as our day moves on. And Brandon Palaniuk, just when you thought he's not leading anymore, he said, let me tell you, you're wrong. You are wrong, my friend. Not only can I make fish swim away from wind go away, but I can lead a tournament in a spot that was one of the most fabled victories in the history of bass fishing, and nobody at all is bothering him. James Overstreet. The force is strong with Brandon Palaniuk.
I know, it's like these guys get back there behind that bridge and there's this wall back there. Nobody can go any further but one of the greatest. And apparently you have to be one of the greatest fishermen there is to have that spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so.
You got to be spicy, just like the ketchup at Whataburger.
You better watch old Will Davis, though, man. He's still only got 4 now.
Keep your eye on the leaderboard. Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
It's a crispy Saturday for semifinal Saturday, and that was the scene this morning. A bit of a fog delay our anglers had to deal with. But after about 43 minutes of fog delay, we got going at 7:13 this morning, and many anglers were worried, will this affect the shad spawn bite? Will this affect that? We'll have to find out what they say during weigh-in, but it definitely seems like it has affected the bites. But one guy is not affected by anything. Not wind, not fish swimming in trees, not any of that stuff. He's your tournament leader, Brandon Palaniuk, and moments ago, he made magic happen once again.
Back-to-back good ones.
Yes.
Caught 2 fish on back-to-back casts pretty much, and still in the back of beeswax. There you go. That one right there is one you need. Yeah, you got to think. You got to have one good one a day. Hopefully, 2.
In the mouth.
So if he can keep doing that, another good one or 2 back there in the back of the creek, he's probably going to be in pretty good shape if he can hold the guys that are doing the deal up by the dam or the offshore thing. So
that was moments ago. Now out live with Brandon Palaniuk. And how much fun is this to watch?
It's not a glider, it's a chopper.
It's like a bass fishing postcard.
Throwing it over the light spot. There's a big jump. Gosh, I'm trying to be so patient. Yeah. I was like, oh, not reacting correctly. I'm be all John Cox stealthy. Switch to the adrenaline craw, react a little bit, not much. Man, that sure looks like a bed right there. I had a couple beds marked in here, but they've dropped the water so low. I feel like it's pulled them out.
As
There's
you can see
a couple decent ones back here. I mean, that's a bed for sure, but
as you can see, a pretty spectacular day. Your TH Marine Weather Watch.
In the dirt.
Currently 83, sunny with light
the
winds.
bottom and my worm
Tomorrow,
almost
Championship
flipped on
Sunday,
top.
88 with a low of 67. Partly cloudy and once again light winds at your TH Marine Championship Sunday Weather Watch.
You see him kind of moving back in the back, then he'll move back out, let that rest, and he'll sneak. He's hunting. I mean, right here, he's looking for probably the weeds to move or any kind of open spot. And then he'll move back out and let that rest and settle down, let those fish kind of settled in, and then move back in there and take another look.
See a bass.
Speaking of taking another look at Patrick Walters, and once again hooked up live.
He's barely up. Oh my goodness. Come here one more time. Oh. Had to do the claw on that one. He wasn't coming right.
Put the snatch on him.
Told you it just needed some sun.
That's going to be a good cull. Let's say 14 ounces was the smallest.
What you think? What you think? That might go. It ain't green. It's gonna be blue or this little spotted bass in here. Hoping it's a spot because he doesn't like cold tags. Finally. God dang, that makes your freaking heart race, dude. They're just biting it so finicky today. Please be the spot. No. It's the baby largemouth. Not a big one though.
Stetson Blaylock
I don't
hooked up.
understand where the good ones have went. Not even a good half good one. But I ain't taking no chances on them. I'm gonna fight them all like they're big.
I'm trying to call the Hawks for you, Street, but it's just not happening.
You only got 3. Got a couple more. You can put a couple
We gonna
more
board him
hogs in there here in a bit before we get done.
It's just small the whole time.
From Stetson Blaylock, we'll get out live with our leaders, Brandon Palaniuk, Seth Fighter, Will Davis, and Justin Hamner. Fighter is swinging a miss. Street. So obviously lunch break is coming up.
Yes, sir.
And this is the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite, and I've been perusing the menu online while I'm supposed to be paying attention to what I'm doing here, but I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted by lunch, and just in case you're wondering, I'm going Buffalo Ranch chicken strip sandwich today.
Okay, it may be a little hot for you, though. I know you don't like that.
I do not like spicy. I was born in Ireland. I live in Canada. To my people, mayonnaise is spicy.
Right, yeah. Well, when we get done, we'll go get some of that peach ice cream down there at Clanton.
Oh, wow.
Cool it down a little bit.
Never been more excited to be done work, to be honest. Lots of things continue to change here. You saw a giant charge yesterday by Brandon Lester, and we're going to see more charges here today. We've seen one already by Mark Menendez for the second week in a row, or second Elite Series event in a row. He's trying to slide his way into Championship Sunday. 2 in a row, sometimes 2 at once. But this a look at our leaderboard. Since day number 1, we have had one leader. Brandon Palaniuk has held the lead since day number 1, and he's trying to chase down his 7th Bassmaster Elite Series title on this fabled fishery. 12,000 acres, and we just got to whittle it down to our top 10. James Overstreet, before we go to lunch, who are you telling me is going to make a charge today? Who does Palaniuk got to be most scared of?
Will Davis. I think Will Davis is the local guy he's got to be the most worried about right now.
Do we have a come on man for Caleb Summerall? Forgot his plug this morning at Takeoff. Give him a come on man.
I don't know, but I sure took his picture with the water running out of his boat.
Come on, man.
You got to do it. He held the plug up for me. I mean, what am I going to do? That's what brother just doing his job.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
Our live coverage continues from here on Lay Lake, Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. This is it. This is semifinal Saturday. It's a huge day. You gotta do big things today. It's going to take some good work to get into the top 10, unless you had a great head start. You could say Brandon Palaniuk had that, but he was not much ahead of his second-place competitor, Will Davis, coming into this day. And according to Bass Track, he's not right now, but I think he's got more than Bass Track is indicating to us. So we'll wait and show you the leaderboard when we've given it a good going over. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders here with Davey High, two-time Angler of the Year and Bassmaster Classic champ Ronnie Moore. Mike Sukon joins us as well. And guys, Brandon Palaniuk, man, just when you think he's losing a little bit of traction there, he gained some big-time traction.
Yeah, yesterday like you say, when we thought he was losing a little bit of traction, the water was falling and those fish moved out a little bit, and he caught some fish around those brim beds, around some stumps and some hard bottom areas. And then this morning it seemed like that a little bit, but the water was back up. And then just a few hours ago, he moved around in there shallow, throwing a frog a little bit in that vegetation. You could see a bed like 30 yards away. He caught both of those fish off the bed. A lot like day one, not so much like day two, but Brandon Palaniuk is just settling in and fishing what's available. We talked about this. It's kind of been like a tidal situation, and Brandon Palaniuk has chose to stay in one area and fish it to his best.
And one thing, Tommy, I feel like he's doing, it feels like we're in the state of Florida. He is protecting that 19-pound, 7-ounce limit on day one, it seems. Yeah. Obviously, he wants to do the best possible, but with the opportunity out there at Lay Lake to do very bad, to not get a limit, to have a 7-pound day, if he can get 12, 13 pounds a day to go along with his 19 and a half and his 15 and change, he'll be right there on the final day, and that's his hope, just being right in the contention. He's bought his time, and through 2.5 days, he's right there still.
I'm with you on that. Let's take a look at our leaderboard right now. Again, unofficial per Bass Track, and what it shows us is, well, transparency is important, but right there, we got Brandon Palaniuk with 46 pounds and 6 ounces. I think he may have a little bit more than that. I think he may have a touch more than that. Will Davis, right behind him, Seth Fighter. Seth Fighter with a 5-pounder. Ronnie talks earlier and has talked all through this tournament about the importance of a 5-pounder. That one showed up at the end of the morning and made a big difference in his day for sure. Justin Hamner, Patrick Walters, Brandon Cobb, Kobe Krieger's busted into the top 10, as has Brian New and a couple of others as well. But why don't we get you caught up on everything we have seen so far here on the third day of this tournament with our Yamaha Midday Report. And we will start with, we used to call him Young Patrick Walters. I heard Dave Mercer call him Young Patrick Walters. That's reminded me of that.
I guess we're going to have to stick with Young Patrick Walters, because a few years ago he was Young Patrick Walters. But now with 4 Bassmaster victories, 2 Century belts, I don't know if we can still call him Young Patrick Walters. Maybe on that loss you could call him Young Patrick Walters. Don't know that he really did anything wrong, but Young Patrick Walters is catching his fish. Guess what? On a jerkbait using forward-facing sonar. Don't really know exactly what happened at Santee Cooper. He's had a great year, had a top 5 at Lake Murray just before going to Santee Cooper and not having such a good event. Expected to see him do well here, especially with the spotted bass, as much as they like to get offshore this time of year and chase bait. But he's been mixing in some nice spotted bass like this one and some largemouth. So not a surprise to see Young Patrick Walters using his forward-facing sonar and a jerkbait.
Well, the forward-facing sonar is getting a workout today out on Lay Lake. Not like we didn't expect that.
No, we did, but we didn't see it so much the first day. But, man, it has been right in front of us all day long today. Shakur really starting out this morning, had a limit very early, said, hey, I got to go through some fish also. He's using the moping technique, the gutsy technique, the classic technique. We might call it any of those 3. Catching some fish offshore that don't seem to be quite as aggressive, not chasing a jerkbait as well, but they figured out a way to get these fish to bite. Talked to several of the anglers that unfortunately aren't fishing today that located these fish or schools of fish just like this and could not figure out how to get them to bite. Shakur has certainly done that.
Shakur to form the last year's Angler of the Rookie of the Year, as a matter of fact. Of course, a big hand at smallmouth. One of our Wisconsin Midwest anglers doing great yet again.
And he has a victory on Lay Lake. He won the Open from the co-angler position in the back of the boat at Lay Lake in 2020. So
all right.
jumped to the
Fold
front,
that
made the
into the-
elites, and now he's a champion here.
It's Justin Hamner. A joy to watch him fish. Man, he takes a lot of joy in his work, that is for sure, and he's been doing great work today.
Justin Hamner got something figured out yesterday on the stage. He said, hey, I caught a lot of fish, and I'm going to keep catching them. And he has done that today. He's caught probably 12 or 15 fish that we've seen so far today, catching a lot of his fish, similar to Patrick Walters, forward-facing sonar or jerk bait, but he seems to really be spending his time primarily around boat docks, trying to get these fish to come out from around the boat docks. Seen a lot of fish chasing his bait. He's been able to trick a lot of them. He said it's just a process of going through the numbers, got to catch some little ones, and then hopefully get to the bigger ones that are not quite so aggressive.
We will definitely stay in the boat with him all day. Another one of our Alabama anglers playing big in our top 4 is Will Davis Jr. A little bit slower start for him today than it has been the last couple of days.
Yeah, it definitely has been. The first day, he had a lot going on, and it seemed like everything he did was working. Yesterday was a little slower. Today, even slower than that for him. I wonder if the lack of current on that upper end has hurt him a little bit. We saw his game plan seemed to be stay down on that lower end a lot more the first day, but you can see he's been spending more and more time up around the Logan Martin Dam yesterday afternoon and so far today. The one thing that he has in his favor, it seems unfortunate, but I think he's still with just 4 fish. He's got 4 good fish, so he can make up a lot of ground to just catch a 3-pounder.
Seth Fighter got us started today with a couple of good keepers, went kind of radio silence for a while and came back strong later in the morning.
We can get. It's like any time we talk to someone before a tournament starts and they say, man, I'm just not catching them very good early. Well, you can see it was early and often for Seth Fighter. Got a couple in the boat early. He said he had not been doing that. So we thought, wow, maybe your luck is all going to happen for you early in the morning. But wow, a little later, just about an hour or so ago, you saw this from Seth Fighter. A 5-pounder and a 3-pounder, and that is a big-time game changer here on Lay Lake.
Absolutely. Of course, we had a 45-minute fog delay this morning, but the first guy to wet a line was right around the corner from the takeoff there, and once we got going, it was this guy, Brandon Palaniuk, but it took him a while to get going as well.
It certainly did. I think he played a little defense there, stopped at the bridge, just letting everybody know, yep, I'm fishing right here, I'm the leader, day 1 and day 2. Please don't come back here. And I don't think anyone did, but Brandon Palaniuk started fishing offshore, although shallow, back in the back of Beeswax Creek.
Yes.
Didn't have any luck. The water level's up a little bit because they slowed the generation down. He moved in shallower. You can see this bed like 30 yards away. He caught both of those fish off the bed. He said it's a 3 and a 2.5, a 3.3 and about a 2.8.
He put all of that.
I think that's all that and then some. So Brandon Palaniuk unofficially with the lead and maybe a little more than what he's showing.
Listed as a 1-pound, 7-ounce lead. I think it's all a 2 at least, at the very least.
Yep, I totally agree. But like I said, for Will Davis, only having 4 fish in the live well, and his quality, not only today with the 4 good ones, it's been good every day when he's been up there behind the Logan Martin Dam. So he certainly could catch him a 3-pounder.
That was a shot of how our 10 anglers we're in the boat with all day long are set up on the lake as it stands right now.
I had a couple big ones right here. I lost one of those between 4 and 5 right here yesterday. They've dropped the water so much that I think it just got too skinny for them. They wouldn't stick around. They're not cruising around or anything, so it like the bluegill don't even look like they're really up there good. So we're gonna push back. This is like a real shallow place, and then it dips back in a little bit. The channel actually kind of sits up against this bank. So it could have pushed in over here somewhere. They're not gonna just stick around and roam in a foot of water if there's no bluegill there to eat anymore. They could be sitting under this grass over here. Yes, sirree, they could. Oh, they're sitting in that little shade pocket.
No. No. You don't want to? Tons of little bait and stuff around this grass today.
Stetson looks like he's trying to stay out of sight a little bit here. Maybe. Oh, maybe that's a reason.
Trying to hide.
Hide from this big old spotted bass.
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
I've seen him lose a couple today, like Patrick.
We've seen more lost fish today from our camera guys than the first 2 days combined.
Part of that probably because we've seen more of those jerk baits and those
For
fish
sure.
just nipping at those baits.
Might as well call me the circus today. I have no idea. No reason to try to explain it.
Boy, look at it. Missed another one. I don't think he really had that one hooked though. It doesn't hurt quite as much as when you get them right beside the boat and lose them.
Stetson hanging in 10th place right now. He's got 4 at the boat.
I kind of
No
feel
big ones.
I kind of feel like Stetson there. Even if that second one didn't bite it and he lose it, when you lose one and then they start nipping at it, it's like when I'm at the shooting on a little basketball goal in an office, you know, and you miss one close, and you just start rushing it, and then you're missing them worse, and you just can't get your form back. You know, you're just like, I need a break.
Been a long time since I shot the little basketball.
Hey, we can do it. We can do it in the hallway during the break. That's what I wasn't talking about.
I'll admit I had one when I was a teenager.
And Ronnie's missing the threes. He goes to the slam dunk. He goes to the hole.
I'll break that goal in a heartbeat. Don't
yeah.
you worry. Nobody else can play if I
I
can't.
can dunk that goal that's right on the corner of the bedroom door.
The shack of the bedroom door.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the way that works. Hey, well, take a look at the changes. Not too many in the past few minutes here. Still Brandon Palaniuk on top, we think by perhaps more than what it appears right now, ahead of Will Davis. Seth Fighter, one good big one in the boat for him. Big one makes a big difference around here at Lay Lake this week. Justin Hamner catching a lot of them. Brandon Cobb, Patrick Walters, Alex Redwine, Jay Shakur hanging in the top 10, and Kobe Krieger has ascended into the top 10.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
About 3 hours fishing time remain for our 50 anglers out there today. Only 10 will survive this day and be able to fish on Championship Sunday at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake. And that's the way our anglers, the 10 we're in the boat with all day long, are set up on the lake. As it stands right now, let's get out to Jay Shakur, who has had his limit for hours and hours, that is for sure.
Yeah, you see those 10 cameras we have, they're spread out pretty well.
Yeah, it's
from
pretty good
Waxahachie
spacing.
all the way up to the Logan Martin Dam. Boy, this is a different look than we saw earlier with Jay. Big one.
Ooh.
Out the back. Not the dark. That's a big fish.
Wow.
Oh, she's just barely hooked.
Oh. Oh my. I mean, a game changer.
Would have been.
We'll catch her again.
Good job keeping his composure. See right there, the fish was barely hooked. Boy, we've seen him catch so many little 1 pound fish today. That fish right there would change everything for him. Gosh, I mean, he's about to get his hand on her.
I may be waiting what we've seen in the last 10 minutes too much, but I think this is the fish
barely
losing
in
this
there.
day we've had this year.
Oh,
It's been a lot.
Well, bury me high.
Yeah. Wow. Drop shot rig you see there. Good landing percentage typically with that setup. No leverage there really for the fish.
We've seen it this week. The only time it seems that the most high percentage bait hookup things you could do technique-wise, the only time of the year that they struggle with being excellent is during the spawn, like nipping or, you know, how good did they get it when they finally flash on it?
I don't see her.
It's heartbreaking when you lose one like that, which you wait for, like maybe possibly spending an hour on it or more. You know?
That fish would be worth spending another hour on if it goes back up
that
there.
Was a genuine big one.
Like a 5 pounder.
I would say. It was more than long enough to be a 5 pounder. Davis spent a lot of time here on day one.
A lot of
drum.
that is a bass.
It's a bass, okay.
A lot of
Yes,
drums.
sir.
There you go. That's a fifth fish. It looks like, I know he's
That's
close
what hit
to
me
the
up.
dam, but it looks like the current has picked up.
That's number 5, right? Yes, sir. Number 5.
Just looking it up.
It definitely looks like they just pumped.
I'm gonna start lying to you and just telling you that, like, you know, it is, but it says it's the same readout as it has been.
It could be.
I need
You
to
know,
find
he's in a different spot, but
It's up to 13 pounds on the day, over 47 pounds total, back in the lead. Our 13th lead change of the day.
wow.
Sir, about a 2-ounce plate.
We see 2 boats in the background, which reminds me of something you said before we came back on, Davey Hike. You said, why? Why? Knowing what we know. With this place,
He does it again. I'm going to call Lisa. I'm going to call the game.
you know,
warden.
where
I mean, that's
Palaniuk is, I mean, why are we not seeing more people in these places?
Yeah, I don't know. You know, we were talking about it, and it's surprising. And these anglers are not allowed to get information, but they can research, you know, and look at, you know,
public
old classic
videos,
footage
yeah.
and that sort of thing. And Beeswax Creek is, in my opinion, the most popular fish catching creek on this lake. And then you certainly have to, if you research this lake much at all, know that right behind the Logan Martin Dam, there's been a lot of bass caught
boy.
right there.
We got a few boats up there a little further down from Davis, though.
No, we're dead. We're not live, we're dead.
Dead as a doornail. I mean, shad weren't doing it this morning. I'm not going to blame the fog delay because when I got there was still plenty of fog and low sky, and the shad just, it was like they weren't even there and there was no life. I was like kicking a dead mule for a few hours trying to make something happen, and so now I'm on my backup, one of them, and it's not going too well. I had one hit on a frog and one on a popper, a whirl pop, and both of them, neither fish opened their mouths on it. They just kind of boiled the bait and didn't get it. So I don't know what to do. I'm gonna keep doing this for a little while, and then I may get in the river and throw a jig on some spotted bass. We'll see how it goes. Right now it's Carp City in here, as you can see. The fish that hit my frog was a pretty good fish. Looked like it was better than 3 pounds, but he boiled it big, but he didn't want it.
When you've been competing as long as Bernie, you've earned the right to not have to sugarcoat it.
Yes, yes.
You can go ahead and just lay it out there.
And he's, for the most part, you know, a little sarcasm there, but he's got a good attitude about it.
Oh,
I mean,
he's
cracking jokes.
He's not taking it personally. He's just telling it like it is.
What is
Kick
it?
a dead mule.
The most admirable character trait is the most brutal, like, self-reflection. Like,
Yes.
you're just
Sure.
you're shooting straight about your situation.
So, the 4-box here is great and hearing from Bernie, but there was something going on with Will Davis right before we left him. Somebody hit his boat with something. There was something going on there.
Yes.
We don't need to get too far away from him.
He said it was a 2-ounce weight, and right when he was fighting that fish and swung it in, you heard a whistle. And so it seems like there is either I don't think it would be another elite guy.
No, I bet
local,
not.
possibly,
It's the biggest I ever saw.
slinging a big weight.
That could be. Oh, he's moving in on their spot.
Oh. Wow.
I did hear him say if they do it again, I'll call the game away. That'd be the best thing to do. Don't get caught up in all that. Just
keep going.
You can't be throwing things at people on land or in the water.
Especially for the cameraman who's not as much head on a swivel as an angler looking at, you get hit in the back of the head. Yeah.
It's a pretty good one.
Yeah, they better watch what they throw, especially if that's Brian Evie in that boat. He'll hit them in the back of the head with a camera.
Yeah. Feel a lot better about it for sure.
6 inches to 3 foot of water, all that extra traffic running over the top of them in the back. They can't swim freely around.
Oh, so they seen it through it? Oh, he said they was talking about it.
Brandon Cobb just landed a 4-pounder, up to 14 pounds on the day, 4th place. Salt on AOI continues.
We had about 8 pounds over 10th. And I figured 14 a day would make it. So we should be really close to being able to make it with what we got. But I mean, I think I have a 3.5. Oh, big one. Come on. Go down. Oh my gosh. Too slow. She saw us. Where'd you go? Oh. She turned to it for a second. She's cruising away. She was cruising up in this creek. Where'd you go?
Davey, I just went ahead and took the...
That is the last place I would have thought that I would have seen one.
took the initiative to text one of our anglers that kind of keeps us up to date on conditions and we're pretty honest about it. I asked Lee Livesey, I said, why aren't there more boats in beeswax and at the dam like we've been talking about? And he said, we all went back where Brandon was in practice.
It surprises me, like that fish right there.
But if you didn't fish and catch them early or get a few bites early to get confidence, you would just leave. And because it was such a small area,
more bass around,
a lot of people would just check it for a short amount of time.
Super shallow flat. There's one swimming back
we talked about that a little bit. I said, I bet the first morning of practice, a lot of people went right there.
No doubt, yeah. And he said that the dam was hit or miss. You know, obviously, more current makes it a lot easier for you to know where they're at and when they're biting and stuff. So not as much current. You got to kind of look and poke around more. It makes sense why there's guys like Heron and Davis.
They know
they already know where it's narrowed down. And Livesey mentions, hey, I was bowed 100 on day one. And so when I saw Brandon go back there, I knew it was probably too small to join him. And so, that's also another factor of it is
boat draw.
On Live Mix, Jonathan Kelly said he went back there, he caught 4 fish, none of them measured.
Yeah, he said they were swimming around, like Brandon's picking them off. They were swimming around.
Brandon has got the lead as it stands right now. Brandon Palaniuk trying to go wire to wire. This one right here, but got Will Davis out in front of him now, unofficially, according to Bass Track. From what I heard Brandon just say then, I think he's got more than what the Bass Track is reflecting. So we will get that all adjusted. And of course, it will all be told at weigh-in time, which is getting ever closer. In less than 3 hours, that will happen here in Beeswax Creek. We've got plenty more fishing till then.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
Pushing into our final 3 hours of fishing today. It's the weekend. Hello, Saturday is here.
Oh, yeah.
Action out on the water. Man, what? 90, pushing 90? What do you think? Of course you're going to be out there.
Roll Tide.
What fog? They weren't even up to see the fog this morning.
Exactly. Yes, they're creating their own tide out there today. It's good stuff. Part of the playing field. And I want everybody to have a great time on Lay Lake today. We're having a great time watching the fishing going down out here today. Plenty of fish catching and good tight competition.
Like 2 pound-and-a-halfers. That 2.5 and a 3 3.25 maybe. So it's not. I don't have a stellar bag, but with having those two good bites in there, we're 2 more decent bites or 1 really big one to still what I would think have a shot to win. We'd probably lose the lead today, but I feel like we would have a shot at least. Yeah, like this is one of the first times I've passed through this area and not seen a bass, so thinking the extra traffic on top of it is slowing it down just a hair maybe.
A moment ago, Will Davis only had 4. He didn't have his limit. And he was one of 2 guys in the top 10 without a limit. Well, he filled his limit, so he's got 5. Brian New at the time had 3, has now upgraded to 4. So everyone in our top 10 has 5 fish except Brian New.
Oh, he's on there. Hey, I was about to say, what the heck? That was weird, wasn't it? I should call that little spot. Dude, they were all over. There was like 3 of them, and I'm like, how did he not eat it? See, they still just grabbed the back of it.
It's almost like shut his mouth.
It did close his mouth. Ooh. Oh, that metal thing is hot. We pat lost both of them. All right. Nickel and dime, baby, nickel and dime. You liked that, didn't you?
Too much.
That was too much?
No, I liked it.
Oh. I was like, oh, damn. He said, too much, okay. I'll back off.
Patrick said he was catching most of the fish that he weighed in the afternoon. Certainly doing that today.
He's been active this afternoon.
Boy, two guys who started in the top 10. Bernie was third. He's now 27th without a fish. Justin Atkins, we haven't heard from him. He's got 2 small fish, but he's fallen from
10
to 31st.
Wow.
And today's the day, you know, like the only other people excited, there's 2 ends of the spectrum. Palaniuk, excited to maybe stay at the dock for the fog delay, burn some time.
Moving
And
around up in
50th
here.
was probably the most excited guy to get out there. No room to fall, only room to grow. We see guys like Mark Menendez every week that are in the 40s and they get up, either make the top 10 or they narrowly miss it, and they gain an extra 30 points on a kind of a free points day, since half the field is kind of boxed out from being able to get any kind of points.
Yeah, like Drew Cook trying to get back in the AOY race on Cobb. He was
You don't want to
in the
lose
40s.
today
He's
either.
still there, yeah.
You don't want to
Cobb
be a
is
guy who
gaining.
gives 25 points back to the field.
Yeah.
Cobb could have done that today, but he's not. He's moved
yeah.
on up some more.
That was kind of my fear. I was like, I kind of want to see how long he keeps the top 20 streak going.
Did a story with Cobb before the season started. He said, I love the schedule. He hadn't had these shallow water fisheries that he's been looking for. He's been, you know, kind of saying he didn't like all the electronics events. He wants to just go fish.
I'm curious what his plan is for
right
down the Sabine River.
Sabine?
I think that'll be interesting.
I think he's going to catch him.
That's always a good plan.
I'm going to put him on my fantasy team, and I'll be the one to curse. If anybody, hey, I'll say this.
Yeah, way to go, Ryan.
2nd through 10th want me to put him on my fantasy team to curse him, just let me know, and we'll figure out the...
If anybody says anything, you're going to jump them on Instagram or TikTok.
What are you talking about?
Obviously, I don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm not jumping anything.
When it comes to Instagram and TikTok, I'm certainly not your authority.
Hey, no, I don't do no TikTok dances.
I say you watch out for Scott Canterbury. He was 30th, but he's got a 4.5 pounder in there, 2.5. He's only got 3 fish.
Wow.
He's in 23rd place.
Ooh.
He gets 2 good bites, and he's 3 to 4 pounds out of making the top 10.
I knew he was about early, mid 20s, but I didn't know he only had 3. Oh, he could make a
Guys are sitting
serious
this morning.
move.
She was chasing bait around. Little fat one. Gosh, I kind of want to punch that grass
We've
today
talked
with
about it, but it's just, I can't stop thinking
Calm
about it, and
sun.
hopefully we'll talk about it some tomorrow. But
Maybe they sucked up in there.
Cochran won a classic in so shallow of water in August that his boat almost wouldn't float.
Yeah.
It was a classic one in February, super cold, so shallow in the same creek that the boat almost couldn't float, just a couple feet deep. How is there one person in this shallow water in this creek in what month? Oh, May, they might really be there.
I can't imagine why that is.
And I'm sure, Lee is honest dude and nailed it. Probably half the field was circling around in there the first day of practice, says, there's no way this little place can handle this. I don't know what boat number Brandon was the first day, but he said I was a late boat number, and when I went into my best area, I was shocked there was nobody there. So he wasn't a real early boat draw.
No, he might have been just before, it's like, you're like, shoot, you're like, yes, no one's gone back there. And then boat 87 does, and you're like, dang, all the way till then.
Remember, we got him on a little Skype, a little bonus coverage there, and the whole time he looked distracted because he kept looking for when's somebody coming in on me.
It's like being at Disney and there's no line at the best ride.
Wait a minute.
He's number
no
60.
wait pass, whatever they call those
Where's the
things.
good stuff at then? Yeah.
Number 63 going out on day 1.
Okay, 63. Yeah.
And I knew he wasn't far because our very own Chase Sansom, taking photos, said I went to the guy closest to the boat ramp, and that happened to be Brandon Palaniuk. And then he put on a show, so it worked out well. But
They chased it. Dang it. That reel's got him mad today. This should be a fish catch right here.
Oh, come on. Call your shot there, young Patrick Walters.
I always want to see that.
Missed him.
Missed him. Seth. All right, we'll give you one more throw.
Yeah.
Must not be bass. That was a perfect cast. It's hard to tell what's bass. Once you get out of the bass, you're out of the bass. Like, it's just plain and simple, nothing but trash fish.
Yeah, Will Davis Jr. and Matt Herring, both with a lot of experience through the years on Lay Lake, Coosa River. But Matt Herring's playing all week. It's been go to the Logan Martin Dam early and then largemouth fish later on. And Will Davis has been just the opposite, mixing a few things in shallow vegetation early and then spending the afternoon. Matt Herring is hooked up.
Oh.
Yes, sir. That'll help.
Yeah. Come on.
You left too soon. That's why I come back in here. I lost that fish, or he hit it yesterday. Ye of little faith, man.
Probably a 3-pounder at
That
least.
fish come out
Look like it.
yesterday about 1 o'clock.
Puts him right there on the door of the top 10, maybe
I
in
said,
a
I'm
10.
gonna sneak back down there and I'm gonna wrangle that enough.
It's only number 4 too, right,
Come out
Ryan?
there like a bad piece. Oh, I got you. You shouldn't have done it again.
I think he had one of our own water photographers follow him there, and it sounds like just after he pulled away from him, he caught that 3-pounder.
Big headed thing, don't weigh nothing.
I don't think it was Sago, because most of the time anglers call out Sago by name. Maybe Andy.
Yeah.
A little shielded identity.
That moved Herring up to 12th. Called it a 2.5-pounder. Jason Christie just landed 2.5 pounders right behind him at 13th with some small fish.
If anybody got him, he was there. I thought he was bigger than that. I had a big fish come out of that patch right there yesterday. All I seen was his back and his tail. And I was like, oh shit, that was good. He never got to use it.
Whoa. Yeah.
All right, a spirited competition here for sure. Good
Hey,
stuff all day long on Lay Lake.
That one's in the box, Davey.
That one's in the box.
Will Davis on top, the local, lives in Sylacauga, Alabama, just down the road. Brandon Palaniuk, your leader to start the day, leader after day one as well, trying to go wire to wire in this thing, certainly keeping himself in position. Seth Fighter possessing a 5-pounder in the live well, that's a good one. Of course, the big race is right below 10th place. Those are the guys trying to bust into that top 10 so they can fish tomorrow. We'll take a look at who that is in a moment.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here as we bring it into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon. Wanted to talk about one of our special figure. We don't have him on camera today, but it looks like from the way it's going, tomorrow could be another camera day for Brandon Cobb. And that brings me to the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. Looking at a couple of fish catches that we got from our Super Marshals, if it'll lock up and won't, of course, during commercial, it's going to be perfect, and it's not now. But needless to say, Brandon Cobb with a couple buzzbait fish this morning, and then we also got from one of our marshals, our marshal with him, got a fantastic shot of that 4-pounder that we saw on Bass Track with a different approach. It was actually a Texas rig. I don't know if it was a sight fish, but that 4-pounder had a Texas rig in it, flipping some grass, maybe sight fishing. So Brandon Cobb has changed it up from day one when we saw him pulling on a small grass clump with a spinning rod and catching a bunch of numbers. He was just hoping to get a few bites. Those bites have turned into patterns. Now he's running with it all around Lay. He's gone to Cedar Creek. He's gone to Dry Creek. We've seen him all over the place. Brandon Cobb could be on camera again. This will be his 5th top 20 of the elite season, 6th counting the Bassmaster Classic as well, where he got a top 10. So keeping our eye on a possible Brandon Cobb on camera for the 10th day of the season tomorrow.
And I agree with you, Ronnie. I think he'll keep that momentum going at the Sabine River.
Boom! Shakalaka, giant bass, Jason Christie, 7-pounder.
Wow.
Bear, Phoenix Boats Big Bass Day, 16 pounds on the day, 4th place.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Started outside the top 10 today, and now he is up to 4th place.
Loud noises.
Yeah, loud
17th.
Man.
And I'm betting if he put it in as a 7, it's not a 6.
Yeah.
It's not one of those that's going to big eye.
His total is over 42 pounds.
That gets you going. I can't believe that we always have that happen. Brian New goes catches 3 fish on camera for us yesterday, comes out and catches a quick 3 real quick this morning. We would have loved that yesterday. And then Jason Christie yesterday had about 9, 10 pounds, and you almost catch that with one swing of the bat.
Yep.
That's not their fault. It's just what we like on Bass Live. I'd love to see that.
Looks like Brandon's
That bass ain't gonna bite.
pitching at one he's looking at again here.
He's just up there on vacation trying to get a suntan. The first cast, he like actually chased it, but now it's just back to zombie mode.
That was so funny, Bernie. The cameraman said we're alive. He said, no, we're dead. I hope Bernie gets him a couple before he comes in.
I do too. I don't want to. Got a good one?
I know Will Davis is farther down than he was
Just out of
earlier,
casting
obviously. But
range.
man, it looks like that water slowed down from what it was. But maybe it's just.
I'm
where
not
he's at.
checking, Davey. I'm not going to check.
No, please don't.
One cut this year made for Justin Atkins down at Lake Seminole. Well, now 2. Seminole and Lay Lake.
Hey. Sure allowed to get a few of those points back here this afternoon.
Yeah.
I texted him yesterday. He had a great shot from J.O. at takeoff of anglers waiting before launch, and he's just smiling, cracking up, laughing, having a good time. And after I texted him the promo that he was going to be on Bassmaster Live in the top 10, I sent him that photo and I said, we've missed this version of Justin on the Elite Series because that's the Justin we all knew and came to expect, and it's not been that way on the Elites.
No.
And he said, thanks, bro. Hopefully this is here to stay. I'm just having fun with it instead of being so tightened up with pressure. We're going to continue to have fun no matter how the rest of the week goes. And then I reminded him that he did win a Bassmaster Open on the Coosa River, so just when he's feeling sad, channel that. But he did catch 3,000 bass on the final day at Logan Martin.
Well, we've had a really good week so far. It's been pretty grindy today, though. I don't know. I had a little deal up the river going that I thought would hold up. I thought it would get a little better every day, actually. I was catching fish that are getting post-spawn and pulling out on this pipeline, but we got there this morning and just didn't get any bites, which is the first time I've had that happen since practice. So I don't know, we kind of rotated through a few different deals, fished some shallow places I've had a few bites on, and fished some brush I've had some bites on, and we just can't get any bites. I saw a good many in the brush. I threw everything I know to throw at them and couldn't get them to bite, so I don't know, we're just kind of hoping and praying right now. I know they catch a bunch of them out here jerking timber in this lake, and I know this is a good area to do it in, so I just figured we'd come give it a shot, try it for a little while, and if this don't pan out or I don't get any clues or any bites, then I may just go back up the lake and try to scratch a limit out up there shallow with everybody else. But I feel like to do good, you always gotta fish accordingly to how you need to do good. So I just know some big ones been caught this week doing this, and I got the tools to do it. So we can get out here and give it a shot for a minute.
Been a few years ago, but right where he's at, and the 96 Classic was the only place that George Cochran and I were fishing
near
the same little area of timber. And also Mickey Bruce. We were actually first, second, and third going into the final day of that Bassmaster Classic. The three of us had one mutual spot that we fished, and that's right where Justin Atkins is fishing.
How deep?
Right now.
How deep is that?
That water there is probably 12 to 16 for the most part. It's some good standing timber there, and there were fish in August suspended around there. And when they would start pulling water, those spotted bass would kind of pull up to that timber and use it as a little current break, and you could catch a few. George caught a couple that he weighed in on a spinner bait right in that timber there. He caught most of his fish real shallow in the backs of places, but that's the only place the three of us were fishing. First, second, and third were fishing, about 100, 150 yard little stretch right there. It's crazy. 27 years ago?
Yeah, 27. I was just going to ask you if the timber's still there.
Timber's still there.
Yeah, it is. What's amazing is it's there for 114 years.
True.
You
Yeah,
know, that's.
It was there a long time before 1996 when we were fishing. It wasn't like they were still sprouting blooms when we were there in 96.
Not exactly.
It's a new cedar. But yeah, because the river runs straight down by that, swings by it, and then it makes a turn before it gets down towards the bottom portion.
You can go look at some old Bob Cobb footage of that Classic, and they had animation of a bass coming around a tree eating a spinner bait. Kind of, it was so old looking, I guess is the only way to put it.
Yeah. I bet it was one of those big ones we saw right in here this morning. Why? Oof.
That was one of those ones that said, I bet we come back. Might be able to get one. We got one. We lost it.
The 2020 Open winner here, Keith Carson, had a big fish of 7.3. You remember talking about Jay Ellis's big fish, they were over 6. I think there's been an 8 here, though, in competition.
Oh, really? A 7. Yeah, we're talking about 5-pounders being game changers. A 7-pounder? Yeah.
4 fish.
That's the lottery right
blind
there.
pitch big one.
With the Powerball.
Yeah.
All right, Davey, if it stays like this, and it won't, look who Will Davis has to worry about overnight. Brandon Palaniuk, Seth Fighter, Jason Christie, Brandon Cobb, Patrick Walters.
Wow.
It's a bunch of regular dudes, Such.
I'd call the game warden on them.
They got to worry about Will Davis.
I'd call the game warden on them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just got a photo of that 7-pounder from Marshall, Eddie Glass, who was with Jason Christie. I confirmed. I said, make sure that's not 7-ouncer. Make sure he's not, that sucker's a 7-pounder.
Wow.
And hopefully I'll show it at the screen, or we'll be able to get it in the show.
Please do.
It is a good one, no doubt.
Oh my!
It's a good one.
All right.
You guys got to share.
Sorry for the inside joke, everybody online that's waiting. It'll be on Bassmaster.com in just a moment.
Just out here in a little old nothing flat. Not on a bed, nothing, just relating to that brim bed. Like we could see this morning on 360 how those fish were sitting out off of it.
Will Davis hooked up?
Big spot.
Big spot.
Big one. Big, big, big spot. Come on, baby. Hold him good, hook. Like a smallmouth, don't they? You can't horse these jokers. It hurts your feelings. Just barely got it.
Don't quite understand why they want to get behind the seat. Just get him.
Come on, baby. Yes, sir.
There we go.
That there waiting to go. Yes.
That'll help.
Shaky fish, baby. Talking about barely. Oh, pretty one. Thank you, Lord. Thank you.
Hard to be on the Coosa River, Davey, and have Coosa River spots not impact the tournament somehow, and they're a life saver and a game changer when you're not getting many largemouth bites elsewhere.
Yeah, they're life support when you can't get hit by a largemouth, for sure.
The threes are biting. Jason Christie, 3-pounder, up to 18 pounds on the day.
Wow.
He's got a 3.5, a 2, a 2.5, the 7-0, and a 3-0. 18 even. Third place, 3 pounds back of the lead.
Thank you, Lord. Thank
Might be 23
That's for
pounds
you,
for
Dad.
Jason Christie on Bass Track.
I was going to let you guys say that. I think it's closer to 20 than 18.
It could be the biggest bag of the tournament.
Could be our first 20-pounder.
19.7,
Yeah.
19.8.
Definitely could be. Jason Christie on the move.
A late catch going on here, and not just any catch. We're catching some good ones out there today. Big changes on the leaderboard. You can see right there. as mentioned, Jason Christie zooming all the way up there right behind Brandon Palaniuk. Will Davis extending his lead right now as the fast track indicates. Seth Fighter hanging in there. Brandon Cobb. Wow, another great story going on there. That'll be continuing into tomorrow, you have to guess. So we have got some big expectations for tomorrow, but we're not done fishing here today. There is plenty more fishing time for our 50 anglers.
Yeah! No way! Live coverage of the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Skeeter Boats.
Well, whether you've been with us all day or you're just checking in to get an update, we appreciate you tuning into our Bassmaster live presentation, and the live coverage continues here from Lay Lake at the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite. This is halfway point of the season, and oh man, semifinal Saturday. We've got 10 anglers out there, the top 10 to start the day. You want to be in the top 10 to finish the day, because that's the way that you get a shot at the championship. Let's get out to Jay Shakur.
So Jay lose a really nice fish.
Oh man, it's a good one.
30 or 40 minutes ago, I guess. Right close to the boat, almost had his hand on it, like definitely a 5-pounder.
Big spot, giant spot.
Zona's watching Jay land his big spot on his signature series lose rod. What he caught the 100 pounds on it, Lake Ontario.
Yes, smallmouth.
Hope he gets this one. He lost that largemouth a few minutes ago. He's due.
He's gone through some fish today.
Got her. Look at that spot.
That's a beautiful spotted bass. Alabama spot. Okay, Ronnie. Guess the weight?
4.5.
3-pound spot.
312.
3, yeah.
You say 3.8?
I said 3.5. I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm not the best here anymore.
A string of 3-pounders before Will Davis's. Vegeta caught a 3.0. Jamie Hartman got a 3.8. He's within a bite of the top 10. Kyle Welcher got a 3.4 right after Christie's 3.0.
I don't know if it was 3.5 or I think that's what he said.
I heard he
maybe
said
3.8.
He said 4.5. I didn't look like a 4. It had a lot more girth than we've seen other spots this week. So
yeah. A lot bigger than the one that he threw back in.
That's the
it
one
helped him a lot.
That spot speaks up for the rest of the spot population, letting them know, like, hey, we can grow big too.
I think he's a low baller too. His weights come in way higher when they put him on the scales.
He ain't big yet.
We got confirmation knowing that we think Brandon Palaniuk has more in his 5 bass limit than it says on Bass Track. His 2 biggest fish, the ones we saw midday, were not put on his scale like the rest of them because he's with how hot it's been. Wherever it was sitting, it overheated, and he did not put a number on it. So
number 3.
Their guesstimations were honest, probably low balls. Because they didn't weigh him, so we can't expect Will Davis and Brandon Palaniuk to be much tighter than they are now. Maybe Palaniuk with the edge as well.
Very, very tight.
I think Palaniuk did still have the lead until Will Davis caught that last fish.
Yeah,
now it's going to be
spot. Yeah.
super close.
Davis is rounding his down too, I think. Weights.
Well, you heard the loud noises, and Such filled us in. The report was a 7-pounder for Jason Christie, and there's the photo proof. Man, what a tank.
What a beautiful fish. And you see, he is not offshore throwing a jerkbait. I'll guarantee you, Jason Christie, just like we talked about a little bit yesterday there, he's going to have a topwater walking bait on, a frog, a swim jig, and a spinnerbait. And I'll just about bet that's how he got to be marathon peak performance with one of those 4 baits, maybe a combination of all 4. But boy, did he really change his day from about 130 to 151 there. A 2.8, a 7, and a 3.0. Jason Christie, marathon peak performance. Super Saturday.
Doubling up his day 2 weight, basically, of 9 pounds and change.
That's right.
Can you win this event with a day of single digit weights?
That's a good question there.
Davey Height.
A day of single digit weights.
Like he had a 9-pound day. Can you win this event with that?
You would be foolish to bet against Jason Christie being able to win an event that now he's moved up unofficially to 4th place. I don't think so. I don't think so.
He started.
This is one of those places where it's just so hard to recover. Now,
if you do this again
tomorrow, a 7-pounder
yeah,
makes a lot of ground.
100%. If he catches upper 19s with his 18-pound estimation,
I think that's what he's got. If that's a 7-pounder, to me, honestly, that picture didn't look quite as much like a 7-pounder
around the brim beds. That last
when I looked at it on your phone. He was holding it out a little more. I know about holding fish out.
Right on the brim bed, but she was.
He started almost 10 pounds
to
back of Brandon Palaniuk on the day in 17th place. Right now, it's about 4 pounds back.
But then part of me says, I know Jason Christie well enough to know he doesn't big eye his fish either.
Think they would reload. So you got a brim bed right there where the cursor is. Another one right there where the cursor is, straight ahead.
You can see he's barely cracking a smile, so it's got to be at least 7 pounds.
They're just not.
Yeah, if he crack a smile for less than that.
He never cracks a smile for a 6-pounder.
Not seeming to reload like I was hoping they would. Got a little ditch that kind of runs in towards these ones, so it's a good.
It is amazing. You see in the
kind of access
background there. That's where the fish is garden fry. I mean, Brandon Palaniuk is. I bet he hasn't burned 4 gallons of fuel this whole event.
Do you think out of habit that he still went to the gas station and put another 1.5 gallons in?
I would, but he probably didn't.
No.
I mean, you never know when you might want to run to the Lay Dam and then back up to the Logan Dam.
Yeah. Or way out in Lake Ontario. You never know when you might come in handy. You're talking about the single digits, right? Today, for instance, to find a single digit, you know, you had to go all the way down to 14th place to start today to find.
Oh, someone after 2 days that had a single digit
That had
weight?
a single digit. It was the highest
And that was Matt Airy.
was 14.
Yep. He had 9 yesterday. We had 2 guys.
Ryan New had 3 fish. He was 11th.
Oh, 8. Yeah, he had 8 pounds. Yeah. So we've got 3 guys that were on Bassmaster Live after day 1 that had single digit weights yesterday that are now, we're seeing them have another uptick today and could be in contention for tomorrow.
Yeah.
What's too far to come back from? What's the deficit? Murray, we had 1 through.
Wait till I see Lynn.
Exactly.
If this is a bass, it's not a bass.
That is not no bass, because good sign though. It's a big stripe. Ain't no catfish.
Big striper. Let's go ahead and see about a 6-pound Alabama spotted bass. Stripes.
What have I got? That was a 12-pound bass. No, I wish it was. They go drum. Yeah, big one too. Yeah, see it. Coosa River redfish. He didn't like me grabbing that gill, did he? It's a 9-pounder. Drum. Well, he choked that mud. Golly. Jeez Louise. Get up here. See, told you a red fish here. Black spot on it. Look at it, I still got to tilt my daggum jump. Wrong kind. They good for one thing, tearing your junk up.
Make the heart race.
But that's what I'm telling you, when you get around them, that or them catfish,
We're all there for a reason.
there ain't no doubt.
He has had a day, has Will Davis, that is for sure. He, of course, one of the giant favorites coming in here. He has been putting something together every one of these 3 days.
He really has. Mixed it up the first day. A good bit of largemouth fishing early in the morning that first day, but really from yesterday about midday. Had a slow start yesterday morning, tried a little largemouth stuff, but
it's a big one too.
Moved up to where we thought we'd see, or I thought we'd see a lot of him up around the upper end of Lay Lake, below Logan Martin Dam. And he's caught some really nice spotted bass. Not a lot of bites, but the average fish has been much better as far as average spotted bass. And a lot of them you can see have been these big spotted bass than anyone else we've seen. Just gets about 1 an hour, it seems like, and they've been the right size. No doubt about it. Will Davis showing how well he knows and how many hours he has spent on Lay Lake.
Yes, sir.
That's a good point you made. He's not like everybody else, having to go through like dozens and dozens of little 1-pounders or less.
That hook dead center.
He kind of knows how to avoid that.
The hook point in the middle of this bill,
trait.
that's what you want. That's what makes that bait quiver just right.
Get out, roll up in the water.
All right. That's the bait I won the national championship on. Zach Deal. Zach Deal.
You can see that, I mentioned it the first morning we had a camera with him. You can see he came to this event with high expectations.
Oh, yeah.
And they're still there. He's
all business.
He's all business here this week. As he should be.
I got that impression at the Classic meeting him and his dad. Kind of all business about angling.
You just don't get that many opportunities to go fishing in a place you fish all your life. You still live within 30 minutes of it.
60 wins there?
You got to do a big thing when you get there. He is getting it done. He's doing big things. Will Davis on top of the leaderboard unofficially now, ahead of Brandon Palaniuk. Jason Christie on the strength of a 7th pounder all the way up into 3rd place. Fighter with a big one as well. Brandon Cobb just being good like every day
doing
this
what
year.
He does.
Every single day. Patrick Walters, Justin Hamner, Jay Shakur, Alex Redwine, and Kobe Krieger in our top 10. There's still more fishing to come. We are into the 4th quarter this day, though, and the weigh-in gets closer.
The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Lay Lake is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Well, we got about the last. Oh, the music. Excuse me. I was going to say what time it is. This is way more important.
We know what time it is.
We know what time. What time is it, right?
It is the Power Pole replay of the day, Davey Height. Midday, about to pull the plug. Not a great morning. Wondering what's going on. Fog delay. Brandon Palaniuk pulls up and sees 2 of the most obvious sight fish you could possibly ask for, and not only gets one of them in the boat, gets both of them in the boat.
This first one was absolutely a game changer. Just this one would be Power Pole replay of the day, but he was able to catch both of them. Let's check out this one. He's going to get his hands on it sooner or later.
In your mouth. Yes.
There we go.
In the mouth.
That's a 3-3, every bit of it.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Oh gosh, that's such a good fish.
Called that a 3-3, didn't they, Ronnie?
Yes, he did. That's why I think if you've watched Bassmaster Live all day long, you get a big piece of the picture of the puzzle, but man, you get the rest of the puzzle at weigh-in. You better watch to see how close it'll be between Will Davis Jr. and Brandon Palaniuk at the top, and we get to see how big Jason Christie's bag is. Maybe Brandon Cobb,
not even good.
top 10.
Not even good cop, bad cop.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
That'll help.
This is after the two nice ones getting power pole replay a day. This is just moments ago. Or maybe the power pole replay a day is a gift that just keeps on giving here.
I guess. It regenerates itself.
Come here.
Ooh, yeah.
Yes. It's a decent blind.
That will definitely help him there also. That fish, a little lean, post spawner.
Decent
no
blind
doubt
fish.
about
They're
it.
just swimming circles around in here, aren't they? Okay.
When you've got the most famous creek on the lake all to yourself, they just keep coming to his boat.
Lucky. Like my scale working. Looks like it cooled off enough. Okay. So this one, I don't know which one this one's gonna replace. I think I already got rid of number 2. I did, so number 2 is gone. So our next. Number 2. Should be number 1 looks the smallest in here.
Things are happening. Drew Cook 4-pounder.
Thank you, buddy.
Brandon Cobb called another couple out.
2 1/4.
Brandon Palaniuk probably going to be up at the top of the leaderboard once again as we bring it in to the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. I'm going to cut straight to it. We got a couple minutes left in fishing time before we go off. They have another hour or so before they need to make it back for weigh-in time. This top 10, as you see it right there, a Yamaha angler has just caught a fish. That is Brandon Palaniuk. Add that to his total. He's going to now jump into the lead. Will Davis Jr. right behind him. I think we're going to get more closer and closer to accurate as Brandon Palaniuk makes a couple more calls. Then you go down the leaderboard a little bit. You've got some of the biggest names in the sport right behind Elite Series rookie Will Davis, who's probably the most feared at Lay Lake this week. You have Christie, Seth Fighter, Brandon Cobb's on another world, on another planet this year, how he's fishing. Patrick Walters is a closer. Justin Hamner, roommates with Patrick Walters. He's from Alabama. I mean, that's a great duo to combine there. You have Jay Shakur and Alex Redwine, 2 roommates as well. It could be Redwine's first top 10 of his Elite Series career. And right before we came to the screen, Brian New just filled his limit, maybe with just a 1.25 pound fish, but a 1.25 pound fish has been huge this week. Now, we talked about it. Would 40 pounds and a couple ounces be the cut line for the top 10? You need to have over 40 to make the cut. Currently, it's 37 3/4. I'd expect it to hit pretty close to 40. You've got 5 or 6 anglers in the 36-pound range. 36.11 for Kobe Krieger, Stetson Blaylock 36 and change, Jamie Hartman, Matt Herron, Jeff Gustafson, all of them right around that weight. Someone's going to make a big charge this afternoon. We saw 255 yesterday. Cliff Prince caught a 6'4", the big bass of the tournament. As of yesterday, I know Jason Christie caught a 7 today probably, but there will be someone, Davey Height, in the last hour or 2 of this tournament catch a 5-pounder that needs it to make tomorrow's top 10.
Had good lake catches every day, right? I mean, not just a few, but a...
Yeah, we really have. And, you know, coming in this event, all we could hear is shad spawn, shad spawn, shad spawn. We need to take off at 4:30 in the morning because that's when the bite's happening. But it's been amazing. Every day we've had some major moves in the last hour or so of fishing time.
All the more reason to remember the weigh-in coming up. 4 Eastern time, 3 local time or Central time.
I'm gonna say it's a no-go on that one. I think
These fish are just spread out.
he's vacated the premises
Big time. We got,
permanently.
They don't know what they want to do. The way the weather's been this year, it's hard getting them grouped up in one specific spot.
Brandon checking on the fish we saw him lose yesterday afternoon.
Ow. This black stick is hot. Hot. Oof.
Dunked that sucker in water. Very lucky to have what I got today, I can tell you that. I've had 6 bass on. And that's it. Had a few other bites, but nothing just too crazy.
Talked about a minute ago, Ronnie. Tommy, did you mention that we haven't seen him cull through all those smaller spotted bass? I didn't realize he's only had 6 fish on all day.
It seems like more than that, doesn't it?
Absolutely. So this is a shaky fish. Aaron Martin's came to my dad. I can't remember actually the year, but and wanted to make it better. Scrounger type bait, and they worked countless hours on that bait to get it just right, you know. And what I mean by just right is the bill material, the way the lead is poured on the hook, the collar that the bill goes on, and all that stuff. It's a lot of different deals to make it just right, and it's a dynamite bait, and you don't have to have current to catch them. It's heck on schooling fish, and it's a good wintertime bait too. Catch my brush with it too. But you can go on daviscompany.com and you can order them off there. Marks Outdoors has got them, and Tackle Warehouse has got them. They're always tied on in my boat. We, you know, he was moved to Leeds, and just been through the fishing world, and got to know him, and you know, I've only been fishing with Aaron twice. Man, he was a great guy. Never met anybody like Aaron Martins. He was a hammer, buddy. Play this game, and I give all credit to him and my dad for the bait right here that got me actually to the Elite Series.
Cool, you get to see somebody like Scott Martin get butterflies in their stomach to fish a pro level event. He's had multiple on his home lake at Okeechobee, but to have an elite event there, the kind of butterflies he experienced there as a true veteran of the sport. You get Benton and Cook, as we see Patrick Walters hooked up. Benton and Cook excited to fish their home lake Seminole, so eager for a rookie to do this and be able to show why he's really, really good is awesome.
That was dumb. She did not have enough slack to do that.
These things do not give up. They're like smallmouth.
That might go. Come on, we got only a little bit of time left. Just barely hooked.
Patrick is slowly but steady, just adding to his total weight.
Like we talked about, Davey, the other day, you could just knock out singles and singles and singles. If you're a home run hitter, it just buys you a little more time to where when that home run hits, it's so much more impactful. And that could be tomorrow for Christie and some of these guys like Walters.
Or Jay Shakur.
Yep.
Jeff Gustus had just caught
God, that sucker.
a fish to put him 11th place.
Decent spot, I'll call.
Here, a lot of these anglers say, just like Patrick did a minute ago, these Alabama spotted bass act like smallmouth. They are fighters.
That's their reputation through the years, for sure.
Right in the tip. I got you live. Tell me about your fish. Well, spotted bass.
Should help him, I would think.
Yep, I agree.
That's some blaylock.
Feels like a spotted bass, foul hook again. It is. Not foul hook though.
Hope he gets this one in. We've seen him lose too many fish today.
Oh boy, yeah, he needs it.
He's still just one bite from being able to fish
Man,
tomorrow.
there ain't no way.
Very important.
No way he's
Within a
gonna
pound
stay
of
on
that
there.
cutoff mark.
Boy, he's barely good.
Oh, don't do that. Get in the boat. Sitting there trying to fight with it.
Just do it the old-fashioned way. I hear you.
Heck with that.
That'd be my biggest fish. I'm gonna put him on this side.
Second to Bernie grabbing the buzz bait. Just get on in the boat.
Stetson will have himself a surprise. Lindsay texted me that her, Kai, and Lenny are headed from Benton, Arkansas, down to Lay Lake to surprise Stetson for the weigh-in because he could fish on Championship Sunday, Tommy.
That certainly helped his chances, that one right there. Unofficially, he was a pound, less than a pound out of the cut when he got hooked up with that one right there.
Definitely going to put him closer.
Good stuff. What a battle at the top. Brandon Palaniuk making all the right decisions and never leaving this impressive place. This place where he has gotten the job done. And Will Davis Jr. also right up there with him, the favorite coming in, just living down the road. Weigh-in starts 4 p.m. Eastern Time, basically now, 3 o'clock Central Time. And we will see you tomorrow on FS1 at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, 7 local time. And we look forward to seeing you then.